Welcome, dear friends, to a serene space where dreams take flight and stories unfold like a gentle lullaby. As we drift into these enchanting tales, I wish you a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Here you can enjoy each story ad-free on Patreon, creating a seamless journey into imagination. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time with us, a place where worries melt away and comfort wraps around you like a warm blanket. Let's embrace this moment together as we embark on a delightful and calming adventure. Story 1. Here's the extended story, integrating your requested elements while preserving the original tone and structure. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Lila, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn earth. Her cottage stood at the edge of Bramblebrook, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like question marks and windows glowed amber long after dusk. The village breathed with the cadence of old magic. Blacksmiths forged nails that never rusted, cobblestones softened after rain to cradle tired feet, and children's lost teeth sprouted into pearlweed by the riverbanks. For years, Lila's world had been measured in predictable rhythms, the unfurling of fiddlehead ferns in spring, the lazy drone of cicadas in summer, the maple's slow blush each autumn. But this year, the earth beneath her boots hummed a different tune. The trouble began when the Moonflowers refused to close at dawn. Their pearly faces remained upturned, trembling as if holding secrets too heavy to keep. Then the rosemary bushes started shedding needles that curled into tiny scrolls inscribed with unreadable symbols. Worst of all, Lila's beloved cherry tree, the one that had bloomed pink on the exact third day of April for a decade, now shivered bare-limbed well into spring, its branches clattering like anxious bones. "It's the shift," murmured Granny Marnie one evening, her knitting needles clicking a steady counterpoint to the cricket's song. The old apothecary sat in Lila's kitchen, sipping lavender tea that steamed in prismatic swirls. "Happens when a soul's got growing pains. The land mirrors what we dare not name." Lila traced a finger over a rosemary scroll. It disintegrated into cinnamon-scented dust. "But I don't want to change," she whispered. The admission hung between them, fragile as a spider's first thread. 3 days later the rain arrived, not the gentle mizzle that kissed seedlings awake, but a silver deluge that turned gardens into mosaics of light. It was during this downpour that Lila discovered the first stone. Nestled among the roots of her stubborn cherry tree lay a smooth obsidian pebble, its surface etched with a single milky vein that pulsed like a sleepy heartbeat. By week's end she'd found 11 more scattered through her garden, each larger than the last, each vein glowing brighter when placed near the others. Theo, the baker's son with flour perpetually dusting his eyebrows like misplaced stardust, brought clues in exchange for sprigs of mint. Lila had known him since they'd tumbled down Mossgrove Hill as children, knees bloodied but clutching fistfuls of wild strawberries. Now, at 19, his laughter still carried the warmth of rising dough. "Old Mr. Henrik says these are memory stones," he said, carefully arranging his latest discovery, a palm-sized piece flecked with gold, beside Lila's growing collection. "They appear when someone's trying to remember who they're meant to become." His voice softened as thunder rumbled in the distance. "Maybe your garden isn't failing, Lil. Maybe it's rearranging." That night, Lila dreamt of roots. They spiraled downward through loam and limestone, splitting into fractal patterns that sang in harmony with underground streams. When she woke, her bedsheets were sprinkled with soil that sparkled like crushed starlight, and the 12th stone glowed on her windowsill, a fist-sized marvel shot through with veins of emerald and sapphire. New scene, the unspoken pact. At dawn, Lila found Theo waiting by her gate, his boots caked in mud from the storm. In his palm lay a cracked acorn, its interior gleaming with copper filaments. "Found it near the mill," he said, voice hushed. "The wheel's been turning backward since midnight." His eyes met hers, the unspoken question lingering, "This is bigger than both of us." She remembered their childhood pact, carved into the bark of the old willow after he'd pulled her from the icy river. No secrets by sunlight. "Come with me," she said, tucking the acorn into her apron. The air tasted of wet iron, and somewhere distant, a woodpecker drummed a frantic rhythm. The gathering of townsfolk in Granny Marnie's herb-scented parlor felt like the beginning of a quilt, each person bringing their unique patch of wisdom. Fishermen shared tales of mercurial tides, weavers spoke of threads that hummed when touched. Even shy little Millie from the bookshop produced a faded bestiary showing stones identical to Lila's, labeled heart-roots, the bones of becoming. "They're compasses," Granny declared, tracing the book's foxed pages. "Meant to lead you where you need to grow, but the paths." She fixed Lila with eyes like well water, dark and depthless. "Requires planting pieces of yourself along the way." The journey began at the wilted cherry tree. Lila placed the first stone in a hollow between its roots, whispering, "I'm scared I'll lose what I love." The stone flared crimson, then sank into the earth. By morning, a single blossom unfurled, petals the color of dawn's first blush, with dew clinging to its heart like liquid courage. Guided by the stone's increasing warmth, Lila wandered into the Wildermere, the ancient forest bordering Bramblebrook where trees wore beards of moss and fireflies spelled out forgotten poems. Theo followed, his pockets full of gingerbread stars for courage, though they both knew he simply couldn't let her go alone. New scene, the symphony of shadows. The forest welcomed them with a hush. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in splintered gold, dappling the ferns that curled like sleeping vipers. Lila's breath caught as the air shifted. A chorus of whispers rose from the moss, harmonizing with the creak of ancient boughs. Theo's hand brushed hers, steadying her as the ground trembled. "It's the trees," he murmured. "They're waking." Ahead, a birch grove arched into a cathedral of peeling silver bark. The stones in Lila's satchel hummed in response, their vibrations syncing with her pulse. She knelt, pressing her palm to the earth. Cold seeped into her skin, carrying images of a sapling's first winter, the ache of frostbite, the stubborn will to survive. "They're afraid too," she realized aloud. Theo crouched beside her, his flower-dusted fingers splaying over the soil. "So are we," he said. The admission hung between them, raw and tender. Deep in the forest they found the weeping river, a stream that flowed uphill, its waters singing a melancholy tune. The fifth stone, onyx-streaked with silver, grew hot in Lila's hand. "What if I'm not enough?" she asked the current. The river stilled. From its depths rose a bridge of lily pads, their edges gilded with light. New scene, the guardian of the weeping river. As they crossed, the water's song shifted, a low, resonant hum that vibrated in their bones. Suddenly the lily pads trembled, and the river's surface rippled into the shape of a woman, her form woven from liquid moonlight. "Who treads on sorrow's back?" the spirit intoned, her voice the crackle of ice over thawing streams. Theo stepped forward, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "Travelers seeking truth." The spirit's gaze fell to the stone in Lila's palm. "Truth requires sacrifice. What will you surrender?" Lila's mind raced. What could a river spirit desire? Then she remembered Granny's words. The path requires planting pieces of yourself. "A memory," she offered. "The first time I felt small." The spirit extended a translucent hand. Lila pressed the stone into it, and the river erupted in a chorus of whispers, voices of every soul who'd ever stood at this brink. The spirit dissolved, leaving behind a single lily pad etched with runes. For remembrance, her echo sighed. Days blended into weeks marked by small surrenders. At the crystal cave where her breath turned to rainbows, Lila left a stone with "I'm tired of being strong." In the meadow where flowers chimed like glass bells, she planted, "I miss who I was." With each admission the stones transformed, not into mere rocks but living things. Jade tendrils sprouted from one, another became a geode cradling a miniature storm. New scene, Theo's token. One evening, as fireflies sketched constellations in the dusk, Lila found Theo kneading dough by their campfire. His hands moved with the same steady care she'd seen him use to mend a sparrow's wing years ago. "You don't have to fix this alone," he said, voice low. From his pocket he withdrew a tarnished silver locket, a twin swan clasp, one wing bent. "My mother's," he murmured. "Found it caught in brambles yesterday. She used to say swans mate for life. That loyalty isn't a chain, it's a choice." Lila turned the locket in her palm. Inside, a faded portrait smiled up, a woman with Theo's crinkled eyes. "She's here," Theo said, nodding to the woods. In the way ferns curled protectively around saplings, in the smell of rain on oak. His thumb brushed her wrist, fleeting as a moth's wing. "You're not the only one growing, Lil." New scene, the fractured oak. 2 days later they encountered an oak split down the middle, its halves held together by knotted ivy. The 11th stone, now the size of a melon, thrummed urgently. Layla approached, her boots sinking into loam that whispered of lightning strikes and regrowth. "Show me," she breathed. The tree's fissure widened, revealing a hollow filled with glowing amber sap. Within it floated a child's wooden doll, its paint worn to ghosts. Mine, Lila realized with a jolt, a toy she'd buried after her mother's death, unable to bear its silent accusation of joy. "I let grief become a cage," she confessed to the splintered wood. The stone melted into the sap, and the oak groaned as its halves knit together, ivy blooming into jasmine that scented the air with forgiveness. The final test came beneath the sentinel tree, an oak so ancient its acorns sprouted tiny clockwork gears. The last stone, now the size of a loaf, its veins a constellation of colors, burned like a coal. Lila's hands shook as she pressed it to the tree's bark. "I'm ready, too." The words tangled in her throat. Wind stirred the leaves into a susurrus of encouragement. Theo squeezed her shoulder, his touch warm as fresh bread. "It doesn't have to be perfect," he murmured. "Just true." "I'm ready to grow," she breathed. The forest inhaled. When the stone dissolved, roots erupted, not from the ground, but from Lila's very shadow. They plunged into the earth, connecting with a network that thrummed with the heartbeat of every living thing. She saw Granny Marnie bottling starlight for headaches, Theo kneading dough while humming lullabies, her own hands tending plants that bloomed in impossible colors. The vision shifted, an older Lila with silver-streaked hair teaching children how to speak to willow trees, her garden now a wild symphony of shapes and scents that danced with the seasons. As the roots retracted, the sentinel tree bloomed. Not with leaves, but with thousands of luminous seeds that drifted down like benevolent fireflies. Where they landed, the forest sighed in recognition. Ferns uncurled into cathedral arches, mushrooms sprouted tiny velvet caps, and the air itself thickened with the green scent of possibility. The walk home was a procession of wonders. Bramblebrook's children raced ahead, giggling as the path bloomed wherever Lila stepped. Marigolds for courage, sage for wisdom, moonflowers that finally closed their petals in the morning light. At her cottage gate the cherry tree stood resplendent, its branches heavy with blossoms in every shade from palest pink to deep burgundy. "It's more," Lila whispered, tears mixing with the petals spiraling down. "Like you," Theo said simply, pressing a gingerbread star into her earth-stained hand. That evening the village gathered in Lila's transformed garden. Fireflies strung themselves into garlands above the laughing crowd. Granny Marnie brewed tea that tasted of answers to unasked questions, while children marveled at rosemary bushes that now grew tiny crystal bells instead of needles. Lila sat beneath her kaleidoscope cherry tree, feeling the new roots within her, not anchors, but bridges connecting who she'd been to who she might become. The stones had been seeds all along, she realized, needing both truth and tenderness to sprout. New scene, the unfolding. As seasons turned, the village adapted to its transformed magic. The blacksmith discovered his rustless nails now sprouted tiny vines when planted, perfect for mending fractured pottery. Children's pearlweed grew into canopies where fireflies nested, their light dimming only for bedtime stories. And Theo, his gingerbread stars began to shimmer faintly, each batch carrying the faintest echo of whatever truth he'd whispered to the dough. One crisp autumn morning, Lila found a sapling by her gate. Its bark swirled like storm clouds, leaves chiming when the wind stirred. Beneath it lay a new stone, opalescent and warm. She smiled, tucking it into her apron. Somewhere beyond the mountains the moon rose, a silver stone in the velvet sky, veined with dreams yet to be planted. And the garden, her beautiful ever-changing garden, hummed its approval as the world gently spun onward. The extensions deepen Lila's emotional journey through encounters with the birch grove and fractured oak, reveal Theo's familial bonds and quiet resilience, and expand the magical ecosystem with sentient forests and communal adaptation. Sensory details, like the birch grove's whispers and the amber sap's scent, immerse readers further, while new challenges reinforce the theme of growth through vulnerability. Each edition interlocks with the existing narrative, enriching the story's tapestry without disrupting its lyrical rhythm. Story 2. Extended story. In the heart of the Whispering Pines, where moonbeams pooled like liquid silver between ancient tree trunks, there lived a young hedgehog named Thistle. Each evening she watched the forest's nightly ritual from her burrow beneath a gnarled oak, fireflies stitching constellations across velvet darkness, badgers shuffling through carpets of rust-colored ferns, and the distant lullaby of willow branches trailing their fingers through the Glassalaff brook. But tonight the wind carried strange whispers. The autumn chill smelled sharp as broken icicles, though the oaks still wore their amber foliage. Thistle's nose twitched, her breath curling into mist as she pressed her paws into the frost-rimed soil. The ground crackled faintly beneath her, a brittle song of winter's premature arrival. "Mama," she murmured, her voice trembling like a spider's web in the wind, "why does frost bloom on the pumpkin vines when the maples haven't shed their cloaks?" Her mother paused in weaving dried lavender into their nest, her claws lingering on the fragrant stalks. The air hummed with the musk of damp earth and the metallic tang of impending snow. "The seasons are quarreling, little one," she said, her eyes shadowed. "The guardian of the threshold must be troubled again." Few spoke of the guardian. It was said to dwell where the oldest roots nodded beneath Blackthorn Hill, keeper of the Tidestone, a crystalline heart that pulsed with the rhythm of the natural world. Thistle's paws prickled with curiosity, a restless itch that traveled up her spine. As the first snowflakes dusted the marigolds, which stubbornly kept their golden petals, she tucked a sprig of protective juniper into her quills and set out, her small frame disappearing into the shifting tapestry of mist and shadow. Enhanced scene, a mother's secret. Before Thistle left, her mother pressed a dried hawthorn berry into her paw. "This carried me through the long frost when I was your age," she whispered, her voice frayed with memory. The air grew thick with the scent of frost-bitten pine as her mother's gaze turned inward. "The cold stole my brother's breath. A morning I found him still as the frozen creek, his paws clutching the last acorn he'd saved for me." Thistle's nose filled with the phantom sting of endless winter, the crunch of lifeless snow underfoot. For weeks the sun was a pale coin behind ash-colored clouds. The earth's song went silent, and even the crows ceased their gossip. Her mother's claws tightened around Thistle's paw. But roots remember warmth, little thorn. This berry's thrum kept my heart beating when the world forgot how to breathe. Thistle felt the berry's ridges like miniature runes, and glimpsed the vulnerability in her mother's gaze she'd never seen before, a crack in her steadfastness that mirrored the fractured earth. The forest hummed with unease. Thistle passed a family of squirrels frantically burying acorns in soil already hardened by premature frost, their claws scraping against earth that rang like iron. Their usual chatter had dissolved into worried clicks, a language of urgency she'd never heard before. A red fox named Ember trotted beside her for a time, his ruddy coat clashing with the unnatural ice glazing the blackberry brambles. "The salmon run upstream in daylight now," he growled, his breath steaming in ragged plumes. "And the northern lights dance where they shouldn't. This imbalance reeks of human meddling." Thistle's ears flicked. "But humans haven't crossed the stone ridge in generations," she said, recalling Elder Mossglimmer's tales of iron bells and offerings left at the old shrine. Ember's muzzle wrinkled. "Their forgetting is a poison too. The stones they carved still weep." He nodded toward a distant slope where the silhouette of a crumbling monolith pierced the sky, its surface etched with weathered runes. "They abandoned their pact, and now the Tidestone pays the price." New scene, the forgotten shrine. As they pressed onward, the path twisted into a clearing, where a stone shrine lay half swallowed by ivy. Lichen crusted the edges of a weathered altar, its surface etched with symbols blurred by time. Ember's tail bristled. "This is where they once knelt," he muttered, pawing at a broken clay vessel cradling long-dried honey. Thistle sniffed, burnt sage and a whisper of cedar smoke lingered, ghosts of rituals past. A rusted bell hung from a skeletal branch, its clapper stilled by centuries. At the shrine's edge, Ember's paw dislodged a small stone pendant from the frozen soil. He stared at it, his breath catching. "My grandfather wore this," he murmured, the fox's usual gruffness softened by awe. The pendant, carved with a spiral symbol, gleamed dully under the overcast sky. He said it held the forest's breath. Ember fastened it around Thistle's neck with uncharacteristic gentleness. "Carry our history forward, hedgehog." The stone lay cold against her chest, its weight a reminder of generations watching. New scene, Ember's memory. Ember halted, his gaze distant. "My grandfather told me of a time when humans knelt here," he said, voice softening. "They'd bring honeycomb and polished stones, whispering promises to the earth, but their footsteps grew scarce and their songs faded. Now their absence is a wound." Thistle's quills tingled as she imagined the forest's old rhythms, disrupted by silence where there once was harmony. Yet as Thistle neared Blackthorn Hill, she found no human footprints, only a jagged crack splitting the hillside, oozing viscous darkness that smelled of burnt rosemary. The Tidestone's glow, normally shifting between spring green and autumn gold, flickered erratically. Before it stood a creature Thistle had only heard in legends, the guardian, its antlers branching like winter-hardened oak, fur rippling through seasons, blossom petals melting into summer wheat, then autumn leaves, then frost. But now its form blurred at the edges, leaves withering as they formed. "Child." The guardian's voice creaked like ancient timber, its syllables weighted with the groan of shifting continents. "The Tidestone weakens, poison seeps from the crack in the world's skin." It gestured with a paw that momentarily became a snowshoe hare's foot, then a bear's. Long ago humans called this place sacred, now their forgetting gnaws at the balance. Thistle's heart thrummed like a hummingbird's wings. How do we mend it? The stone needs 3 songs, root-deep memory from the eldest, courage from the smallest, and light from the between time. The hedgehog thought of Elder Mossglimmer, the ancient box turtle who slept beneath the lichen-crusted dolmen, his shell etched with stories older than the pines. She recalled tiny Lila, a field mouse no taller than a dandelion clock, who'd once faced down an owl to save her siblings, her squeaks echoing with a lion's resolve. And light between times. The fireflies. They emerged at dusk, the threshold between day and night. New scene, the swollen river. Gathering her friends required traversing the disordered forest. Summer thunderstorms crackled over winter-barren meadows, spring saplings pushed through frozen earth, their tender shoots glazed with ice. Bramble, a quick-pawed rabbit, joined first, his nose quivering at the scent of impending hail. The warrens flooded with unseasonal rain, he fretted, water still dripping from his whiskers. My kits haven't tasted dry clover in days, laid on Thistle. New dialogue, Bramble's concern. Bramble nudged a sodden clump of clover. My youngest, her fur isn't thick enough for this cold, he confessed, voice cracking. Thistle watched him tuck a sprig of dried mint into his fur, a remedy for Kit's cough. We'll fix this, she said, touching her paw to his. Bramble's whiskers quivered with fragile hope. As they picked their way through a grove of birch trees, their papery bark peeling in the unrelenting cold, Thistle noticed Bramble pause beside a half-frozen puddle. His reflection stared back, a creature frayed at the edges, but with eyes still bright as chestnuts. We'll mend it, she said softly, nudging him forward. Their path was blocked by Glacialef Brook, now a roaring torrent. Branches and ice chunks churned in its belly. It's too swift to cross, Bramble muttered, ears flattening. But Lila scampered to the water's edge, her tiny paws testing a lattice of frost-strimed roots arched like a bridge. Together, she squeaked. One by one they inched across, Thistle's claws gripping the slick wood, the river's roar vibrating in their bones. New scene, the ice-bound glade. Beyond the river, they stumbled upon a glade encased in glassy ice. Ferns hung suspended mid-sway, their fronds glittering like trapped starlight. Ember sniffed a frozen vole, its expression one of startled flight. Time itself is snared here, he muttered. Lila pressed her ear to the ice. They're screaming, she whispered. Thistle's quills bristled, she heard it too, a muffled chorus of creatures frozen mid-cry. Bramble thumped his foot and the ice shuddered. Cracks spiderwebbed outward, releasing a rush of warmth and the scent of thawing soil. The vole blinked, shook itself, and darted away. The forest fights back, Thistle breathed. They found Lila by Moonwillow Pond, now half-frozen. The mouse stood on hind legs, directing tadpoles to safer waters as ice flowers bloomed across the surface. Hurry, she squeaked, her voice a needle of sound in the crisp air. The frost is alive, it chases them. Thistle watched, awestruck, as Lila darted across thinning ice, her tiny body a blur of determination. When the last tadpole wriggled to safety, the mouse turned, chest heaving. Of course I'll come, she said, though her whiskers trembled. New scene, Layla's secret fear. As they trekked onward, Lila confessed to Thistle, I'm scared of the dark. When the owl took my sister, the shadows swallowed her cries. Thistle nuzzled her gently. But you faced the ice today, she said. Lila's eyes glimmered. Courage isn't the absence of fear, the mouse whispered. It's loving something more than your fear. New scene, shadow in the storm. The storm broke as they climbed Blackthorn Hill. Hail fell in jagged shards. A shadow swooped. Thistle yanked Lila under a toadstool as talons gouged the earth. Gosh, York. Ember snarled. The desperate bird, driven from its migratory path, screeched again. Bramble thumped his hind leg, a distraction, as Nocturna's swarm blazed sudden and fierce. Blinded, the hawk veered skyward. Even predators suffer, Thistle realized, her anger tempered by pity. Elder Mossglimmer required waking from his century-long slumber. Thistle placed an offering of fermented elderberries at the dolmen's base, their sweetness clashing with the tang of petrichor and decay. The ground rumbled as mossy plates shifted, revealing eyes like polished hematite. "Ah," wheezed the turtle, his voice the grind of tectonic plates. The tidestone's song grows faint. "I remember when rivers ran clear as truth." His shell bore carved symbols only the oldest trees could read, a map of lost rivers and the names of stars long fallen. Expanded scene, the elder's tale. As moss glimmer spoke, the air thickened with myrrh and wet clay. Thistle's vision swam. Suddenly she stood in a moonlit grove, surrounded by humans in robes woven from reeds. Their voices rose in a harmonic chant. A girl with storm-cloud eyes pressed her palms to the tidestone, its light pulsing with her song. Then came the acrid stench of forge fires, the clang of iron. The girl screamed as her people turned away. Thistle gasped, the vision dissolving into the taste of salt, tears ancient and fresh. She loved them enough to stay, Moss Glimmer murmured. Thistle's chest ached with the girl's sorrow. Expanded scene, the elder's riddle. Moss Glimmer's eyes, like polished hematite, studied Thistle. To receive the root-deep memory, answer this. What walks on 4 legs at dawn, 2 at noon, and 3 at dusk, yet is neither beast nor man. Thistle's mind raced, the answer from elders' tales. The maple tree, she said. Seedlings crawl, mature trees stand tall, and elders lean on staff roots. The turtle's laugh rumbled like falling stones. Wisdom sprouts in curious hearts. His shell's carvings glowed, releasing the memory song. Last, they sought the fireflies. But their usual meadow now billowed with unseasonal fog, its tendrils coiling around Thistle's legs like spectral serpents. "We're lost," Bramble muttered as the cold bit through his thick fur. Enhanced scene, fireflies dance. "Wait," said Lila. She closed her eyes, tiny paws pressed to the soil. The earth remembers. A faint vibration guided them, the buried path of pilgrim badgers. They emerged into a clearing where fireflies clung to frost-bitten goldenrod. Nocturna's wings buzzed the dirge. "The between time is our cathedral," she intoned. The swarm surged upward, their lights weaving a bridge of twilight, neither day nor night, but the breath between. New scene, Thistle's doubt. As they approached the crack, Thistle faltered. "What if I'm not enough?" she whispered. The guardian's antlers shed maple keys, spiraling into snowflakes. "You carry the forest's heartbeat," it replied. She glanced at Bramble's determination, Lila's clenched paws, and Nocturna's glow. Her chest swelled, she was never alone. New scene, the final trial. The crack's darkness lashed out, tendrils snaring Bramble's hind leg. He thrashed, ice crusting his fur. "Sing, Thistle." Ember barked, lunging to gnaw at the shadow. Lila scrambled atop Moss Glimmer's shell, her voice piercing the chaos with a lullaby of spring buds unfurling. Thistle pressed her paws to the tidestone, pouring every memory, her mother's berry, the shrine's whispers, the vole's freed cry, into the stone. The darkness recoiled, hissing like steam on coals. The return journey tested them all. The crack's darkness spread tendrils like greedy vines. Elder Moss Glimmer chanted low words that made stones vibrate. Lila sang the song of first snow melting. As they reached the tidestone, Nocturna's swarm swirled into a helix of light, dusk made solid. "Now, Thistle," rasped the guardian. The hedgehog pressed her paws to the tidestone. Images flooded her, ancient forests breathing, humans leaving offerings, the web connecting bud to decay. She poured this memory into the crack, along with Bramble's hope, Lila's compassion, and the firefly's glow. With a sound like mountains sighing, the crack sealed. The tidestone's light stabilized into amber. Winter's grip loosened, frost retreated, leaves drifted properly. The guardian's form settled into a badger-like shape with star-flecked fur. Balance is not stillness but respectful exchange. Remember this. New reflection, Thistle's realization. Standing before the healed tidestone, Thistle felt the forest's pulse sync with her heartbeat. She thought of the shrine's dormant magic, the hawk's hunger, the girl's enduring love. Balance wasn't perfection, it was the constant tending of connections. As dawn warmed her back, she understood every creature was both keeper and kept. New scene, the feast of renewal. By the healed Glassalaf brook, creatures gathered. Squirrels offered acorn bread, fireflies lit the canopy, and even the goshawk dropped fresh juniper berries. Elder Mossglimmer hummed a tectonic lullaby as Thistle's mother wove lavender crowns. No single paw holds the balance, the guardian observed, its form now a steady badger shape. Thistle nibbled a hawthorn berry, its tartness sweetened by shared laughter. As the group returned home, dawn broke, true dawn, peach gold and gradual. They found the forest healing, squirrels sharing acorns, icicles feeding the brook. At Thistle's burrow, her mother smiled at the juniper sprig in her quills. "You've brought the spring back," she murmured. "Not just me," Thistle yawned. Through the doorway she watched friends depart, Bramble shaking snow from his ears, Lila riding Nocturna, Mossglimmer buried in mud. That night, as proper autumn settled its cinnamon-scented cloak over the woods, the guardian visited Thistle's dreams. She saw generations tending bonds, wolves pruning herds, mushrooms whispering between trees, humans planting groves. "Nothing is separate," hummed the stars. Years later, when Thistle's kits asked why they left berries for beetles, she'd say, "We're notes in the earth's breathing. Every kindness ripples." On the clearest nights you might hear the forest's chorus, roots creaking, streams chuckling, the stone heart beating below. It sings of balance tended by tiny paws, and a world that remembers how to heal when loved. Story 3. Extended story. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills of heather, where the air hummed with the scent of wild thyme and chimney smoke, there lived a girl named Lila. Her hands were always speckled with paint, ochre from sunsets, moss green from forest ferns, and her pockets bulged with curious stones smoothed by creek beds and whispered secrets. The villagers clucked about her odd collections, muttering about practicality as they patched roofs and churned butter. But Lila's grandmother, a woman with eyes like cracked amber and fingers knotted from decades of knitting, had once told her, "The world sings loudest to those who bother to listen." Those words curled like a talisman in Lila's heart, even after her grandmother's chair sat empty by the hearth. Lila's stones were more than trinkets, each bore the weight of a memory. The flinty gray one, ridged like a thumbprint, had been pressed into her palm the day her grandmother taught her to read the clouds. The rose quartz, warm even in winter, came from the creek where they'd once picnicked on blackberry tarts. Now, when loneliness crept in, Lila would close her fist around a stone and imagine her grandmother's voice threading through the rustle of oak leaves outside her window. Her most treasured hours were spent in the crooked attic of her family's cottage, its sloped ceiling braced by oak beams that groaned like old sailors in a storm. Shafts of sunlight pierced through warped glass panes, revealing dancing dust motes above trunks of forgotten things. A bride's moth-eaten veil, a spyglass tarnished salt blue, a music box that played a tune none could name. One drizzly afternoon, while tracing the carvings on an old wardrobe, roses and wolves entwined in a dance no craftsman could replicate, Lila's knee sank into a soft spot in the floorboards. Beneath a rug the color of dried blood, she pried up a loose plank, her breath hitching as her fingers brushed something cool and impossibly light. The quilt unfolded like a sigh, its fabric shimmering like spider silk kissed by dew. But there was more. Woven into its folds was the tang of her grandmother's lavender sachet, the crispness of frost on autumn apples. The room seemed to inhale, the very walls leaning closer as the quilt expanded, patches blooming. Silver birches stitched with moonlight, a brook of rippling blue velvet, fireflies embroidered with beads that glimmered like trapped stars. When Lila wrapped it around her shoulders, the attic dissolved not with a roar, but a whisper, as if the world were a page being gently turned. The twilight glade smelled of pine resin and candied violets, yes, but also of damp earth after first rain, a scent that made Lila's throat tighten with a memory she couldn't place. The grass beneath her feet wasn't just soft, it pulsed, warm and alive, as though the ground itself had a heartbeat. A voice piped up from a tangle of roots. "Well, you're a sight less pointy than the last one." Bramble the hedgehog emerged, his quills glazed amber, but Lila noticed the chip in his left ear and the way he favored his right paw. "Keeper of thresholds at your service," he said, bowing. "Though I've been called a walking pincushion by less polite company." As they trekked, Bramble revealed slivers of his past between nibbles of mushroom caps. The last keeper, a troll with a penchant for limericks, dreadful rhymes, but he could mend a fractured portal with a sneeze. His chuckle faded. "The quilt hasn't chosen anyone in ages. Worlds grow lonely, you know." He paused, paw tracing the notch in his ear. This, a souvenir from the shattered veil, tried to stitch a rift closed mid-tempest. Got the job done, but the winds had teeth that day. Lila's chest tightened, imagining Bramble alone in a storm of howling threads. Hoot Think Blot Owl joined them in the Valley of Clockwork Flowers, a place where petals clicked like winding gears and stems sprouted cogs instead of thorns. "Misplaced my spectacles again," Hoot grumbled, his compass eye spinning. "Last saw them near the Hourglass Dunes, or was it the Thimble Marsh?" Lila spotted the spectacles perched atop his head but said nothing, savoring the owl's flustered dignity. Their detour to the Thimble Marsh became a lesson in patience. The marsh buzzed with paper-winged insects that spelled riddles in the air, and Hoot, despite his bluster, hesitated at the water's edge. "Can't abide soggy feathers," he muttered. Bramble nudged him forward with a snort, but Lila knelt, sketching a lily pad in the air with her paint-stained thumb. The ink rippled, solidifying into stepping stones. Hoot blinked, then hooted softly, a sound like a key turning in a long-rusted lock. New trials tested bonds as much as wit. In the murmuring caves, walls echoed not sound, but intent. "Don't think of cheese," Bramble warned as the trio edged through narrow passages. Lila bit her lip, her mind treacherously conjuring wedges of goat cheese from the village market. The cave floor sprouted a sticky, golden ooze that clung to their feet like regret. Hoot, with a rare flash of clarity, muttered, "Focus on what binds us, not what slows us." Layla gripped Bramble's paw and Hoot's feather, envisioning her grandmother's hands guiding a needle. The ooze hardened into a path of sugared glass, crunching underfoot like winter's first frost. Later they encountered a river of ink, its current thick and wordless. "Stories drowned here," Hoot said, his compass eye dim. Bramble prodded the banks, where half-formed letters washed up like driftwood. Layla knelt, her paint-stained fingers dipping into the void. She sketched a daisy in the air, a trick her grandmother had taught her to banish nightmares. The ink rippled, then reshaped into a bridge of swirling runes, each plank a sentence waiting to be spoken aloud. "You've her touch," Bramble said quietly, watching the runes glow. Lila froze. "Your grandmother, she wandered here once long ago, left a patch of midnight lilies near the weaver's spire." Lila's eyes burned. The revelation curled into her like a root finding soil, anchoring her to this world and the last. New section, The Shattered Veil's Tempest. Bramble halted at the edge of a chasm where the air crackled with static, the ground splintered into jagged shards. "The veil," he muttered, quills trembling. Above them the sky writhed, a tapestry of storm clouds stitched with lightning. Wind screamed like 1,000 looms unraveling at once, carrying echoes of laughter and shattered glass. Lila's boots crunched on gravel that hissed and dissolved into smoke. "Stay close," Hoot warned, his compass eye spinning wildly. The veil reshapes itself to feed on fear. Bramble's breaths came shallow, his paw pressing the chipped notch in his ear. "Last time the tempest tore threads faster than I could mend them. The troll." He trailed off, but Lila understood. A gale ripped through, scattering them. Lila lunged for Bramble as the ground beneath him fractured. "Hold on," she shouted, but her voice was swallowed by the storm. Pain-stained fingers fumbled for a stone in her pocket, the flinty gray one. She pressed it to the chaos, channeling her grandmother's voice. "Mend the seam, not the tear," the stone flared, stitching light into the void. Bramble scrambled up, eyes wide. "How did you?" "You're not alone this time," she said, gripping his paw. Together they painted the air with ochre and moss green, their strokes weaving a lattice of roots and starlight. Hoot soared above, his spectacles gleaming as he navigated the maelstrom. Where the veil's teeth bit deepest, Lila planted seeds from her pocket, pebbles imbued with memories of her grandmother's steady hands. They bloomed into anchors, holding the fraying edges together. When the storm stilled, the chasm was bridged by a patchwork of light and stone. Bramble stared at his reflection in a shard of calm. "He'd have liked you," he said softly. "The troll." New section, the Midnight Lily Grove. Bramble led them to a grove where flowers bloomed under a starless sky, their petals black as spilled ink but edged with silver, like stitches in the dark. "She planted these," Bramble said, nudging a lily with his snout. "Said they'd grow where hope felt thin." Lila crouched, brushing a petal. It hummed, releasing a scent, charcoal and chamomile, her grandmother's shawl after evenings by the fire. A memory surfaced, her grandmother's voice husky and warm. "Some stories need darkness to bloom." Hoot fluttered to a stone plinth at the grove's center, his talons clicking against glyphs. "The Weaver's Spire isn't just a place," he intoned, compass eye whirring. "It's a reckoning. The loom weighs hearts, not hands." Lila's pulse quickened. Bramble flicked a quill. Last time I was here, the spire nearly unraveled my shadow. Still can't shake the chill." His bravado faltered, and Lila realized how small he looked beneath the lily's glow. New section, the Unraveled Bridge. The path to the spire crossed a chasm bridged by threads, some taut, others frayed. "Mind the gaps," Hoot warned. "Step on a broken strand, and you'll forget why you're here." Bramble inched forward, quills bristling. Halfway across, a thread snapped. Hoot swooped, catching Bramble's paw as the hedgehog dangled over oblivion. "I've got you," Hoot rasped, straining. Lila lunged, sketching a new thread with a burst of ochre paint. It held barely. "Why risk this?" Lila panted as they collapsed on solid ground. Bramble avoided her gaze. "The quilt's keeper, it's more than duty, it's family. The troll, he was like a father. When the veil took him, I swore I'd guard the thresholds till someone worthy came." He glanced at Lila. "Took longer than I'd hoped." The tower's spinning wheel loomed, its cobwebs strung with fractured tails. The weaver's echo wailed, "The pattern is lost." Layla's chest ached. What if her stories weren't enough? What if the loom rejected her mended patches, her clumsy stitches? She glanced at Bramble, who'd sacrificed a quill for kindling when frost bit too deep, and who'd navigated them through starless nights. Ordinary courage, ordinary kindness. Threading her needle with hair and memory, Lila stitched not just their journey, but the spaces between. Bramble's snoring during naps, Hoot's off-key humming, the way the quilt smelled like home when dawn felt too far. The loom shuddered, then sang, golden thread spiraling into a tapestry where thistles cradled compasses and hedgehogs wore crowns of dandelion fluff. Back in the attic, Lila added new patches, a spectacled owl peering mischievously from a pocket, a hedgehog napping in a crescent moon. The quilt, now heavier with tales, never again became a meadow. Yet on winter nights, children who bundled under it would wake giggling about dreams of talking owls, or find their cheeks dusted with pollen from unseen flowers. And in the village where people once scoffed at painted hands and stone-filled pockets, they began leaving trinkets on Lila's windowsill, a broken clock, a faded ribbon, a diary with empty pages. Old Man Harrow, the blacksmith who'd once called her whimsy nonsense, left a horseshoe scorched with runes. For the quilt, they'd murmur, avoiding her gaze. Lila smiled, stitching each offering into the growing mosaic, for she'd learned that wonder is contagious, and even the most threadbare heart could hold a universe. New section, The Gift of the Harrow. One frost-edged morning, Lila found Old Man Harrow lingering by her gate, his calloused hands twisting a scrap of burlap. "My wife," he began, voice graveled with emotion. She believed in, well, this. He thrust the bundle at her. Inside lay a tarnished locket, its hinge broken. She wore it daily, said it held the sound of the sea. His gruffness wavered. "Might be it belongs in your quilt." Lila fastened the locket to a patch of starlit ocean. That night villagers swore they heard distant waves echoing from the attic, and Harrow, passing by, paused to wipe his eyes. New section, The Unseen Bloom. Years later, a child tugged Lila's sleeve, pointing to a corner of the quilt where Bramble's likeness slept. "Is he real?" Lila smiled. "Realer than rain." As the child traced the stitches, a dandelion seed drifted from the fabric, landing in her palm. She blew, and somewhere in a glade pulsing with life, a hedgehog sneezed, then grinned. Story 4. Extended story. In a valley cupped between mountains that wore their snow like powdered sugar, there lived a girl named Mira, whose hands could coax color from the earth. Her cottage, a crooked little thing with a roof of moss-choked shingles, sat at the edge of a meadow where fireflies scribbled golden poems in the dusk. Inside, the air hung thick with the resinous scent of drying herbs, sage's earthy musk, rosemary's pine-like sharpness, and the melancholy sweetness of last summer's honeysuckle, preserved in amber jars lining the windowsills. At night, the cottage creaked like an old woman settling into bed, its timbers whispering secrets to the wind. Mira often traced the grooves of the wooden shelves, worn smooth by generations of hands, as if the grain itself held the valley's memories. When anxiety coiled in her chest, she'd press her palm to an amber jar, its surface cool and faintly sticky with crystallized nectar, and imagine her grandmother's voice. "Preservation isn't about stopping time, little wren. It's about savoring its sweetness." The true magic of Willowmere Valley lived in the glassroot garden, a spiraling labyrinth of hedges that bloomed crystalline flowers when tended by a willing heart. Mira's grandmother had been its last caretaker, singing lullabies to the pearlescent tulips until their petals chimed like wind chimes. On quiet nights, Mira could still feel the ghost of her calloused hands guiding her own, gently, little wren. Even stone remembers kindness, but since her passing, the garden had grown sullen. Frost veined its leaves despite the summer heat, and the once melodious blooms now clattered like broken crockery. Villagers whispered that the garden mirrored its keeper's soul, and Mira, clutching her grandmother's tattered gardening gloves, felt the weight of their glances. "It's not the same without her," she confessed one evening to a maple tree whose branches cradled a family of drowsy sparrows. The tree responded by shaking a single crimson leaf into her palm, its edges gilded with early autumn. Mira tucked it into her apron pocket like a secret, unaware that across the meadow, a boy named Cale paused in mending his fishing nets to watch her. He'd always wondered why she avoided the garden paths where they'd once raced as children, her laughter scattering like apple blossoms. He remembered the way her grandmother would press a sprig of lemon balm into his palm when nightmares plagued him, her touch as steady as river stones. Now his own hands, rough from hauling nets, itched to smooth the garden's frayed edges, if only she'd let him. New scene, Cale's memory. One afternoon, as Cale gathered willow switches by the brook, a memory surfaced. His grandfather's hands, knotted and sure, weaving iron into the garden's hidden arches. A structure's strength lies in its flexibility, the old man had said, snapping a dry switch to prove his point. Bend without breaking, boy, that's how we endure. Cale's throat tightened. He'd been 12 when the river claimed his grandfather, the same year Mira's grandmother had fallen ill. The garden's decline had felt like losing them both. He glanced toward Mira's cottage, smoke curling weakly from its chimney, and wondered if she knew how much of her grandmother's laughter had been braided into the garden's roots, or how his grandfather's ironwork still hummed beneath the ivy. Her resistance hardened until the day a silver fox limped into her meadow, its paw cradled against its chest. Moonlight rippled across its pelt as it spoke in a voice like creek water over stones. Little gardener, your fear has salted the earth. The creature nodded toward the glassroot garden, where thorns now twisted through the hedges like barbed wire. Mira's breath hitched. She hadn't planted those. I don't know how to fix it, she admitted, kneading her grandmother's gloves until the leather creaked. The fox's eyes held constellations, ancient and patient. Nor do you need to, it said gently. But perhaps you might learn with it. Reluctantly, Mira followed. Morning dew soaked her boots as they traversed fields where spiderwebs hung like abandoned harps, their silk thrumming with the weight of trapped sunlight. The garden's iron gates groaned open, revealing a path littered with shattered quartz petals. Where once there had been harmony, now jagged ice stalactites dripped from arches, and the air tasted of unspoken apologies. New scene, the corruption. In the garden's northern quadrant, Mira stumbled upon a patch of earth where the soil had turned gray and brittle, as if scorched by invisible fire. The fox nudged her forward. This is your doing, it murmured. Fear left untended becomes a poison. Mira knelt, her fingers sinking into the ashen dirt. A vision flashed herself night after night, sealing jars with trembling hands, whispering, stay, 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 to petals that craved the release of decay. The ground hissed, releasing a plume of bitter smoke. How do I undo it? She pleaded. The fox's tail brushed her wrist, with the same hands that caused it. Begin here, the fox urged, nosing a patch of soil where a single moonflower struggled through frost. Mira knelt, gloves hovering. Memories surged, her grandmother's laughter as they painted rainbows with water prisms, the way she'd hum off-key ballads to nervous saplings. You're overwatering the marigolds again, the old woman had teased, pointing at the sodden earth. They're desert souls, Mira. Let them thirst a little. Tentatively, Mira pressed her bare hands into the earth. The ground sighed. Tendrils of warmth curled around her fingers as the soil shifted, revealing a knot of roots glowing faintly blue. It's afraid, Mira realized aloud. The roots trembled in confirmation. You miss her too. A shiver ran through the garden, ice cracking from branches like shattered armor. Tears blurred Mira's vision as she cradled the roots. So do I. Something loosened in her chest. The moonflower unfurled one creamy petal, its edges trembling as if testing the air. New scene, old Marin's honey. When Mira returned to the cottage, she found old Marin waiting, a jar of honey cradled in his gnarled hands. For the soil, he grunted. The honey glowed like liquid sun, its warmth seeping through the glass. Bees remember, he added cryptically. As Mira stirred a spoonful into the gray earth, the honey hissed and sparkled, dissolving the ash into a rich, loamy scent. They remember sunlight, she whispered, understanding. Old Marin nodded, his smile a crease in a weathered face. Over weeks the fox returned each dawn, its presence a quiet challenge. Mira learned to listen rather than command, to trace the garden's aches through veins of luminescent moss, to hum when words felt too heavy. She discovered a thicket where roses bloomed black until she acknowledged her grief. Their petals blushed crimson when she whispered, "I miss you," to the wind. One afternoon she found Kale repairing a collapsed trellis, his hands steady as he wove new supports from willow switches. "They need something flexible," he explained, avoiding her gaze. Rigidity breaks, flexibility bends. The trellis, when finished, cradled a fledgling wisteria that chimed like bells in the breeze. "You've done this before," Mira observed, watching him secure a tendril with practiced ease. Kale's cheeks flushed. "My grandfather taught me. He helped build the garden's bones, said the best structures aren't seen, only felt." He nodded to the hedges, where shadows of old ironwork hid beneath ivy. "He used to say gardens need both hands and heart. Guess I'm just lending my hands." Mira studied the calluses on his palms, the dirt beneath his nails. For the first time she noticed the scar curling around his thumb, a pale thread from a long-ago fishing hook. "You've been coming here without me," she realized. Someone had to. He shrugged, but his eyes held no accusation. "The garden's not just yours, you know. It remembers all of us." New scene, the argument. Days later, they clashed over a collapsed archway. "We need to replace the iron," Kale insisted, hefting a rusted beam. Mira shook her head. "The ivy's holding it. Cutting it will hurt the roots." Their voices rose, echoing through the garden until the fox appeared, tail lashing. "Pride is a brittle foundation," it chided. Mira stormed off, but by twilight she found Kale grafting ivy onto new supports, his hands careful and conciliatory. "Flexibility," he offered, and she handed him the shears. Yet progress wavered. One frost-stitched morning, Mira found the garden's heart, a great willow whose branches wept glass tears. "It's too much," she choked, shoulders sagging. The tree's reflection in the icy pond below showed her own face, drawn and weary. "Is it?" The fox emerged, pelt dusted with snowflakes. "Or is it that you've been digging alone?" The next day villagers arrived bearing offerings. Old Marin, the beekeeper, brought jars of sunlight captured in honey that hummed when uncorked. Lila, the weaver's daughter, tied lullabies written on birch bark to shivering saplings. Even crotchety Joran, who'd scowled at Mira all winter, arrived with a flute carved from elderwood to ease knotted roots. Kale brought spools of gossamer thread to brace fragile stems. "My grandfather helped plant this garden," he said, securing a drooping lily with tender precision. "It remembers kindnesses." Mira's hands still faltered. She snapped a fragile stem while pruning, its sap bleeding silver. "I'm no good at this," she whispered, sucking a cut on her palm. The willow extended a branch, dipping its leaves into the pond. Ripples revealed not her face, but her grandmother kneeling in mud-stained skirts, grinning as a sapling wobbled in her grip. "You think I never split a root ball," the memory seemed to say. "Ruined 3 roses before I learned to trust the soil." Mira's laugh came out watery. New scene, the fox's revelation. That night the fox led Mira to a forgotten alcove where a mosaic of shattered glass shimmered. "This was my failure," it said, its voice tinged with centuries. "I once believed beauty required permanence." The shards shifted, reflecting Mira's face, then her grandmother's, then a dozen others, each tending the garden across eras. "The garden thrives not by avoiding decay," the fox murmured, "but by embracing the art of becoming." Winter deepened its hold. On the solstice, as villagers lit lanterns shaped like dandelion puffs, the garden staged its rebellion. A blizzard howled through, shearing ice daggers from the willow. Mira stood shin-deep in snow, shouting herself hoarse at the storm. "You can't have it, you can't take everything." Exhausted, she collapsed against the tree. Its bark warmed beneath her cheek. Deep in the roots a pulse began, thud-thud, thud-thud, matching her heartbeat. The storm stilled. Mira closed her eyes. When had she last let herself rest? The answer came in her grandmother's voice. "You're trying to water flowers with an empty jug, little wren." Slowly, deliberately, Mira began to unbutton her winter coat. The cold stole her breath, needling through wool and flesh alike. She pressed both palms to the frozen earth. "I'm scared," she confessed. The garden sighed. "I don't want to forget her, don't want to become someone she wouldn't recognize." Ice cracked as the willow bent, its branches knitting a canopy overhead. But maybe that's not how it works. Something green and tender unfurled in her chest. The roots glowed brighter. When dawn came, the villagers found Mira asleep beneath the willow, her hair frosted with snowdrops. The tree's branches cradled her like a promise, its tears now clear as morning dew. Around them the garden breathed anew, frost receding to reveal emerald moss, ice transmuting to dewdrops on spider silk, and everywhere, the delicate chime of crystal petals waltzing in the breeze. Spring did not come gently that year. It arrived as a symphony of mismatched instruments, croaking frogs tuning their throats, seed pods popping like percussive laughter, the fox's vulpine chuckle as it chased sunbeams through the hedges. Mira still pressed flowers into books, but now she left space for new specimens. Her hands, once rigid with certainty, learned the grace of improvisation, when to prune, when to let grow wild. On Midsummer's Eve, as fireflies penned their luminous sonnets above the meadow, Mira placed her grandmother's gloves in a wooden chest. Beside them she laid a moonflower seed pod, a spool of Kale's gossamer thread, and the maple leaf that had first hinted at autumn's approach. The garden, sensing the gesture, sent a tendril of jasmine through her window, its scent sweet and forgiving. "You'll change again," she told the blossom, brushing a finger along its petals. "And so will I." Outside, the willow shook its branches in a rain of liquid light. Kale stood at the edge of the meadow, a basket of fresh-cut willow switches in hand. "For the next storm," he said, and Mira knew he meant more than the weather. Somewhere in the valley, a silver fox smiled beneath a moon that had seen countless transformations, and found each one worthy of its glow. New additions. Kale's memory reveals his grandfather's teachings and parallels his journey with Mira's. The corruption scene demonstrates Mira's fear physically harming the garden, requiring communal healing. Old Marin's honey expands the villagers' roles with sensory-rich magic. The argument develops Mira and Kale's relationship through conflict and resolution. The fox's revelation adds depth to the garden's history and the fox's role as a timeless guide. Story 5. Extended story. In the heart of the Glimmerwood, where sunlight dripped like honey through leaves and rivers hummed lullabies against smooth stones, there lived a hedgehog named Thistle. Her spines held dewdrops longer than most, as though the forest itself wished to adorn her, and her paws knew every mossy trail between the sentinel oaks, ancient trees whose bark shimmered with veins of silver. Though Thistle's days were spent gathering chamomile blossoms and mending spider silk tapestries torn by mischievous breezes, her nights were filled with stories. Her grandmother had whispered tales of the storm shapers, beings woven from root and rainfall who danced atop thunderclouds to spin the seasons into being. But tonight the air tasted wrong. Thistle paused beneath a maple tree, her nose twitching at a scent like burnt lavender. The usual symphony of crickets had been replaced by a taut silence, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig underfoot, brittle as old bone. Autumn had painted the glimmerwood in russet and gold just days before, yet now the wind carried a sticky, green heat that clung to her fur like sap. Fireflies flickered anxiously above wilting ferns, their golden glints dimmed as if smothered by the thickening air. The creek's song had shrunk to a throaty whisper, its pebbles slick with an oily residue that coated Thistle's paws, leaving them tingling unpleasantly. High above, plum-dark clouds clouded the sky, their bellies lit by silent flashes. Not the gentle storms that nursed saplings, but something jagged, hungry. Bramble. Thistle called softly, patting the hollow log where her dearest friend, a fox with fur the color of twilight, often napped. Her voice wavered, betraying a fear she seldom acknowledged, the fear of being too small, too ordinary, to mend what was breaking. The storm. "Isn't ours," Bramble finished, emerging with ears flat. His tail swept the ground, scattering pine needles. "The storm shapers wouldn't let the seasons fray like this, unless—" He hesitated, glancing at the trembling canopy. "Unless they've gone silent." Thistle noticed the way Bramble's claws dug into the soil, a habit he'd had since kithood when shadows loomed too large. She'd always envied his courage, but now she saw the tension in his shoulders, the weight of a memory he'd never shared. "You've seen this before," she ventured. Bramble's amber eyes darkened. "Once long ago, a season that wouldn't end, a silence that cost dearly." He shook himself, as if dislodging the past. "But that's a tale for another time. We need Moonshadow." The forest's oldest map lived in the mind of Elder Moonshadow, an owl whose feathers held the patina of centuries. Thistle and Bramble found him perched in the cedar sanctum, a grove where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of parchment. The sanctum's floor was carpeted in lichen that crunched underfoot, releasing a sharp, citrus scent that made Thistle's eyes water. Moonlight filtered through the twisted branches above, casting lace-like shadows over Moonshadow's talons, which gripped his perch like gnarled roots. "Ah," Moonshadow rasped, his voice a dry rustle of autumn leaves. "You feel it too," the wheel stuck mid-turn. His milky eyes seemed to peer beyond the glade, into the tangled threads of time. Long ago, the storm-shapers nested in the area of echoes, where wind carved stone into flutes, but none have seen their light since the last sowing. "What happened then?" Thistle asked, leaning forward. The question spilled out too quickly, edged with the desperation of one who'd built her courage on stories now crumbling. Moonshadow's beak clicked. A sapling forgot its roots. The storm shapers poured too much spring into the soil, leaving summer brittle and autumn adrift. Balance frayed, and they retreated. Now, without their song, the seasons will crumble. He tilted his head, moonlight glossing his wings. But memory lingers in places the sun still touches. Seek the chamber of whispers. Listen. The journey steepened as the forest nodded into wilder magic. Thistle and Bramble traversed meadows where flowers chimed like glass, their petals ringing softly against Thistle's spines as she brushed past. The sound resonated in her chest, a fragile music that made her think of her grandmother's laughter. They crossed bridges spun from dandelion fluff, each step releasing a cloud of seeds that tickled Bramble's nose and clung to his fur like snowflakes. At the edge of a river frothing with unnatural heat, they offered blueberries to a spirit with a body of liquid amber and a voice like cracking ice. "Passage requires more than fruit," the spirit hissed, its form rippling, reflecting distorted glimpses of their faces. "What memory will you surrender?" Thistle's breath caught. Her grandmother's face flickered in her mind, a smile woven from starlight, hands teaching her to mend tapestries, the scent of lavender oil she used to polish her needles. "Take this," Bramble said suddenly, pulling a claw-tipped feather from his fur. A token from the first storm I weathered alone. The spirit snatched it, and the waters stilled. As they waded through, Thistle's paws sank into silt that whispered of drowned forests and lost songs. New scene, the weeping willow. Beyond the river, they stumbled upon a willow whose branches sagged under the weight of weeping amber sap. Its leaves, once vibrant, now hung like tarnished coins. A family of sparrows nested in its hollow, their feathers dulled to ash. The tree mourns, Bramble murmured, pressing a paw to its trunk. Its roots are poisoned by the stagnant seasons. Thistle's whiskers twitched. She plucked a spool of spider silk from her satchel, a mending thread infused with moonlight. Let me try. With deft movements, she wove the silk around the trunk, stitching cracks where sap oozed. The willow shuddered, then sighed, its branches lifting slightly. The sparrows trilled a frail but hopeful note. Bramble watched, his gaze softening. "You've your grandmother's hands," he said, and Thistle felt a warmth bloom in her chest, fragile as a bud in frost. New scene, the thorn maze. As dusk fell, the path ahead split into a labyrinth of thorns, their barbed tendrils twitching like skeletal fingers. The air hummed with a low, menacing drone. "They feed on fear," Bramble warned, his fur bristling. "Focus on what steadies you." Thistle closed her eyes, recalling her grandmother's voice. "Courage is a stitch repeated, not a single thread." She breathed in the tang of chamomile from her satchel and stepped forward. The thorns recoiled at her touch, repelled by the resolve in her pulse. Bramble followed, his breath sinking with hers, until the maze unraveled into a clearing bathed in starlight. New scene, the forgotten grove. Beyond the maze lay a grove trapped in a fractured moment. A cherry tree bloomed pink beside a frost-laden oak, while summer fireflies circled winter's brittle grass. Time here was a shattered mirror, each shard reflecting a different season. A young stag stood frozen mid-leap, his antlers tangled in ivy and icicles. "The heart tree's sickness spreads," Bramble muttered, his breath misting in the incongruent chill. Thistle approached the stag, her paws crunching autumn leaves beneath spring's blossoms. She pressed a chamomile bud to the ivy, humming a tune her grandmother used to sing to saplings. The ivy loosened, melting into the soil as the stag shook free, his eyes clearing. He bowed low, then bounded into the shifting woods, his hooves stitching the fractured seasons into coherence. "You're learning to speak the forest's language," Bramble said, pride threading his voice. Expanded emotional depth. Bramble paused, his ears flicking. "You're thinking of her again," he said, not unkindly. Thistle nodded. "She'd have known what to do. I'm just stitching patches over cracks." "Patches hold worlds together," Bramble replied, his voice rough. "After the last sowing, I wandered for moons, certain I'd failed the forest. But cracks let light in, even broken things grow." Thistle studied him, the scar along his flank, the feather's absence in his fur. "What happened to the sapling you couldn't save?" Bramble's tail twitched. "It was my first vigil. I hesitated, afraid the storm's fury would claim me. By dawn, the sapling was ash. The forest doesn't forget, but perhaps it forgives." His eyes met hers, raw with honesty. "Your grandmother once told me redemption grows in the doing, not the dwelling." New scene, the echoing caves. The path to the Chamber of Whispers wound through caverns where stalactites dripped liquid moonlight. Thistle's claws clicked against stone as Bramble sniffed the damp air. "Wait," he growled. A shadow detached from the wall, a stone guardian, moss clinging to its joints, eyes glowing like embers. "Prove your worth," it intoned, voice grinding like tectonic plates. Thistle stepped forward, spines quivering. "We seek to mend, not take." The guardian's gaze shifted to Bramble. "And you, will you falter again?" Bramble's hackles rose, but Thistle touched his paw. "He carries his failures as I carry my thread, to weave something stronger." The guardian's eyes dimmed, and it crumbled into a staircase ascending into the dark. "We're close," Bramble murmured as the trees thinned. Ahead a granite slope rose, its face split by a crevice veiled in ivy. From within came a sound like 100 sighing voices. The chamber of whispers was neither dark nor light, but a twilight suspended. Bioluminescent moss coated the walls, casting a blue-green glow over pools of still water that reflected fractured glimpses of the past. A fawn's first steps, a maple seed spiraling to earth, a storm-shaper's tear freezing mid-fall. The air tasted of elderberries and iron, metallic and sweet. In the center stood a stone plinth, and upon it, a leaf. Thistle whispered. Not just any leaf. It was autumn incarnate, crimson bleeding to gold, veins etched in silver, edges curled like a sleeping moth. When Thistle reached out, the chamber shivered. Tilda, a sapling's first breath, unfurling in a rainstorm. Tilda, the storm shapers, luminous as dawn, weaving frost into winter's cloak. Tilda, a child's laughter, echoing where the river meets the sky. Tilda. Memories, not her own, flooded Thistle's mind. She saw the storm shapers, tall, wisp-limbed, their bodies rippling with storm-cloud grays and blossom pinks, gather around a tree whose roots plunged into starless depths. They sang, and the tree sang back, its branches heavy with glimmering orbs, seasons waiting to bloom. But one orb cracked, spilling endless spring. The tree shuddered, the storm shaper's light dimmed. "They're grieving," Thistle realized aloud, her voice echoing with the chamber's sorrow. "The heart tree is sick, they think they broke it." Bramble nosed the leaf. "But the tree isn't gone. Look." His breath stirred the leaf, revealing a seed nestled at its base, tiny but pulsing with soft light. The area of echoes was a crown of jagged spires, each hollowed by wind into haunting flutes that moaned with every gust. The climb left Thistle's paws raw, the stone biting even through her calluses. At its peak, the storm shapers drifted like wraiths, their forms flickering. Before them loomed the heart tree, its trunk split, leafless branches clawing the sky. New scene, the climb. Halfway up, Thistle's paw slipped, sending a scree of pebbles into the abyss. Bramble lunged, gripping her scruff with his teeth. "Steady," he growled, hauling her onto a ledge. Her heart pounded, but his breath, warm and familiar, anchored her. "Why did you really come?" she asked, trembling. He hesitated. "I once watched a sapling die because I waited too long to act. I won't watch this forest fade." Thistle touched his shoulder. "Then we climbed together." New scene, the storm shaper's lament. At the summit, the storm shapers' song was a dirge, their forms translucent as mist. Thistle approached one whose light flickered like a dying ember. "You didn't fail," she whispered. "The tree remembers how to grow." The storm shaper's voice trembled. "We feared to prune, to let decay nourish new life." "Balance requires both," Thistle said, recalling the willow's amber tears. "Even endings have purpose." "Wait." Thistle cried as the storm shapers turned, their eyes lightning bright. Her spines quivered, but she stood firm, cradling the seed. The tree, it left a seed. It wants to grow again. One storm shaper drifted closer, its voice a distant rumble. "We gave too much. The balance failed." "Balance isn't perfection," Bramble said, stepping forward, his tail brushing Thistle's paw in solidarity. "It's tending, mending." Thistle placed the seed in the cracked earth. "Let us help." The storm shaper's song began hesitantly, a dirge woven with doubt. But Thistle hummed the lullaby her grandmother had sung, a tune of roots and rainfall. Bramble joined, his voice a low, warm thrum. Fireflies spiraled up, carrying the melody. Slowly the storm shaper's harmonies deepened, weaving with theirs. the seed stirred. A shoot pierced the soil, then another, climbing the heart tree's skeleton. New bark, silver as moonlit snow, encased the old. Branches sprouted leaves in every hue, spring grain, summer gold, autumn crimson, winter ivory. The storm shaper's glow brightened, reflecting in the raindrops now pattering gently through the air. When Thistle and Bramble returned, the Glimmerwood was sighing with relief. The storm had gentled into autumn's first true rain, washing away the feverish heat. Mushrooms unfurled velvet caps, otters slid down mud-slick banks chirping. At the cedar sanctum, Elder Moonshadow nodded. Well sown, little ones. But the truest testament came weeks later, as Thistle settled into her burrow for winter. Frost embroidered her window, and the wind carried a new sound, a chorus of flutes from the eyrie, tender and bright. Somewhere the heart tree stood whole, its branches cradling seasons yet to come. New scene, the celebration. At the frost feast, creatures gathered under the sentinel oaks, their breath misting in the crisp air. Bramble laid a wreath of ivy and holly at Thistle's door. For the mender of seasons, he said, a rare smile in his eyes. Thistle hung it beside her tapestry, now threaded with the maple pod's light. As the feast unfolded, fireflies dancing to cricket fiddles, badgers sharing honeyed nuts, she realized the forest's strength lay not in perfection, but in the quiet courage of those who dared to mend. On the first snowfall, Bramble arrived with a maple pod tucked in his fur. "For your tapestry," he said, nodding at the half-mended silk on her wall. Together they wove the pod into the design, its edges gleaming with the storm shaper's light. And as Thistle drifted into dreams, she swore she felt the forest breathing with her, slow and deep, a promise woven into every root and star. The rabbit's burrow now brimmed with fresh clover, their laughter a soft undercurrent in the wind. Here the Glimmerwood seemed to murmur, harmony is not a single note, but countless voices, learning to listen. Story 6. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the river sang lullabies against smooth stones, there lived a girl with flower in her curls and curiosity in her bones. Sylvie, the baker's youngest daughter, first noticed the oddity one twilight as she scraped vanilla beans into a bowl. The village's famous moon blossoms had begun opening at all the wrong hours, their pearly petals unfurling at noon instead of midnight, trembling shut whenever the stars emerged. "It's like they're frightened of the dark," murmured old Tom, the lamplighter, as he adjusted his spectacles to peer at a tightly clenched bud. By week's end more peculiarities bloomed. Bread dough rose in the cellar but flattened on the kitchen table. The clock tower's chimes arrived 3 minutes early, and every well in town began yielding water that tasted faintly of lemon and starlight. Sylvie's opportunity to investigate came when her father sent her to deliver anise-spiced shortbread to Mr. Bramble, the reclusive toy-maker, whose cottage squatted at the edge of the whispering woods. The path wound past thickets where shadow birds trilled inverted melodies, their feathers glinting like tarnished silver. As she approached the crooked chimney, she noticed tiny footprints pressed into the moss, not a rabbit's nor a fox's, but perfect star-shaped impressions glowing faintly turquoise. Mr. Bramble answered the door with a cuckoo clock balanced on his shoulder, its carved songbird pecking gently at his ear. "Ah, the universe's little hiccups," he chuckled when Sylvie described the oddities, his workshop eyes twinkling behind magnifying lenses. "When magic misbehaves, it's usually because something's missing." He pressed a brass key into her palm, still warm from his touch. "Seek the sundial grove, but mind the thistle folk, they adore riddles but detest haste." The grove revealed itself at dawn's first blush, 7 stone pillars arranged in a circle where the mist moved with purpose, coiling like cats around ancient carvings. There Sylvie found the source of the star footprints, a creature no taller than her kneecap, its body resembling a hedgehog woven from twilight, quills shimmering with trapped constellations. It was nibbling mournfully at a moon blossom, tiny tears making the petals wilt. "You're stealing their moonlight." Sylvie gasped, then immediately regretted it as the creature's quills flattened in distress. She knelt, offering a crumb of shortbread. "I'm sorry, are you hungry?" The creature, a starling as she later learned, blew a sorrowful tune on a dandelion stem. Through a series of pantomimes involving pebble arrangements and exaggerated facial expressions, Sylvie deciphered the problem. Something had stolen the starling's celestial nectar, their only sustenance, forcing them to seek substitute magic from the moon blossoms. Each stolen sip disrupted the flower's rhythm, which in turn sent ripples through the village's delicate magical balance. Their quest led them through a landscape of gentle wonders, meadows where butterflies carried miniature lanterns, a brook that flowed upward into the clouds, and a particularly opinionated maple tree who insisted they admire its autumn foliage. I worked months on these gold tones. The starling, whom Sylvie nicknamed Nimbus for the soft glow around it, guided her to a forgotten alcove where the earth breathed in warm, rhythmic sighs. There, half buried under amber leaves, they found the culprit, a fractured geode the size of a pumpkin, its crystalline innards pulsing weakly. This was the village's ancient heartstone, meant to absorb starlight and distribute its energy through underground veins. A long crack split its surface, leaking silvery essence into a puddle where iridescent mushrooms now grew in chaotic spirals. "It's sick," Sylvie realized, tracing the jagged fissure. Nimbus trilled anxiously, demonstrating how the starlings had tried patching it with spider silk and dawn dew, only for the cracks to reappear. Remembering Mr. Bramble's key, Sylvie examined the geode's base and found a keyhole shaped like a crescent moon. The mechanism inside whirred like a drowsy bumblebee as she turned it, revealing a hollow chamber filled with maple seeds. She blinked at the winged samaras until Nimbus plucked one and blew, sending it spinning into the crack. Where it touched, the stone knit itself together with threads of sunlight. Laughter bubbled from Sylvie as she tossed handfuls of the magic seeds, the grove filling with their whirring dance until the geode glowed whole again, humming a contented note that resonated in their bones. That night, as Sylvie trudged home with a dozing Nimbus curled in her apron pocket, the village sighed back into harmony. Moon blossoms yawned open beneath the stars, their scent mingling with properly risen sourdough and the sweet tang of well water. At the crossroads, she encountered the thistle folk, a trio of spiky silhouettes who clapped their twiggy hands in approval. Clever Sapling croaked their leader, presenting her with a flute carved from a single bluebell. For listening to whispers others mistake as wind. The true surprise came at dawn when Sylvie's mother opened the bakery shutters. The entire square sparkled with starling-made constellations, temporary art drawn in dewdrops that showed their story. A girl, a geode, and the quiet truth that most broken things just need the right kind of seed. Years later, when new oddities arose, the winter it rained cinnamon, the Tuesday all shadows turned polka-dotted, villagers would smile and say, "Fetch Sylvie and her little moon flute, she'll sort it out by supper." And though the starling eventually returned to its kin, sometimes on hushed nights, if you left Anna's shortbread on the windowsill, you might hear a familiar trill among the stars, a lullaby of friendship stitched into the quiet magic between problem and solution. Story 7. In a quiet village hugged by hills of amber and olive, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of twilight and a curiosity as vast as the starry sky. Her name was Lila, and though she loved the familiar comforts of home, the smell of cinnamon bread from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the creak of the old willow rocking chair, the way fireflies winked hello at dusk, she often wondered what lay beyond the misty ridge at the edge of town. The ridge was fringed with pines that whispered secrets to the wind, and one crisp autumn morning, when the air tasted like cider and the leaves crunched like sugar underfoot, Lila decided to find out. The path beyond the ridge was not a path at all, but a tapestry of moss and moonlight, weaving through trees with trunks as wide as cottages. Their bark shimmered faintly, as if dusted with starlight, and their branches cradled lanterns made of hollowed gourds, glowing with soft blue flames. Lila trailed her fingers over the moss, which pulsed gently beneath her touch, and followed a melody she couldn't name, a hum that seemed to rise from the roots below and the canopy above all at once. She soon stumbled upon a clearing where the air rippled like water. At its center stood a tree unlike any other. Its leaves were silver coins, clinking softly in the breeze, and its roots cradled a pool so clear it reflected the clouds drifting in the tree's own wooden branches. Kneeling by the water, Lila glimpsed movement below, not fish, but shapes like liquid rainbows darting beneath the surface. When she dipped her hand in, the pool warmed around her fingers, and a voice, bright as a wind chime, spoke from nowhere and everywhere. "Traveler of the in-between, what do you seek?" Lila hesitated, then smiled. "I just want to see what's here." The pool shimmered approvingly. From its depths rose a creature no taller than her knee, with a body like an otter's, fur the deep green of pond algae, and eyes that swirled like galaxies. It trilled a laugh and scampered up the bank, shaking off droplets that turned into tiny butterflies midair. "Then see you shall," it chirped. "But mind the bramble hollows, they're fond of nibbling shoelaces." The creature, who introduced itself as Nettle, led Lila deeper into the woods, where flowers bloomed in impossible colors and trees grew sideways, their branches forming archways draped with vines that chimed when brushed. They crossed a bridge woven from spider silk, strong as steel and sticky as honey, and Nettle warned her not to peek into the ravine below. The shadows there have teeth, but only if you notice them. As dusk painted the sky lavender, they reached a meadow where the grass grew in spirals, curling into nests that cradled glowing stones. Here they met the bramble hollows, round, prickly beings with mushroom cap hats, who indeed eyed Lila's boots with tiny, eager mouths. But when she knelt and offered them a handful of maple seeds from her pocket, they cooed gratefully and presented her with a thread spun from moonlight, which Nettle tied around her wrist. "For remembering," they said cryptically. The journey's true test came at the edge of the Whispering Wolds, a grove where the trees grew so close their trunks fused into walls, and the only way forward was through a door of knotted wood. The door had no handle, but its center bore a carving of a fox with a tail of autumn leaves. "To open it," Nettle said, "you must give the fox what it lacks." Lila studied the carving. The fox's eyes were shut, its posture tense, as if listening for something. She glanced at the thread on her wrist, then knelt and whispered, "You're waiting for a story, aren't you?" The wooden fox's ears twitched. Lila sat cross-legged and began to speak, of her village, of the ridge she'd crossed, of the wonders she'd seen. As she spoke, the fox's tail began to sway, and when she reached the part about the bramble hollow's laughter, the door creaked open, revealing a glade bathed in golden light. Inside stood a fox made of living autumn, its fur a tapestry of crimson and gold, its eyes wise and kind. "Courage wears many coats," it said, its voice like rustling leaves. "Yours is curiosity lined with kindness." It nudged a stone into Lila's palm, smooth and milky white, veined with gold. "This is a sea stone. Look into it when doubt follows you home." The return journey felt shorter, Nettle chattering beside her about underwater constellations and the best ways to tickle a cloud. At the edge of the enchanted wood, Lila turned to say goodbye, but the clearing was already fading, the trees dissolving into mist. Only the sea stone in her hand remained, warm as a heartbeat. Back in her village, Lila found that the world hadn't changed. Brambles bred still perfumed the lanes, the willow chair still creaked, but she had. That night, as she curled by the hearth, she held the sea stone to the firelight. Inside its depths she glimpsed not her reflection, but a flicker of silver leaves, a flash of green fur, the wink of a fox's tail. And she understood the unknown wasn't a thing to fear, but a friend waiting to be met with open hands and a story to share. Years later, when younger children asked about the ridge, Lila would smile and say, "Adventure isn't about how far you wander, but how deeply you listen. Even the quietest places have songs, if you know how to hear them." And sometimes, on nights when the moon hung low and the world hummed with secrets, she'd slip the sea stone beneath her pillow, dreaming of otters made of stars and doors that opened to the sound of a grateful heart. Story 8. The Amber Locket and the Guardian of Whispers. In a village cradled by mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that hummed in tune with the wind. Her home, a cottage with a thatched roof mossy from decades of rain, sat at the edge of the whispering woods, a forest said to hold the breath of forgotten magic. Layla's days were spent gathering herbs for her ailing mentor, old Finian, whose cough rattled like pebbles in a tin pail. But her nights belonged to the stories Finian told of the woods, of trees that murmured secrets, stones that glowed with inner fire, and creatures who remembered when humans and magic were kin. One twilight, as Lila stirred a pot of time-infused broth by the hearth, Finian pressed a small object into her palm, a locket forged of amber, warm as living skin. "Found it in the woods long ago," he wheezed, his voice a threadbare tapestry. "It chooses listeners." The locket pulsed faintly, and in its golden depths Lila glimpsed a flicker, a tiny, wingless dragon made of light. That night, as wind combed through the pines outside, the locket hummed against her chest, and she heard it, a melody thin and reedy, drifting from the woods. The woods welcomed her with a sigh. Moonlight pooled in the hollows of ancient oaks, and the air smelled of damp soil and secrets. Lila followed the melody, her boots sinking into carpets of moss that sprang back like grateful lungs. Deep in the grove she found the source, a fox with fur like smoldering embers and eyes sharp as citrine. It lay trapped beneath a fallen branch, its paw twisted at a cruel angle. The creature's song, a whimper woven into the wind, ceased as it locked eyes with her. "You hear true," the fox said, its voice a rasp of autumn leaves. Layla startled, but the locket's warmth bloomed against her skin, and she understood. The amber was a key, unlocking tongues long silenced. "Let me help," she whispered, kneeling. The fox tensed, then nodded. As Lila splinted its paw with a stick and strips of her apron, it studied her. "Men have forgotten how to listen. Why do you heed the old songs?" "Because stories are the only maps we have," she replied, parroting Finian's favorite phrase. The fox's ears twitched. "Call me Ember," it said, rising unsteadily. "And since you've mended my sky-dancing foot, I'll mend your ignorance. The woods are fading, the guardian tree weakens. Without its roots, your mentor's breath will gutter out, and so will the magic that keeps these trees whispering." The guardian tree, Ember explained, was the heart of the whispering woods, an oak as wide as a village square, its bark etched with runes only the moonlight could read. But its life force was leaking away, poisoned by a shadow even the forest creatures feared to name. To save it, they needed the Heartstone, a gem born from the first laughter of the stars, hidden in the cavern of echoes. Their journey unfurled like a tapestry of peril and wonder. They crossed rivers where silver fish sang lullabies, their scales reflecting Ember's fiery pelt. They climbed slopes where stones trembled with memories of ancient earthquakes, and Lila pressed her palms to them, listening as the locket translated their rumbling tales. Yet the woods grew stranger and sicker. They passed glades where flowers hung their heads, petals blackened at the edges, and thickets where the air curdled into silence. At the edge of a ravine they encountered Bramble, a cantankerous river otter whose whiskers twitched with suspicion. "Heartstone seekers, eh?" he snorted, pacing his dam of twigs and mud. "The cavern's guarded by the weeping falls, water so cold it steals your thoughts. You'll drown in your own memories." Ember's tail flicked. "We'll need a bridge." "A bridge needs hands," Bramble retorted, and someone's too busy keeping their paws dry. But when Lila offered him a sprig of honeywort from her satchel, a remedy for his creaky joints, his demeanor softened. HMPH. Maybe otters can build bridges, if foxes promise not to smirk. Together they wove a raft of reeds and willow branches, Bramble directing with gruff precision. As they poled across the ravine, the waters hissed below, ghostly faces swirling in the currents. Lila's locket flared, and she hummed Finian's favorite hymn, a tune about stubborn hope. The waters stilled just enough. The Cavern of Echoes was a cathedral of ice and shadow, its walls shimmering with frozen tears. In its heart hung the Weeping Falls, a curtain of water that wept with the voices of everyone who'd ever stood beneath it. It shows you what you've lost, Ember murmured. Stay anchored, or you'll fade into the echoes. Lila stepped forward, and the falls erupted with sound. Finian's laughter, now wheezing and thin. Her mother's voice, swallowed by a winter fever years ago. The crunch of her own footsteps, retreating as Finian coughed blood into his handkerchief. The locket seared her chest, and she gripped it, gasping. I'm here, she told the ghosts. I'm here. The waters parted, revealing the Heartstone, a pulsing crystal that held the blue-green glow of Earth seen from the heavens. But as Lila reached for it, the shadow struck, a formless, hungry thing that slithered from the cavern's depths. It coiled around her ankles, whispering in a voice like cracking bone. You'll fail. The tree will die. He'll die. You'll be alone again. Ember lunged, teeth snapping at the darkness. Bramble hurled stones, barking insults. But the shadow thickened, choking. Desperate, Lila pressed the locket to the Heartstone. Light exploded, not blinding but kind, like dawn after a sleepless night. The shadow shrieked, unraveling, as the melody from the locket merged with the Heartstone's radiance. The guardian tree stood in a clearing where the air tasted of elderberries and regret. Its roots, once gnarled and strong, now oozed a viscous black fluid. Lila placed the Heartstone in a hollow between its roots, and the earth shuddered. The stone sank inward, and the tree shivered, a ripple passing through its branches like a sigh of relief. The corruption receded. Flowers unfurled where the black ooze had been, their petals the color of forgiveness. Ember nudged Lila's hand. You've mended more than bones tonight, listener. Back in Finian's cottage, the old man's breathing eased as Lila tucked the locket beneath his pillow. When he woke, his eyes were clear. You found the stories, he croaked, smiling. No, she said, stirring a new pot of broth. They found me. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who walked with foxes and bargained with otters. The woods thrived, and those who listened closely could hear its song, a melody woven of rustling leaves, chuckling streams, and the soft chime of an amber locket, passed down through generations. But on quiet evenings, when mist veiled the mountains, Lila would sit with Finian by the fire, Ember curled at her feet, and Bramble's latest engineering marvel, a wind chime made of acorns, clinking outside. No one spoke of shadows or heartstones, there was no need. The fire crackled, the locket hummed, and the world felt, for a moment, as gentle as a story told in the dark. Story 9. The hum of the starship warmth's resolve blended with the tinny melody of Lila's harmonica, creating a curious duet that echoed through the cargo bay. Outside the diamond-paned viewports, the Horsehead Nebula stretched its cosmic mane across the velvet black, tendrils of stardust catching the ship's running lights like glittering cobwebs. Lila tucked a curl of copper-colored hair behind her ear, her grease-stained fingers leaving a smudge on her cheek as she adjusted the hydrospanner. The ship's ancient engine purred contentedly beneath her boots for now. Pressure stabilizers at 82%, she murmured to the empty bay, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air. That's when the proximity alarms began their insistent chirping. On the scanner screen, the unidentified vessel resembled a cluster of soap bubbles frozen mid-pop, its iridescent surface refracting starlight into prismatic ribbons. Lila's heart hammered against her ribs as she initiated first contact protocols. The alien craft docked with a sound like wind chimes, and when the airlock hissed open, out tumbled a creature that looked like a cross between a porcupine and a weeping willow if both had been dipped in liquid moonlight. "Greetings, carbon-based life form," it trilled through a translator disc, hovering near its quill-like antennae. "This unit is designated Kale 7. Our nutrient recycler has catastrophically failed." 16 jointed limbs trembled, making the creature's glassy fur chime like dropped silverware. "We request assistance." The last word tilted upward, as if the concept itself were foreign. Lila crouched slowly, extending a hand palm up. Kale 7's bioluminescent markings pulsed anxious violet. "I'm Lila. Let's see what we can do." The misunderstanding began with the recycler's interface. Kale 7's species communicated through scent-marked light patterns. Layla relied on blinking LED indicators. When she adjusted what she thought was a filtration setting, the entire chamber began vibrating at a frequency that made both their teeth ache. "Stop, you're agitating the photon broth." Kale 7's quills flared, casting kaleidoscopic shadows. "I thought you said it was a nutrient processor." "Broth is nutrient. Your people don't sublimate memories into consumable light." Lila stared at the swirling colors inside the chamber. "We chew things." A beat of silence. Then Kale 7 made a sound like a tea kettle giggling. How delightfully grotesque. Over the next 3 ship days, their collaboration became a dance of trial and error. Layla learned to read Kale 7's emotional states through the cadence of their crystalline fur. Kale 7 discovered that human laughter made their anti-gravity nodes tingle pleasantly. Together, they jury-rigged a solution using spare warp coil filaments and the ship's backup cookie synthesizer. "You ingest recreational nutrients. Fascinating." The real test came when passing through the chrysalis belt. Meteoroid fragments peppered the warmth's resolve, triggering a cascade failure in the port thrusters. Alarms wailed as the ship listed dangerously toward a rogue gas cloud. "Gravitational shear will tear us apart in 23 minutes, Kale 7 reported, their usual musical tones gone flat. Lila already had the deck plates up, her arms buried in circuitry. "I need to manually recalibrate the injectors. Can you handle navigation?" A quill-tipped limb hesitated over the unfamiliar controls. "Our spatial perception operates in 11 dimensions. Your interface is quaintly linear. Just keep us from becoming space dust." What followed was a symphony of mismatched competencies. Layla shouted coordinates through gritted teeth as cosmic radiation made the console screens sizzle. Kale 7 manipulated controls with 4 limbs while using 3 others to stabilize Layla's lurching form. When a conduit burst, spraying supercooled gel across the bridge, Kale 7 instinctively shielded Lila with their own body, the glassy fur hardening into a protective carapace. Your quills," Lila gasped. Half of Kale 7's luminous filaments had frozen and shattered. A replaceable component. The alien's voice buzzed with static. "Unlike your absurdly fragile water-based cells." They emerged from the gas cloud, trailing a glittering wake of broken quills and determination. With systems stabilizing, Layla insisted on repaying the debt. Using medical nanobots meant for human tissue repair, she painstakingly fused new quill growths from salvaged observation window fragments. "You're incorporating silica into our crystalline matrix," Kale 7 observed as the makeshift forge glowed. "Figured it might make them sturdier." and she held up a prism, refracting light into rainbows across the walls. Thought you liked the colors. When the time came to part ways at Gamma Station, the station's arboreal docking bays hummed with the chatter of 100 species. Kale 7's repaired quills shimmered with captured starlight and flecks of gold from Lila's emergency foil blankets. Your methods are chaotic, Kale 7 announced, their translator disc flickering with new emotional subroutines, but this unit would appreciate continued collaboration, if agreeable. Layla smiled, holding up a newly replicated harmonica. Thought you'd never ask, how do you feel about duets? As their mismatched ships departed, one trailing rainbows, the other humming a off-key rendition of Danny Boy, through its thrusters, the station's old quartermaster chuckled to himself. He adjusted the thermal coils on his favorite Nebula tea kettle, watching the odd pair's energy signatures fade into the starfield. Funny thing, he murmured to his pet tardigrade. The vacuum's cold, but it's the cracks between us that let the warmth in. Somewhere in the dark between stars, a human mechanic and a crystalline philosopher began composing a new kind of language, one made of wrenched turns and light pulses, cookie crumbs and shared silence. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't supposed to be. But in the fragile space where their worlds overlapped, they'd built something sturdier than quills and warmer than starlight. And if sometimes, during quiet moments between crises, you'd glimpse the tiny ship with mismatched parts orbiting a nameless moon, well, you might have heard it to the soft, off-key harmony of two very different hearts learning the same song. Story 10. The air in Granny Marlowe's attic tasted of cinnamon dust and forgotten summers. 12-year-old Tansy traced her finger along the spine of an old clock that hadn't ticked in decades, its brass face clouded like a cataract eye. She wasn't supposed to be up here, not since the grown-ups declared the leaning wooden tower of hatboxes and photo albums a death trap, but the afternoon light filtering through the cobwebbed window had whispered promises all through math lessons. Beneath a moth-eaten curtain the color of weak tea, her knuckles knocked against something smooth and cool. Tansy tugged free a music box no larger than her palm, its rosewood surface carved with spirals that seemed to shift when she blinked. As she lifted the lid, 3 notes chimed, clear as icicles snapping in midwinter, and the world dissolved into a shower of amber sparks. When the shimmer cleared, Tansy found herself standing in a meadow where the grass grew in shades of blueberry and sage. The air hummed with the scent of melted caramel, and floating lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds drifted overhead. At her feet sat a fox wearing a patched waistcoat, calmly knitting a scarf that changed colors with each stitch. "Late as expected," said the fox, looping cerulean wool around one needle. "But then humans always are, I'm Fig." Tansy's knees wobbled. Did I shrink? Oh bless, she thinks it's about size. Fig tesked, snapping his needles to produce a perfect butter-yellow pom-pom. "You've stepped sidewise, child. This is the gloaming, where lost things gather when they are loved enough to be missed, but forgotten enough to wander." He nodded at the music box clutched in her white-knuckled hand. "That's a bridgesmith's compass, opens doorways for those who listen close. Your grandmother left it rusting under regrets for 30 years. A warm breeze carried the distinct smell of Granny's gingerbread across the strange meadow. Tansy's throat tightened. Gran used to talk about a place where stars sang. I thought she was just eccentric, addled. Humans do enjoy dismissing what glows in their peripheral vision. Fig stood, his scarf trailing behind like a liquid rainbow. "Come, the compass wakes hungry." Their path wound through a forest of glass trees, whose leaves tinkled wind chime melodies. Tansy learned to step over roots that giggled when tickled and avoided pools reflecting not her face, but memories. Gran teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, the way she'd hidden laughter lines around her eyes like secrets. "The compass isn't just a key," Fig explained as they forded a stream of liquid moonlight. It's a mirror, shows you the shape of your own wondering, but mind the hollows, their echoes grown bitter from being unmourned. They'll want that trinket. The warning came too late. As twilight deepened to violet, shadowy figures peeled from the tree trunks. Their forms flickered, a cracked porcelain doll, a bicycle with one wheel, a wedding ring dull as old ice, and their whispers layered into a keening wail. Give the compass, they hissed, advancing. We'll make you a crown of what you've lost. Fig's fur bristled. Run toward the light. He pointed with his knitting needle to where a cottage glowed golden between the trees. Tansy stumbled over singing roots, the hollow's cold breath on her neck. Just as skeletal fingers grazed her collar, she fell through the cottage door into warmth smelling of rosemary and safety. The cottage sole occupant stood at a stove, stirring a pot that chimed like church bells. She was human-shaped but woven entirely from bundles of dried herbs, her eyes twin sprigs of lavender. "Well," she said in a voice like rustling sage, "aren't you the storm cloud bringing rain?" Thistle. Fig brushed moonlight off his waistcoat. The child's got a compass and a head full of questions. And you've brought hollows to my doorstep. The herbalist ladled steaming liquid into a thimble-sized cup. Drink, wanderer. It's not poison. Today. The tea tasted like her 7th birthday, frosting and bicycle grease and the piney smell of Gran's hug. Tansy's shaking eased. Why do they want the music box? Thistle's bundle-bound fingers traced the compass's carvings. Every lost thing yearns for 2 homes, where it came from and where it's needed. The hollows forgot how to want anything but taking. She plucked a sprig of rosemary from her wrist and tucked it behind Tansy's ear. Your grandmother was the last bridge-smith. This, she tapped the compass, guides wanderers home, but it's been sleeping, now it's hungry. A grandfather clock in the corner chimed, its face showing phases of the moon instead of numbers. Fig's ears flattened. Midnight approaches. The compass will fade if not fed. Fed how? Tansy asked. Stories, said Thistle. Memories are the compass rose. You must retrace your grandmother's path to the star well, where she first heard the bridgesmith's call, but the hollows guard the way. The herbalist opened her oven, withdrawing 3 biscuits that glowed like captured sunlight. Eat while walking, they'll help you remember. Outside, the night had teeth. The hollows circled like vultures made of smoke and old sorrows. Tansy bit into a biscuit, and suddenly recalled Gran's hands, speckled with age but steady, demonstrating how to darn socks. Mending's not about hiding holes, love, it's honoring what's worth keeping. The memory glowed silver around them. Where light fell, the hollows recoiled. Clever girl. Fig purred as they hurried through the suddenly bright forest. Feed the compass your knowing. Tansy shared memories like stepping stones, Gran saving tadpoles from evaporating puddles, teaching card games to a lonely neighbor, humming lullabies in languages Tansy now realized weren't human. With each recollection, the music box grew warmer, its carvings swirling like living vines. At the star well, a pool reflecting not water but constellations, they found the path blocked by the largest hollow yet. It wore the shape of Granny Marlowe's abandoned gardening hat, frayed and mildewed, its voice the creak of an unopened diary. Little mimic, it sneered. You wear her face but lack her strength, the well is dry. Tansy stepped forward, the compass singing high and sweet. You're wrong, she left it waiting. She opened the music box. Instead of 3 notes, 100 memories poured forth, not just hers but Gran's. A teenage girl discovering the gloaming, middle-aged hands placing the compass in the attic, an old woman whispering, "It's your turn, little wren," to a sleeping toddler's curls. The hollow's form rippled, She forgot me. No. Tansy touched the hollow's frayed brim. She outgrew needing to hide, but the love remained. From her pocket she drew Granny's favorite thimble, found that morning. Some losses aren't empty, they make space for new stories. The hollow shuddered. For a heartbeat, Tansy saw the ghost of a young Gran placing her childhood hat lovingly in the attic. Then the hollow dissolved into fireflies that settled on Thistle's herb bundles, Fig's scarf, the compass's hungry heart. Moonlight struck the star well. Tansy poured the compass's song into its depths. The stars rippled, then surged upward in a spiral of liquid light that settled gently as snowfall across the gloaming. Where it landed, cracked teacups sprouted lilac buds, abandoned toys grew clockwork wings. Fig examined his now glowing knitting needles. Not bad for a human. Thistle pressed a pouch of star-dusted tea into Tansy's hands. For remembering when the world grows loud. The journey home was quieter. The compass, now warm against Tansy's chest, chimed a contented rhythm. She emerged from the attic into dawn's pink light, the smell of gingerbread lingering though no oven had been on. At breakfast, Tansy's mother paused while pouring cereal. You look different, older somehow. Tansy smiled, the rosemary behind her ear still fragrant. I think I found Gran's secret recipe. That night, as the first star blinked awake, Tansy placed the compass in her windowsill. Somewhere beyond the glass, a fox's laughter tangled with wind-chime leaves, and the world felt wonderfully, impossibly large. Years later, when a confused sparrow brought her a lost key ring shimmering with gloaming light, Tansy, now silver-haired herself, simply smiled. Come along, little wanderer, she murmured, opening a music box carved with endless spirals. Let's get you home. And in the space between notes, the stars began to sing. Story 11. The forest planet of Luminara hummed with twilight as Kale's escape pod crumpled into a meadow of bioluminescent ferns. Through the cracked viewport, the young xenobiologist watched pollen grains float like drowned stars in the violet air, his trembling fingers leaving smudges on the glass. The coppery scent of damaged circuits mixed with the perfume of night-blooming spire flowers, their trumpet-shaped petals glowing faintly blue as his boots sank into spongy moss. Somewhere beyond the ring of feather-leaved trees, a three-toned warble echoed, whether animal or alien, he couldn't tell. He'd nearly finished rigging a distress beacon from salvaged wiring when the ground began to shimmer. Crystalline fractals bloomed beneath his feet, geometric patterns spreading faster than water ripples. Kale froze as the soil itself rose in a column of swirling amber particles, coalescing into a being whose body shifted between translucent quartz and opaque citrine. 6 faceted eyes blinked at different intervals across its triangular face, and when it spoke, the sound emerged from everywhere at once, deep vibrations that made Kale's molars hum. You burn the sky. The creature's glassine fingers gestured upward, where his ship's atmospheric entry still smoldered in streaks of orange. It was an accident. Kale dropped the beacon, hands raised, palms out in universal peace protocol. His grandmother's voice echoed in memory. First contacts are like kindling fires, too much haste makes smoke instead of flame. My name's Kale, I come in. A shard-like limb swept past his ear, slicing through a venom-spined moth that had been diving toward his neck. The creature examined the twitching insect impaled on its fingertip, then dissolved the toxin with a sizzling plasma discharge from its palm. It intoned, the vibration settling into something resembling a baritone wind chime. You leak fragility. Over the next 3 sun cycles, their conversations unfolded like origami slowly, with careful turns. Zer's people communicated through overlapping resonance frequencies, their language better suited to describing quantum states than human emotions. When Kale tried to explain fear during an encounter with magma-burrowing tunnel worms, Zer pulsed ultraviolet light from their core and stated, "Probability matrices collapse when observed. Cease observation." It wasn't until the geothermal storms hit that true understanding began. Jagged forks of lightning made from molten minerals rained down as the planet's tectonic plates vented centuries of pressure. Kale huddled beneath an overturned supply crate in their makeshift camp, watching Zer erect emergency shielding by aligning crystalline growths into a hexagonal array. "Your neural patterns lack harmonic symmetry," Zer observed during a lull, their body dimmed to smoky topaz from energy expenditure. A fresh lava strike illuminated the fractal scars running across their torso, old wounds imperfectly healed. Why risk amplifying discord through attachment? Kale pressed a palm against the force field's buzzing surface. "We help each other because..." He paused, searching for metaphors in their shared experiences. "Because two notes together make a chord, stronger than single tones." Zer's core flickered in what humans might call contemplation. When the next storm surge hit, Kale didn't hesitate to leap into the maelstrom, using his alloy survival blanket to deflect a magma spray that would have cracked Zer's newly formed shield crystals. The molten rock seared through his boot's thermal lining, but Zer's instantaneous response, reshaping part of their own arm into a cryocompress, saved his foot from worse than blisters. As they treated each other's injuries, Kale noticed how Zer's natural crystalline structure had begun incorporating flecks of titanium from his salvaged ship parts. "You're adapting," he ventured. "Integration enhances structural integrity," Zer replied, their voice now carrying faint undertones reminiscent of Kale's accent. A shimmering appendage gestured to the repaired distress beacon, now studded with luminous luminarine growth stones. "Your resonance patterns contain useful irregularities." The storms passed on the 8th cycle, leaving the air smelling of ozone and rejuvenated soil. When the rescue ship finally descended on pillars of cobalt thrusters, Kale stood gripping a farewell gift, a thumb-sized crystal that pulsed gently in time with his heartbeat. Zer had fractured it from their own core, each facet containing light patterns that translated, through painstaking signal decryption back at the Institute, to a three-dimensional poem about imperfect symmetries creating unexpected beauty. Years later, as Professor Kale Vardian teaches xenocultural studies, he wears that crystal beneath his shirt. On quiet nights when the observatory dome opens to the stars, he swears he can feel it hum during certain alignments, a warm, familiar resonance from a world where fire rains upward and friendship forms in the spaces between understanding. Beneath 7 moons on Luminara, a certain crystalline being tends to a curious hybrid plant, part Terran sunflower, part bioluminescent spire bloom nurtured in soil enriched by ancient alloy fragments. The caretaker's form now includes a permanent metallic streak near their core, and when they sing to the seedlings in frequencies that make nearby stones float, the melody contains echoes of human laughter. Story 12. Beneath the twin moons of verdant prime, where the air hummed with the song of neon-winged moths and rivers flowed liquid starlight, a small creature crouched in the shadow of pulsating ferns. Her name was Lila, though none spoke it aloud these days, a Tavarian forest tender with fur the color of twilight, her 6 ears perpetually twitching to the heartbeat of the jungle. She was measuring the growth of violet lichen on an energy crystal cluster when the sky tore open with a shriek of metal. The crash shook honeyvine blossoms from their canopy beds. Lila's central heart quickened as she crept toward the smoldering crater, her paw pads sinking into warm, bioluminescent moss. There, amid twisted silver wreckage, lay a being of jointed metal plates and flickering blue optics. Its triangular head turned toward her with a whir, emitting a burst of staticky clicks. "Don't come closer, malfunction," it rasped in fractured galactic common, one arm sparking where vines had entangled its thruster array. Lila froze, her whiskers trembling. She'd heard tales from the Star Traders, machines that strip-mined worlds cold and heartless. Yet this one's voice box crackled like a damaged firefly lamp, its movements jerky as a newborn flutter pup. 3 nights passed before trust outgrew fear. Lila left offerings at the crater's edge, bundles of sweet wire roots to purify coolant systems, leaves from the shimmer oak that mended radiation burns. The machine, who called itself K1B5, but Kib for short, began leaving gifts in return. A perfectly balanced river stone, a melody translated from solar winds, the secret to growing crystal gardens in zero gravity. "You're not like the others," Kib observed one evening, as Lila adjusted the fern fiber bandages on his damaged leg hydraulics. His optic lenses dilated slightly, a gesture she'd learned meant curiosity. Most organics run from repair drones. Lila's ear tufts flattened. "You're not like the stories. You didn't burn the forest for fuel." A harmonic hum vibrated from Kib's chest panel. "My creators forgot to program predation protocols, preferred collecting sunrise spectra, cataloging cloud formations." His voice glitched on the last word, and Lila realized, with a pang that surprised her, that the sound resembled sadness. Their fragile understanding shattered during the great storm. When monsoon winds howled down from the northern cliffs, Kib insisted on helping Lila evacuate the tremor birds nesting in fragile glasswood trees. But as he extended his gravlift to cradle a nest, the parent birds dive-bombed his sensors, mistaking his polished chest plate for rival plumage. Intruder, predator. Lila cried without thinking, leaping between Kib and the shrieking flock. The words hung poisonous in the rain. Kib's optics dimmed to cobalt slits. "Affirmative," he said tonelessly. "This unit will withdraw." It took days to find him. Lila tracked Kib's ion trail through valleys where the storm had uprooted memory orchids, their appended bulbs projecting holograms of happier times. She found the drone half buried in a mudslide, his normally gleaming plates dulled, vocal modulator thick with silt. "You came back," he buzzed, energy saws retracting in surprise as Lila began clearing debris with her bare paws. "Friends don't abandon friends," she said simply, pressing a forepaw to his chest where the faint pulse of his core throbbed. "Even when they're being very stupid." The jungle tested their bond deeper still. When Kib's failing navigation array led them into a cave of prismatic ice, beautiful but deadly, its walls bending light into laser-sharp fragments, it was Lila who remembered how song spider silk diffused energy. As she wove protective veils from the cave's own silken tapestries, Kib recalibrated his sensors to map safe paths through refracted starlight. "You see patterns in chaos," he marveled, watching her decode frost formations. "You find order in randomness," she countered, nodding at his perfect ice melt calculations. By the time they discovered the cave's secret, a geothermal spring where living crystals sang in 4-part harmony, neither could say which ideas were born of circuits or instinct. Their survival became a dance of logic and intuition, Kib's precision balancing Lila's adaptability. The truth emerged as they repaired Kib's ship. Lila noticed the symbols etched inside his access panel, a spiraling galaxy over crossed wrench and quill. The Explorers Guild. Her nose twitched in disbelief. "But they are myth, scholars who map wormholes just to see what's on the other side." Kib's cooling fans stuttered. "My mission was cultural preservation, to save beauty from extinction events." He projected a hologram, nebulae like watercolor blooms, cities sculpted from comet ice, a library orbiting a black hole. "But my ship's database corrupted, couldn't transmit findings, became..." A shudder blinked across his optics. "Irrelevant." Lila placed her paw over the hologram emitter. You saved the tremor birds, helped regrow the honeyvine groves. Isn't that preservation? Something shifted in Kib's frequency that day. He began asking questions with no practical purpose. Why certain flowers bloomed only under violet moonlight, how to interpret the trilt chatter of moss monkeys. Lila, in turn, found herself sketching star maps in the mud, puzzling over quantum theory between mushroom harvests. When the guild freighter finally answered Kib's repaired distress beacon, both hesitated beneath the landing lights. The captain, a crystalline being singing in microwave frequencies, offered Kib immediate reinstatement. Come with, Kib urged Lila, servos trembling. See the sulfur seas of Yggdrasil 7, the diamond dust deserts. Lila gazed at her forest, where luminous fungi were pushing through storm-wrecked soil. My work is here, but... She pressed a seed pod into Kib's clawed hand. Plant this where beauty's needed. It'll grow anywhere. They met every quadrant at the edge of the Phobos relay. Kib brought data crystals of alien symphonies. Lila sent soil samples bursting with verdant's resilient flora. The Explorers Guild, it turned out, had use for both. On winter nights when the galactic winds stilled, Lila would curl in her fern hammock listening to Kib's transmissions. Discovered a species that builds nests from magnetic echoes. They're using your seed pods to restore the ozone on Kepler 9, while Kib, drifting through asteroid fields, would play recordings of Tavarian rain. And across the light years, in a quiet corner of their respective worlds, a small drone cultivated an ever-growing garden of bioluminescent blooms, and a furry astrobiologist curated the first exhibit of machine-made art. The placard read, "Friendship, the most ancient of technologies." Beneath the twin moons, the forest hummed on, brighter, stranger, and more wonderful than before. Story 13. The Velvet Hourglass. In the quiet village of Bramble Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a girl named Lila, whose hands were always stained with ink from mending books. Her home perched above the Willowroot Library, a place smelling of aged paper and cinnamon tea, where townsfolk whispered that certain books could whisper back. But Lila's greatest discovery began not with a book, but with a tarnished silver teapot left behind by a traveler decades before. One drizzly afternoon, while organizing the attic's forgotten things, Lila brushed dust from the teapot's surface. Its handle was shaped like a twisting vine, and along its side faint engravings shimmered, a constellation of stars, a crescent moon, and a door no taller than her thumb. As she traced the door, the teapot hummed softly, and steam rose from its spout despite being cold to the touch. When she poured, what emerged wasn't tea, but a ribbon of silvery mist that coiled into the air, forming a tiny, glowing room. Inside the mist, Lila saw a child, a boy with a patched coat, placing a wooden horse beneath a floorboard. The vision dissolved as quickly as it appeared, leaving her breathless. That night, Lila confided in her only friend, a tawny owl named Thistle, who nested in the library's oak beams. "It shows memories," she whispered, cradling the teapot. "But whose?" Thistle blinked his moon-round eyes and hopped onto her shoulder, his talons gentle as twine. Together they studied the engravings until Thistle pecked at the tiny door. It swung open, revealing a compartment holding a single key made of glass. The key grew warm in Lila's palm, tugging her toward the village square. There, beneath the ancient clock tower, they found a hidden keyhole in the cobblestones. The glass key fit perfectly. With a sound like wind chimes, the ground trembled, and a staircase spiraled into the earth. Thistle hooted encouragement, and Lila descended, her lantern painting gold circles on walls lined with roots and glowing beetles. Below lay the memory vault, a cavernous space where thousands of glowing orbs floated like fireflies. Each held a scene, a baker laughing as bread rose like clouds, a sailor tracing maps on foggy glass, a weaver threading starlight into cloth. At the vault's heart stood a figure cloaked in patchwork velvet, their face hidden beneath a hood. "Greetings, keeper of the Teapot," they said, voice rustling like autumn leaves. "I am Arlen, guardian of moments too precious to fade." Arlen explained that the teapot was a velvet hourglass, a relic that could reveal lost memories. But its magic was failing, the visions were fading faster, and with them, the stories that stitched the village's soul together. "To mend it," Arlen said, "you must find 3 fragments of a forgotten memory, a memory that belongs to everyone and no one." The journey began at dawn. Thistle guided Lila to the mossy cottage of Madame Sylvie, the retired clockmaker, whose hands trembled too much to wind the village clocks anymore. Sylvie's memory orb revealed her as a young girl, hiding a music box in a hollow tree to keep it safe from storm waters. "The first fragment lies there," said Arlen, guarded by what the memory fears most. At the tree, Lila found not a music box, but a swirling pool of dark water in its trunk, a manifestation of Sylvie's long-ago fear. Thistle swooped to pluck a glowing shard from the depths, but the water pulled him down. Thinking quickly, Lila hummed the lullaby Sylvie had whispered in the memory. The water stilled, reflecting starlight, and the shard floated into her hand. The second fragment led them to the bakery cellar, where the oven's warmth had once comforted a homesick apprentice. Here the memory's fear took shape as shadows that whispered, "You don't belong." Lila's chest tightened with her own loneliness, the long nights sorting books while other children played. But Thistle nuzzled her cheek, and Arlen appeared, holding a lantern fed by lavender flames. "Fear grows in silence," Arlen said. "Speak its name." "I'm afraid no one sees me," Lila admitted. The shadows scattered like startled sparrows, revealing the second shard lodged in a loaf of petrified bread. The final fragment dwelled in the bell tower, where a soldier had once buried a letter he could never send. The fear here was a gale-force wind, howling with the words, "It's too late." Lila clung to the stones, the teapot slipping from her grasp. But as the wind tore at her, she remembered Sylvie's music box, the baker's laughter, the soldier's unsent kindness, all moments that had shaped Bramble Hollow. "It's never too late to remember," she cried. The wind gentled into a breeze, carrying the last shard to rest atop the bell. In the memory vault, Lila fused the shards into the teapot. It shimmered, constellations blazing anew, and the visions within grew vivid and lasting. But the greatest change was in the village itself. Madame Sylvie began teaching children to make chimes from seashells. The baker revived his mentor's recipe for honey rye, and Lila, once invisible, found herself sought after for stories. Even Thistle gained a new title, the Owl Who Remembered, though he preened far too much about it. Years later, Lila would sit by the fireplace, the velvet hourglass steaming gently beside her, and tell wide-eyed listeners, the world is made of moments. Some are heavy, some are light, but all are easier to carry when shared. And in the flickering light, the teapot's tiny door would sometimes open, releasing not memories, but the scent of cinnamon and the soft, contented sigh of a village forever stitched together by the tales it kept. Story 14. In the amber-hued valley where maple leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a village called Hearthshire, whose chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke. Each cottage wore a quilt of ivy, their windows gleaming like butterscotch candies in the perpetual twilight of autumn. It was here, between the rustling pages of the great hollow library and the marmalade glow of lanternberries strung across cobblestone paths, that the quiet mystery began. 12-year-old Juniper discovered it first while sweeping her grandmother's apothecary. The glass jars of moonflower pollen and thunderstorm honey sat precisely where they'd always been, yet every morning the labels swapped places. "Grandmother's memory isn't what it used to be," the townsfolk murmured, until old Mr. Bramble found his left boot hanging from the weather vane, and Widow Moss discovered her entire bookshelf alphabetized backwards. "It's the work of poltergeists," declared the baker, dusting flour from his beard as the townsfolk gathered beneath the lanternberry's glow. "Nonsense," countered the blacksmith's daughter, her voice soft as dandelion fluff. "Ghosts don't leave silver threads in their wake." She held up a strand that shimmered like starlight dipped in spider silk. Juniper crouched to examine it, her cinnamon braids brushing the cobblestones. The thread smelled of frost-kissed apples and something older, something that made her think of the velvet silence between falling asleep and dreaming. That night she set a saucer of clover cream by her windowsill and pretended to sleep. Moonlight pooled like liquid silver through the lattice when a small shadow darted across the wall. Juniper's breath caught as something fluttered, not flew down from the rafters. A creature no taller than a teapot landed with a soft piff, its fur the color of moss after rain. Two luminous eyes peered from beneath a cloak, woven from what appeared to be shadows and stardust. It reached for the cream with paws like maple seeds, leaving trails of those peculiar silver threads. "Wait," Juniper whispered, sitting up. The creature froze, its cloak rippling like water. "You've been moving things, haven't you? Why?" For a heartbeat, the only sound was the distant hoot of a syllabub owl. Then the creature sneezed. A constellation burst into existence above Juniper's bed, tiny stars arranging themselves into shapes. A spinning wheel, a scattered puzzle, a teetering stack of books. The creature whimpered, gesturing frantically at the starry images before vanishing in a shower of birch leaves. "It's trying to organize things," Juniper realized at dawn, watching the constellations fade. "But it's getting confused." She rushed to the great hollow library, where wisps of enchanted parchment fluttered like captive doves. There, between shelves that rearranged themselves when no one was looking, she found the answer in a compendium of household spirits. Tanglewicks, well-meaning sylphs drawn to clutter. Attempt to tidy through dream logic, often causing greater disarray. Calmed by patterns completed. The solution came while watching her grandmother's knitting needles click-clack like crickets. Juniper spent 3 nights weaving a basket from river reeds and the silver threads left behind, her fingers guided by the memory of constellations. On the 4th eve, she placed it in the moonlit garden with a note for storing stray wonders. Footsteps lighter than thistledown woke her at midnight. The Tanglewick stood hugging its frayed cloak, eyes wide as dewdrops. With trembling paws, it placed a single button in the basket. The reed fibers glowed, arranging into a button-shaped indentation. The creature gasped, its fur flushing peony pink as it dashed away. Next morning the village busked. Mrs. Peppercorn's missing thimble sat cradled in a hedgerow nest. Mr. Bramble's boots dangled companionably from the bridge, tied together with silver laces. But the true marvel waited in Juniper's garden. Her basket overflowed with lost treasures, each item glowing softly in its perfect place. "You need help," Juniper told the trembling Tanglewick that night, now visible in the basket's radiant light. "And we need to understand your language." She placed her grandmother's kaleidoscope against the creature's paw. Through the lens, their world fractured into a mosaic of intentions. The Tanglewick's desperate desire to belong, the villagers' confusion melting into curiosity, Juniper's outstretched hand refracting into a bridge of rainbows. What followed was a week of silent collaboration. Children left yarn scraps for the Tanglewick to weave into guiding threads. Elders set out half-finished quilts that the creature completed with star stitches. When the first snow powdered Hearthshire like powdered sugar, the village square blossomed with an impossible sight, every lost item suspended in a glittering mobile above the frozen fountain, each orbiting its owner in slow, graceful arcs. The Tanglewick, whose name turned out to be a vibration like wind chimes, which the children approximated as Pip, perched proudly on Juniper's shoulder as the villagers reclaimed their belongings. Through the kaleidoscope translator, Pip explained, Lonely from centuries of being misunderstood, it had tried to fix the village through dream logic tidying. "You just needed a friend to listen," Juniper murmured, the words misting in the cold air. Pip responded by weaving her braids with living violets that bloomed year-round. Now, when Hearthshire's children leave their windows cracked on solstice nights, they find their socks stuffed with pinecone treasure maps and their books annotated by helpful margin elves. And if you walk past Juniper's cottage at the violet hour, you might glimpse a moss-colored shadow dancing in the guttering lamplight, its silver threads weaving the quiet magic of things gently put right. Story 15. The Lantern of Unseen Paths. In a valley cradled by ancient hills, where morning mist clung to the earth like cobwebs made of diamonds, there lived a girl named Mira with eyes the color of storm clouds and a curiosity as deep as the roots of the oldest oak. Her home, a cottage with a thatched roof mossy from decades of rain, stood at the edge of the whispering woods, a forest older than memory, where trees hummed secrets to those who listened with their hearts. Each evening, Mira's grandmother would sit by the hearth, stirring a pot of lavender-infused tea, and tell tales of the wood's hidden magic. "There are paths only the pure of heart can see," she'd say, her voice like the creak of a well-loved rocking chair, lit by a lantern that burns not with fire, but with the light of forgotten stars. One twilight, as crickets began their twilight symphony and the first fireflies blinked awake, grandmother pressed a small iron key into Mira's palm. "This unlocks the chest in the attic," she whispered, her wrinkled face glowing in the hearth's amber light. Inside the chest, wrapped in velvet the color of midnight, Mira found a lantern, its glass etched with constellations lost to human eyes, its handle wrought in the shape of twisting vines. "It's yours now," her grandmother said. "But remember, light reveals, but it also beckons. What you awaken may need you as much as you need it." That night Mira crept to the forest's edge, the lantern swinging gently in her hand. As she crossed the threshold between meadow and trees, the lantern kindled with a silvery glow, illuminating a path that hadn't been there moments before. It wound between birches whose bark shimmered like mother of pearl, guiding her to a glade where the air tasted of elderflower and the grass sparkled with frost in midsummer. There, curled beneath a hawthorn tree, she found a creature no taller than her knee, a fox with fur like molten copper and eyes that held the green-gold flicker of sunlight through leaves. It was trembling, one paw clasped around a thorn embedded in its flank. "You're not a fox," Mira breathed, for the creature's tail ended in a tuft of feathers, and its ears tapered into delicate points. "And you're not afraid," it replied, its voice a rustle of autumn wind through dry reeds. "Most humans flee from what they don't understand." Mira knelt, setting the lantern aside. "Let me help." The thorn resisted, as though the forest itself willed it to stay, but Mira persisted, her hands steady. When it finally came free, the thorn dissolved into smoke, and the fox creature sighed in relief. "I am Ember," it said, bowing its head. "Keeper of the veil between worlds, the thorn was no accident. The heartstone, the source of our forest's magic, is failing. Darkness seeks to claim it." Thus began Mira's journey into the unseen, a realm where rivers flowed upward into sky mirrors, where will-o'-the-wisps danced in intricate patterns only the spiders could decipher, and where time curled like the petals of a closing bloom. With Ember as her guide, she traversed marshes that sang lullabies in voices of frogs and crickets, climbed slopes where stones murmured forgotten names, and faced 3 trials to reach the Heartstone Sanctuary. Won the trial of shadows, in a cavern where darkness took physical form, slick as oil, cold as a winter tomb, Mira had to relight her lantern using only her breath. "Fire fears doubt," Ember warned. Mira closed her eyes, thinking of her grandmother's hands knitting by the fire, of the first crocuses pushing through snow, and exhaled a memory of warmth. The lantern blazed, scattering the shadows. To the trial of echoes, a bridge made of glass spanned a chasm where every step echoed not with sound, but with visions of Mira's past mistakes. a broken promise to her father, a harsh word to a friend. "Turn back," the echoes pleaded. "You're not worthy." But Mira knelt, pressing her palm to the glass. "I carry these," she said, "but they don't carry me." The bridge solidified. 3. The trial of roots. Before the Heartstone's chamber, a thicket of brambles barred their way, their thorns dripping with a venom that made Ember whimper. "They feed on fear," the fox said. Mira, recalling the stories of how forests heal after wildfires, whispered, "What if we don't fight them?" She hummed a lullaby her grandmother sang during thunderstorms, and the brambles shivered, retracting just enough to let them pass. The Heartstone, a crystalline orb pulsing with a light that smelled of rain-soaked earth and fresh ink, was cracked, its glow dimming. Around it swirled a shapeless gloom, tendrils probing the stone's fractures. "It's been poisoned by loneliness," Ember said. "The unseen in your world, they've grown apart. The stone thrives on connection." Mira understood then. She placed her lantern beside the Heartstone and began to speak, not with words, but with images woven from breath and heartbeat. A child placing a fallen nest back in a tree. A farmer leaving honeyed milk for hedgehogs. Her grandmother teaching her to read the language of bird flight. The lantern's light merged with the stone, sealing its cracks, and the darkness shrieked, dissolving into 100 black butterflies that fled into the night. When Mira returned home, dawn was breaking, the lantern dark once more. But the woods felt different. The birds sang in harmonies more complex. The streams chuckled with newfound joy. Under her pillow, she found a single copper feather. Years later, when Mira became the grandmother telling stories by the fire, children would ask, "Is the unseen real?" She'd smile, stirring her lavender tea. "Look closely when the mist hangs low, or when a fox pauses a heartbeat too long at the edge of the trees. Some lights," she'd say, tapping the old lantern now filled with wildflowers, "are best seen by those who know how to close their eyes." And in the whispering woods, if you tread softly and listen with your heart, you might glimpse a flicker of copper fur, leading the way to wonders unseen but never unfelt. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where maple leaves turned to stained glass in autumn sunlight and snowflakes hummed lullabies as they fell, there existed a glade known only to those who listened with more than ears. Here the moss grew in spirals that pulsed faintly emerald after twilight, and streams carried not just water but fragments of stories told by mountain springs. It was in this place that a young red fox named Sorrel first noticed the frost blooming out of season, delicate white flowers crystallizing along bluebell stems long after winter's farewell. The forest elders had always said the world breathed in patterns, the sigh of decaying leaves feeding new saplings, the rhythm of rivers polishing stones into moon-colored eggs. But now, as Sorrel padded through the unnaturally chilled meadow, her paws sinking into furrows of frost-hardened earth, she felt the forest's heartbeat stutter. Fireflies, usually amber constellations guiding night travelers, darted erratically, their lights dimming to sickly green. Even the air tasted wrong, sharp with the metallic tang of frozen sap, rather than the usual spring bouquet of unfurling ferns and damp soil. It was old Thorn, the badger whose fur had long since silvered, and whose claws bore maps of every buried root, who confirmed the danger. "The season threads are fraying," he rumbled from his den lined with preserved rose hips and owl feathers. His voice carried the weight of 8 decades' winters. When the last ice worm perished in the southern crags, the balance tipped. Cold without purpose spreads like ink in water. Sorrel's tail twitched. She remembered her mother's stories of ice worms, not monsters, but careful sculptors who carved glacial rivers and taught pines to bend under snow. "How do we mend threads?" she asked, breath visible as plumeria-shaped mist. "The loom lies in the chamber of echoing roots," said Thorn, placing a worn claw on her shoulder. "But the path requires 4 guardians, one who reads light, one who understands shadows, one who hears growth, and one who remembers endings. Thus began a journey woven with peculiar alliances. In a hollowed yew tree, Sorrel found Juniper, a lynx kitten whose mismatched eyes, one dawn gold, the other twilight purple, could see the invisible stains of magic. By the mercury-coated pond they met Bramble, a blind hedgehog who navigated via the songs of mycelium networks beneath the soil. Last came Piper, a crane whose left wing had been clipped by a storm yet who danced with the grace of wind-tossed petals, her feathers holding the scent of forgotten summers. Their path wound through landscapes that defied reason. They traversed a valley where autumn lingered perpetually, amber leaves falling upward to collect in floating islands, hosting entire ecosystems of gliding tree frogs and air-rooted orchids. They slept in a cave where stalactites grew downward while their reflections grew upward from the floor, meeting in the middle as shimmering quartz bridges. All the while the frost followed, a creeping lace that turned vibrant mosses to brittle glass. The true test came at the Mirror Marsh. Here, water didn't merely reflect but remembered. As Sorrel stepped onto the first lily pad, its edges glowing like a captured sunrise, the marsh showed her fragments of the past, ice worms coiling around mountain peaks to slow avalanches, their crystalline scales seeding clouds with snow. But the visions soon turned grim, a landslide of black stones crushing the last worm's nest, eggs frozen mid-hatch. "Balance isn't stillness," murmured Juniper, watching the tragedy replay in the water. "It's conversation." The kitten pressed her paw against the marsh, and where their group's reflections merged, the water rippled into a new image, Sorrel sharing warmth with a shivering sapling, Bramble untangling knotted roots, Piper's wings fanning life into dormant seeds. Guided by these revelations, they reached the chamber of echoing roots, a cathedral-like space where ancient trees grew upside down, their canopies buried deep and roots fanning upward like petrified lightning. At its heart hung the season loom, not a physical object, but a living tapestry of threads spun from dandelion fluff, spider silk, and the first drops of spring rain. 3 threads glowed vibrant, emerald, gold, and cinnamon, while the 4th, a silvery white strand, thinned alarmingly. "The frost isn't the enemy," realized Bramble, quills vibrating as he sensed the loom's song. "It's grieving, without the worms to shape it, cold forgets its purpose." Together they worked. Piper danced, her good wings sweeping air into the chamber, until the stagnant chill became a waltzing breeze. Juniper's eyes identified which frayed ends needed joining, places where winter's thread had unraveled from summer's embrace. Bramble sang to the mycelium in the walls, and from the stone burst glowing fungal tendrils that stitched the loom with bioluminescent sutures. Sorrel, recalling Thorn's lessons, breathed onto the silver thread, not heat but memory. She exhaled images of children laughing in first snows, of animals sleeping safe in snowdrifts, of frost-preserving bulbs for spring. The chamber shuddered. Roots rearranged. And from the mended loom blossomed a wave of light that rushed outward through every tree, rock, and stream. When they emerged, dawn was breaking over a forest transformed. The invasive frost had retreated into delicate filigree, tracing only north-facing stones. Iceworms might be gone, but their legacy lived in the new patterns, geometric frost flowers that strengthened tree bark instead of weakening it, snowflakes that melted into mineral-rich droplets for saplings. At the meadow's edge stood Thorn, eyes gleaming with something deeper than pride. "You've given the cold a new story," he said. And it was true, the frost still came, but now it traveled with intention, guided by the whispers of creatures who understood that balance wasn't control, but kinship. Years later, when Sorrel's own cubs asked about the shimmering frost patterns, she'd lead them to the chamber's entrance, now disguised as an ordinary thicket of blackberries. "Every season is a language," she'd say, watching Piper's descendants dance overhead. "And every creature holds a word. Our task isn't to speak loudest, but to listen well." As the first snows of the healed winter began to fall, each flake shaped like a tiny wing, a claw, a leaf, The whispering woods hummed with a harmony deeper than any single voice. And high above, where the oldest stars watched, the constellation known as the Loom began to glow a little brighter, its silver thread now intertwined with strands of jade and gold. Story 17. In the velvet shadows of the whispering pines, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy, there existed a glade known only to those who understood the language of rustling leaves. Here, where the air hummed with the perfume of damp earth and ancient secrets, a young fox named Sorrel discovered the first crack in autumn's golden mask. His copper fur caught the light of a waning moon as he paused mid-step, paw hovering above a maple leaf whose veins pulsed with faint cerulean light. The forest held its breath. 3 nights prior, the acorn showers had come too early, pelting the mossy roofs of hedgehog dens. That morning, the stream spirits had wept icicles in midsummer heat. Now, as Sorrel nudged the glowing leaf with his nose, a shiver ran through his spine that had nothing to do with the evening chill. The taste of burnt sugar lingered on his tongue, the telltale sign of magic unraveling. "Ah, you felt it too," murmured a voice like wind through hollow reeds. From the gnarled arms of an oak older than time itself emerged Thistlewick, an owl whose feathers held the patina of twilight. His left eye gleamed with captured starlight, the other clouded by memories too heavy for wings. The loom trembles, child, the threads of seasons fray. Sorrel's ears twitched as the first snowflake of July settled between them, crystallizing into a perfect maple seed mid-descent. But the great tapestry has never. His voice trailed off, whiskers trembling with the weight of the unspoken. Since kidhood, he'd been taught of the celestial weave maintained by generations of forest guardians, the dance of roots and rainfall, sunlight and decay that kept the world in balance. Thistlewick extended one wing, its barred feathers fanning out to reveal constellations etched in bioluminescent moss. "Come," he intoned, "we must consult the keepers of the quartered vale." The owl's talons clicked against an exposed root that sang with deep, resonant notes, awakening pathways hidden to ordinary eyes. Together they slipped through a curtain of hanging lichen that chimed like glass wind chimes, entering the chamber of echoing green. Here, in the cathedral space between tree rings, 4 ancient thrones of woven seasons stood vacant. The spring seat bloomed with ephemerals that withered even as they unfurled. The summer throne crackled with heat mirages, autumn's bench pooled with liquid amber light, winter's perch glittered with hoarfrost flowers. Sorrel sneezed as a confused clump of dandelion fluff snowed upwards from the frozen chair. "The season wardens are absent," Thistlewick observed gravely. "Their bond broken." His feathered brow furrowed as he plucked a single downy feather and blew it toward the central dais. The plume disintegrated midair, its particles rearranging into a vision, a crystalline heartstone deep in the mountain's belly, its rhythmic pulsing growing erratic, cracks spiderwebbing across its luminous surface. Sorrel's tail bristled. "The world's heartstone, but that's just a fireside tale." His protest died as the vision showed tendrils of corrupted magic, thick as spoiled honey oozing from the fractures. Where the sludge touched, flowers petrified mid-bloom, rivers ran backwards, and shadows grew teeth. "Legends often remember truth through metaphor," Thistlewick said, grooming a disturbed feather back into place. "The Heartstone song harmonizes earthly rhythms with celestial cycles." Someone, his voice dropped to a whisper that made ferns curl protectively, or something, has wounded the harmony. Their quest began at first wren song, joined by companions found along dew-kissed trails. Piper, a water vole whose fur shimmered with river reflections. Myrtle, a firefly with wings of stained glass. And Bramble, a hedgehog scholar whose quills rattled with scrolls of bark paper wisdom. Through the root maze they traveled, where trees whispered warnings in xylophone clicks, past the meadow of floating stones where gravity itself grew whimsical. In the cavern of whispering ice, they found the first clue, a shard of the Heartstone glowing faintly, beneath a cataract of liquid crystal. Piper dove into the phosphorescent pool, her webbed paws tracing the water's memory. "It shows a figure," she reported, surfacing with gem-like droplets clinging to her whiskers, clad in storm clouds, harvesting the stone's light with a sickle made of silence. Bramble adjusted spectacles fashioned from crystallized sap. "A night reaper, but they're supposed to gather only spent magic, not." His quills quivered indignantly, knocking loose a scroll that unfurled to reveal ancient runes. "Here, when the reaper's hunger outpaces the decay, the seasons lose their way." As they ventured deeper, the land itself grew confused. They drank dawn dew that tasted of midnight, followed a path of autumn leaves that bloomed into butterflies mid-crunch. Myrtle's light dimmed until Sorrel carried her in a pouch lined with moonflower petals, her faint glow guiding them through tunnels where time rippled like pond surfaces. The mountain's heart revealed itself in a grotto where stalactites and stalagmites kissed to form crystalline arches. At its center floated the fractured heartstone, its usual symphony of colors reduced to a discordant flicker. Before it stood the corrupted reaper, once a graceful collector of fading magic, now twisted into something jagged and ravenous, its cloak billowing with trapped seasons. "Please," Sorrow called, paws sinking into earth that alternated between snow and hot coals, "you're tearing the world apart." The reaper turned, its face a shifting void where constellations died. It rasped words that made their bones vibrate, "Hunger never ceases." Thistlewick alighted on a vibrating crystal. "You were made to recycle, not consume," he intoned, voice weaving through the dissonance like a needle through torn fabric. "Remember your true song." The owl began a ululating melody older than language, joined by Piper's bubbling brook counterpoint and Bramble's rustling leaf percussion. Myrtle struggled from her pouch, adding a staccato glow to the rhythm. As the music swelled, Sorrel felt the forest's pain vibrating through his pads, the confusion of bulbs trying to bloom in frost, the anguish of trees holding autumn colors in spring. Gathering courage like acorns for winter, he approached the shuddering reaper. "You're part of the cycle too," he whispered. "Let us help you remember." The moment stretched thin as spider silk. Then, with a sound like 1,000 sighed apologies, the reaper's sickle clattered to the ground, dissolving into fireflies. The creature's form softened, storm cloud cloak unraveling, to reveal a being of woven twilight and dewdrops. Together they pressed paws / wings / talons against the heartstone. Heat flooded through Sorrel, not burning, but the comforting warmth of soup steam on winter nights as cracks resealed with gold-kissed veins. Seasons rushed back to their proper places like children called home at dusk. The reaper, no longer night, but dusk's grace, bowed low. "Forgiveness tastes sweeter than stolen magic," it murmured, voice now carrying the hush between day and night. From its cloak fluttered 4 glowing orbs, the captured essence of the season wardens, returned to their thrones. As the companions emerged blinking into restored sunlight, the forest greeted them with a chorus of normalcy woodpeckers drumming midday cadences, creek chuckling over smoothed stones, the healthy creak of trees breathing in unison. Yet something had shifted. The air hummed with renewed awareness, as if every blade of grass now remembered its role in the grand dance. At the farewell feast held in the chamber of echoing green, fireflies spelling out ephemeral thank yous above a banquet of honey-glazed truths and roasted wisdom, Thistlewick preened contentedly. "Well done, little thread," he told Sorrel as the young fox nibbled a mushroom cap that burst with the flavor of forgotten summers. "You've woven yourself into the tapestry now." Sorrel watched the season wardens, now vibrant and whole, laughing, as spring coaxed frost flowers into bloom across winter's beard. "It wasn't just me," he said, tail curling around drowsy Myrtle. "The forest remembered itself through us." As the first true snow of winter began painting the world in quiet, the companions returned to their homes, carrying the secret warmth of shared purpose. And deep in the mountain, the heartstone pulsed contentedly, its restored rhythm echoing through root and rivulet, a lullaby for the dreaming earth. Somewhere a young badger paused mid-step, nose twitching at a suspiciously glowing pine cone, but that, as the fire crackles low and the stars turn their watchful gaze, is a tale for another night. Story 18. The Whisperwood Music Box. In a village hugged by misty blue mountains, where chimney smoke curled into the twilight like silver thread, there lived a quiet girl named Lila. Her family had come to Willow Hollow in the amber heart of autumn, when the trees blazed like captured sunsets and the air smelled of wood smoke and distant snow. But Lila's heart still ached for the bustling port town they'd left behind, for the laughter of old friends echoing over dockyards, for the salt-kissed wind that used to tug her braids as she raced along the shore. Here the silence felt heavy, and the forest that loomed beyond the village gates whispered secrets she couldn't understand. One frost-stitched morning, while exploring the attic of their crooked timber-framed house, Lila discovered a music box buried beneath a moth-winged quilt. Its wooden surface was carved with vines and creatures, a fox mid-leap, an owl with star-tipped wings, and when she lifted the lid, a melody unfurled, a tune like creek water giggling over stones, like wind humming through ripe wheat. But as the song played, the carvings began to move. The fox dashed around the box's edge, the owl took flight, circling a tiny moon that glowed suddenly in the box's center. "It's a map," Lila breathed. Her fingertip grazed the moon and the attic dissolved. She stood in a twilight forest, but one alive with colors unseen in her world, trees with bark like beaten copper, leaves that shimmered turquoise and plum, and bioluminescent mushrooms pulsing gently along a path. A voice, crisp and bright as a new apple, spoke behind her. "You're late, you know. The heartstone's been dimming for weeks." A fox stood there, russet fur edged in gold as if dipped in sunlight. His eyes gleamed intelligent and green. I didn't mean to come here," Lila stammered. "Nonsense. The Whisperwood calls who it needs. I'm Ember." He tilted his head. "You've got the look of a fixer about you. Come on, the Sylvan Council's been waiting." Thus began Lila's true arrival in Willow Hollow. Ember led her to a grove where creatures of legend perched on toadstool seats, a badger in a waistcoat sipping acorn tea, a heron with feathers like liquid mercury, and a mole wearing tiny spectacles who studied Lila through a crystal lens. "The human child," the mole boomed. "The music box hasn't chosen a fixer in 80 years. Can she mend the heartstone?" The council explained that the Whisperwood's magic flowed from a crystal buried deep in the forest, a stone that thrived on joy, courage, and connection. But loneliness had crept into the human world like rot, weakening the stone. Without it, both the Whisperwood and Willow Hollow would fade into endless winter. "But I'm terrible at making friends," Lila protested, thinking of her empty afternoons in the village. Ember flicked his tail. "Then you'll learn the stone needs 3 sparks, a memory of belonging, an act of bravery, and a gift given without expectation. We'll collect them together." Their first journey took them to the memory pools, where willows trailed glowing tendrils into water that reflected not faces, but scenes from the past. Lila hesitated at the shore. "What if I don't have a strong enough memory?" "You're here, aren't you?" Ember nudged her forward. The stone wouldn't call someone without a heart full of stories. The water chilled her toes as she waded in. Images flickered, her old friends teaching her to skip shells across the harbor, her father singing lullabies in his rumbling voice, the Willow Hollow baker, Mr. Thorne, handing her a warm maple twist on her first lonely morning. "Oh," she whispered. The memory glowed amber in her hands, not just the treat, but the baker's crinkled smile, his flour-dusted apron, the way he'd said, "Welcome, neighbor." "See," Ember grinned. "You belonged here before you knew it." Bravery came unexpectedly. Days later, tracking a corrupted stream, its waters thick and silent, choked with despair, they found a wolf pup trapped under a fallen branch, its leg bleeding. The mother wolf circled nearby, growls low and desperate. "We should go," Ember murmured. "Shadow wolves don't take kindly to." But Lila was already moving, driven by the pup's whimpers. Her hands shook as she heaved the branch aside, murmuring, "It's all right, little one." The mother wolf lunged, then stopped, sniffing the air. Lila's jacket still smelled of the lavender sachets Mrs. Thorn had given her mother to sweeten your new nest. The wolf nosed her pup, then turned her moon-pale eyes to Lila and bowed deeply. As they limped home, Ember stared. "You didn't even think about being afraid." "I was terrified," Lila laughed shakily. "But sometimes things matter more than fear." The final spark proved hardest. A gift without expectation, the Sylvan Council reminded them. No secret hopes for thanks or reward. Lila thought of the village children, how they whispered about her quietness, mistaking shyness for coldness. The next morning she brought her grandmother's honey cake recipe to the Thorns bakery. For the autumn festival, she offered, cheeks burning. Mrs. Thorn's eyes softened. "Would you bake it with us, dear?" As dough turned golden and the bakery filled with cinnamon warmth, Lila didn't notice the children peering in, drawn by laughter and the scent of memories made new. She didn't see the boy who'd once mocked her accent, now peering hungrily through the window, nor the girl who'd call tomorrow to ask if she'd help weave maple crowns for the festival. She simply gave and found joy in the giving. Deep in the whisperwood, the hearthstone blazed anew as Lila placed the 3 sparks in its cradle. The forest erupted in light, vines bursting with crystalline flowers, rivers singing in clear voices, trees stretching their branches like dancers greeting the dawn. "You've done it, Fixer," Ember said softly. But Lila was already looking toward the village, where lanterns glimmered through the pines. "They need the stone's magic too, don't they, the people?" Ember smiled. "Light on." That evening the village square bloomed with music and firelight. Children crowned Lila with autumn leaves. Mr. Thorn swung her into a jig as his wife passed out honey cakes. And though Lila still missed the sea, her heart now held room for both worlds, the old and the new, the human and the magical. Upstairs, the music box played its endless song, carvings dancing for no one but the moon. But in the square, Lila didn't need enchanted objects to feel the magic. It buzzed in the press of hands as the villagers danced, in the shared warmth of stories traded over crackling bonfires, in the simple, extraordinary truth that belonging wasn't a place you found, but a choice you made again and again. As midnight silvered the mountains, Ember watched from the forest's edge, his fur bright against the dark. Lila raised a honey cake in silent salute. He yipped a laugh that sounded like rustling leaves, like acceptance, like home, then vanished into the shadows, guardian of the space between worlds. And high above, the stars shone a little brighter, reflected in 1,000 dewdrops, in the eyes of laughing children, and in the hearthstone's eternal glow, a reminder that even the quietest hearts could light up the dark. Story 19. In a village where chimney smoke curled into stories and cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a soft-spoken boy named Milo whose pockets were always full of curious things. A smooth pebble from the brook, a feather tipped with owl gray, a thimble borrowed, though not unkindly, from Mrs. Penworth's sewing basket. But the truest wonder began on an afternoon when rain painted the world in silver streaks, and Milo took shelter in the attic of his grandmother's cottage. Between moth-shewed curtains and a trunk smelling of cedar and long ago, he found a teapot. Not grand or gilded, but stout and humble, its porcelain the color of cream left in sunlight. When he brushed his thumb over a chip in its spout, the air hummed like a plucked violin string. Then as steam, or perhaps something older, began to rise, the room changed. The dust motes glittered like misplaced stars. The faded rug bloomed into a meadow of embroidered lilacs, and there, hovering above the teapot's rim, was a memory not his own. A woman in a patched apron laughing as she poured tea for a ginger cat wearing a tiny hat. The vision dissolved like sugar in warm milk, leaving Milo breathless. "Oh," he whispered, and the teapot, as if pleased, chimed softly. That night, under a quilt stitched with moons, Milo learned the teapot's secret. Every chip and crack held a memory, a birthday party for a maple tree, a lullaby sung to a trembling fawn, a kiss left on a windowsill by someone who'd turned to starlight. But one memory flickered weakly, frayed at the edges, a willow tree weeping into a pond, its branches cradling something unseen. The teapot trembled in Milo's hands, and he understood. This memory was a plea. The journey began at dawn, the teapot wrapped in a scarf inside Milo's knapsack. The village baker, kneading dough with hands like gentle thunder, told him of a willow that once grew near the old mill. "But the mill's gone to whispers," she said, dusting flour from her apron. "Follow the creek where the water forgets its song." Milo walked until his boots learned the language of roots, and there, perched on a branch etched with lichen, he met his first guide, a tawny owl named Lila, whose left wing trailed like a cloak. "You're smaller than I expected," she hooted, tilting her head. "But your shadow has a brave shape. The willow you seek is guarded by the hollow hours who steal time when you're not looking. Stay clever, little keeper." As twilight deepened, the woods sighed awake. Fireflies strung ember necklaces through the trees, and Milo met his second guide, Thistle, a hedgehog whose quills held dewdrops and whose voice was as shy as a falling leaf. "The hollow hours aren't mean," she murmured, nudging a mushroom with her nose. "They're just lonely. They collect moments because no one ever stays." When the path frayed into mist, the hollow hours appeared, not creatures but shifts in the air, like the space between heartbeats. Milo's breath slowed, his thoughts blurred. The teapot's warmth seeped through the knapsack, and he did something unexpected. He sat down. "I brought a story," he said to the quivering air. "Would you like to share it?" From the teapot he poured not tea, but memories. A christening of a new bridge, all ribbon and laughter. A tailor mending a nightingale's coat. The hollow hours gathered, their hunger softening. "Stories taste better when given," Milo said gently, and Thistle, brave now, added, "You could make moments too, instead of taking them." The mist parted, revealing the willow, ancient and immense, its branches trailing in a pond mirroring 1,000 half-moons. In its heart hung a locket, tarnished and tender. The teapot's final memory unfolded, the woman from the vision, silver-haired now, hanging the locket with a promise. For the next finder, she'd whispered. Inside the locket was a seed, glowing like captured dawn. Milo placed the teapot in the willow's cradle. Roots stirred, the pond rippled into a melody. It was never about keeping, he realized, as the seed spiraled into the earth. It's about passing on. By morning, a sapling shimmered where the pond had been, its leaves chiming with every breeze. Lila perched in its branches, Thistle snoozing in a nest of roots below. The teapot, now mended, its cracks sealed with gold, sat contentedly in the sapling's shade. Milo's pockets felt lighter, but his heart was full of quiet thunder. Back in the village, stories bloomed. The baker swore her bread rose taller. Mrs. Penworth found her thimble right where she'd sworn she'd left it. And if sometimes from the corner of your eye you glimpsed the teapot steaming in a patch of sunlit dust, you knew, without knowing how, that somewhere a memory was being kindled tenderly for whoever might need it next. Milo grew, as all children do, but never lost the way of listening to ordinary things. Years later, when a girl with a pocketful of seashells stumbled into the willow's glade, the teapot sang for her, ready to begin the tale anew. And under the sapling now tall, two old friends, an owl and a hedgehog, whispered fondly, "Ah, here we go again." Story 20. The fireflies danced above the meadow like embers escaping a storyteller's hearth, their golden light reflecting in the wide, wondering eyes of the girl kneeling in the dew-kissed grass. Lila's fingers trembled as she brushed aside tendrils of ivy clinging to the weathered stone, revealing carvings that hadn't seen moonlight in centuries. The symbols pulsed faintly, a spiraling vine, a crescent moon cradling a star, the same patterns embroidered on the frayed tapestry that had hung above her grandmother's spinning wheel all her life. "Every stitch is a memory," Gran would say as her knotted hands flew across the cloth. "Our people carried their history in thread and song when words were too heavy." Now, watching the ancient markings shimmer as if answering some silent call, Lila understood why the strange melody had tugged her from bed tonight, the same haunting lullaby Gran hummed while kneading dough, notes sweet as wild honey and lonely as wind through canyon walls. The discovery began with a cedar box hidden beneath the floorboards of the attic, its hinges crusted with age. Inside lay a locket shaped like an acorn, its surface etched with those same mysterious symbols, resting atop a bundle of letters tied with faded indigo ribbon. Moonlight through the cobwebbed window had fallen upon the first page as Lila unfolded it, illuminating words that made her breath catch. "For my daughter, may these threads guide you home when the world forgets its songs." Gran's voice drifted up from the garden below, speaking the old tongue to her tomato plants as she always did at twilight. Lila had never asked why their family used words no one else remembered, why their harvest feast always included an extra place setting with a slice of rye bread and a thimble of elderberry wine. Now, clutching the locket that warmed against her palm like a living thing, she descended the creaking stairs with questions heavier than the box in her hands. The old woman's hands stilled among the rosemary bushes when she saw what Lila carried. "So the roots remember," she whispered, earth-stained fingers tracing the acorn's grooves. That night by the hearth's amber glow, Gran wove a tale of star-walkers and earth-keepers, of a people who whispered seeds into bloom and painted stories on the northern lights. They called us keepers of the threshold, guardians between the seen and unseen, but time scatters memories like autumn leaves. Her voice faltered as she pressed the locket into Lila's palm. "The last threshold stone lies where the silver birches grow thickest. It's been waiting." The forest greeted Lila at dawn with a symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. She followed the locket's gentle pull through groves where sunlight dripped like liquid amber, past a brook singing over smooth stones. When brambles reached to snag her shawl, the carved acorn glowed softly, and the thorns curled away like chastened children. At last she found an arch of mossy stones hidden beneath a waterfall's shimmering veil, its keystone carved with a hollow exactly matching the locket's shape. As the acorn clicked into place, the waterfall stilled. Not froze, but listened, its droplets hanging in the air like crystal beads. Through the revealed archway stretched a path paved with luminous mushrooms, leading to a village that shouldn't exist. Thatched roofs curved like sleeping cats, gardens bursting with impossible flowers, blooms shaped like tiny bells ringing color into the air, vegetables glowing softly in the dappled shade. Yet the windows stood dark, the bread ovens cold. It was the weaving shed that called her, its looms draped with half-finished tapestries. Lila's breath caught as she recognized patterns from Gran's embroidery here, the spiral of migrating cranes. There, the dancing fox with 9 tails. On a work table lay 3 objects, a lantern shaped from birch bark, a flute carved with running hares, and a mortar cradling pestle made of meteorite iron. When her shadow fell across them, the lantern flickered to life with foxfire glow. "Choose wisely, little sapling," chuckled a voice like wind through reeds. An ancient woman materialized from the play of light and shadow, her hair a cloud of thistledown, eyes reflecting constellations Lila had never seen. "Each tool lights a different path home. The lantern revealed hidden stories etched into the village's cobblestones, children's laughter preserved where small feet had skipped through puddles. The flute's notes coaxed forgotten herbs from between cracks in the well, their fragrance mingling with ghostly scents of baking day. But it was the mortar that sang to her hands, its rhythmic grinding releasing memories from the very grain. Women singing as they worked, debates over seed-saving techniques, the precise moment someone decided to add honey to the rye bread recipe. As Lila worked, the phantom villagers gathered not ghosts, but echoes woven into the land itself. A potter showed her how to read weather in clay's elasticity. A child's chalk drawing on a slate wall demonstrated the mathematics of beehive construction. With each lesson, the locket at her throat grew warmer, until pulling it free revealed a stunning transformation. The acorn had unfurled into a pendant depicting an oak tree, its roots and branches forming the same spiral from Gran's embroidery. The roots remember, the thistledown woman nodded, but the branches must reach. She gestured to the mortars and pestles lining the walls. Our strength was never in clinging, but in sharing recipes as living things, stories as seeds. You've stirred the embers, now carry the spark. Dusk found Lila back at Gran's kitchen table, the cedar box between them overflowing with new heirlooms, a jar of luminous mushroom spores, cuttings from the singing bellflowers, and the rewritten recipe book where she transcribed every remembered technique. Outside, neighbors gathered, drawn by the scent of bread made from rediscovered grains and the sound of Gran singing the threshold song in her true voice, rich and resonant, shaking apple blossoms from the tree. Years later, travelers would speak of the village where every garden told a story, where the miller's daughter could diagnose soil ailments by tasting the wind, where the longest night festival involved floating lanterns that bloomed into temporary gardens midair. They'd buy peculiar seeds from the kind-eyed woman at the herb stall, seeds that grew differently for each planter, a kaleidoscope carrot for a grieving widow, basil emitting chords of comfort music for an anxious child. And in the attic of a certain cottage, beneath floorboards polished by generations of sock-footed explorers, a cedar box waits. Inside, beside a tarnished acorn locket, lies a map drawn on birch bark. Its dotted line leads to a waterfall, a hidden archway, and these words in careful script: the threshold isn't a place but a practice. Keep listening, keep blending old and new, and you'll always be home. Tonight, as fireflies sketch lazy constellations beyond your window, consider the taste of your grandmother's favorite soup recipe. Notice which childhood lullaby suddenly hums itself in your mind. The roots are deeper than we know, little sapling. Sleep now and let your dreams wander the overgrown paths. Story 21. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Glade. In a village nestled between ancient oaks and silver streams, where chimney smoke curled into starry skies and fireflies danced in twilight hours, there lived a girl named Lila with hair, the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the gleam of untold stories. Her days were spent tending the village bookshop, its shelves bowing under volumes bound in cracked leather and parchment pages that smelled of cinnamon and rain. But Lila's truest joy came at night, when she climbed to her attic window and traced constellations, imagining they were secret maps to worlds hidden just beyond the veil of dusk. One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted through the air, a tattered parcel arrived at the bookshop. Inside lay a locket older than memory, its surface etched with vines that seemed to shift in the flicker of candlelight. A note fluttered out, written in spidery script, for the keeper of stories, a key to the unseen. Intricate as a spiderweb, the locket refused to open, until Lila breathed upon it, and its clasp sighed open like a long-held secret. Within glowed a tiny prism, casting rainbows that pooled on the floorboards and formed words only she could see. Follow the moth who wears the moon. That very night, a moth alighted on her windowsill, its wings dusted with silver, as though it had brushed against the stars. It led her through the sleeping village, past the mill wheel's gentle thrum-thrum, into the heart of the whispering wood. Trees leaned close, their bark rippling with faces carved by time, and the air hummed with the scent of petrichor and pine. Deeper they wandered, until the moth settled on a stone archway veiled by ivy. Moonlight struck the arch, and the world shivered, revealing a glade where willows wept liquid starlight, flowers bloomed in hues unknown to daylight, and a brook sang lullabies in a language older than words. Here Lila met Orlin, a boy with a cloak of moss and hair streaked like birch bark, who spoke to trees as others might chat with neighbors. "You've found the glade of held breaths," he said, his voice a rustle of autumn leaves. "Where stories too fragile for the waking world are kept safe." He nodded to the locket. "That's no trinket, it's a memory keeper. Long ago, weavers of tales used them to preserve moments that might otherwise vanish. A child's first laugh, the exact blue of twilight snow, the silence between heartbeats." But the glade was fading. Flowers wilted at their edges, the brook's song had grown thin. "The memory keepers disappeared ages past," Orlin explained, worry lining his young old face. "Without them, the glade can't hold its magic. Yours is the first we've seen in centuries." Together they pieced together the locket's purpose. It could collect and safeguard ephemeral wonders, but only if its bearer learned to listen not with ears, but with the quiet spaces between thoughts. As weeks turned to moons, Lila divided her time between the village and the glade, Orlin teaching her to harvest whispers of joy from a grandmother's knitting needles, to capture the courage in a sparrow's first flight. Yet the locket's prism remained half dark, its power incomplete. The glade's decline worsened, stars dimmed above its canopy, and the once vibrant willows grayed like forgotten memories. The answer came on a night thick with the promise of frost. Lila discovered an ancient text in the bookshop's deepest corner, its pages whispering of a twin locket, one that stored not light, but shadow. "For every story has its dusk," the text cautioned, "and courage is born where light and dark dance." Orlin paled. The shadow locket, it was lost when the last keeper vanished. If it's found by those who fear the dark. He didn't need to finish. Their quest led them through treacherous marshes where will-o'-the-wisps giggled cruelly, over mountains where wind screamed forgotten names, to a cavern guarded by a creature of living obsidian. Turn back, it rumbled, magma glowing in its fissures. "The shadow is not for mortal hands." But Lila stepped forward, the memory locket warm at her throat. "Stories need their shadows," she said, voice steady. "Without them there's no depth, no growth, only flat, endless day." The beast studied her, then sighed smoke. "Wisdom wears a gentle face," it conceded, and crumbled to ash, revealing the shadow locket on a pedestal of bone. Chaos erupted when the lockets merged. The glade trembled, the very air rippled with forgotten sorrows and pent-up fears. Lila clutched the united lockets, tears falling as she understood. Magic demanded balance. To preserve joy, one must acknowledge sorrow. To honor light, one must greet the dark. She knelt, pressing the lockets to the glade's heartroot, and poured into them every story she'd ever loved. Tales of resilience, of kindness that persisted like grass through cracks, of quiet heroism in ordinary moments. The glade exploded into brilliance. Willows erupted in bioluminescent bloom. The brook leapt in a laughing cascade. New creatures emerged, foxes with pelts of living twilight, owls whose feathers held entire constellations. Orlin grinned, years lifting from his shoulders. "You've given it more than memories, you've given it a heartbeat." Yet the truest change was in Lila herself. Where once she'd been content to observe stories, now she lived them, guiding villagers to share their hidden pains, helping the baker infuse his loaves with tales of perseverance, showing children how to find magic in dew-soaked cobwebs. The bookshop flourished, its shelves now home to living books that sang their stories when touched. On Midsummer's Eve, as fireflies performed their luminous ballet, Lila stood with Orlin in the rejuvenated glade. "It's time," he said softly, placing a seed in her palm. a seed forged from starlight and the locket's power. Every keeper plants one. Yours will grow as you do. She buried it near the brook, and as soil embraced the seed, she felt an answering warmth in her chest, a rooting connection to every story yet to unfold. Years later, travelers speak of a glade where time bends kindly, and a woman with ancient young eyes tends a tree whose branches hold worlds. They say if you listen closely at moonrise, the tree whispers tales in a voice both old and new, reminding all who hear, within every ending sleeps a beginning, and even the smallest story can light the dark. And in a village kissed by magic, a bookshop still stands, its door always open, where firelight flickers like a promise and the air smells of possibility. Story 22. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a shy bookbinder's apprentice named Finn. His hands, always smudged with ink, repaired volumes in a dusty workshop that smelled of aged paper and cedar oil. Yet his favorite treasures weren't the gilt-edged storybooks, but the oddities left between pages: a pressed moonflower, a faded theater ticket, a feather too iridescent to be from any bird he knew. One autumn evening, as amber light pooled through leaded windows, Finn discovered a peculiar slip of parchment sewn into the spine of an atlas. It showed a map of the village, but with one addition: a cobblestone path leading straight into the trunk of the ancient oak at the meadow's edge. The next morning, Finn approached the tree with a thrumming heart. Its bark felt warmer than the crisp air, and when he pressed his palm to it, the wood rippled like water. With a gasp, he stepped through into a glade where willows trailed luminous leaves like strands of starlight. At its center stood a round door with a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. From his pocket fell the feather he'd found weeks before, its quill fit perfectly. Inside waited a cottage-sized room within the tree, shelves curved with the walls, holding jars of fireflies that changed color with the hour. A walnut table bore 3 place settings: a chipped teacup steaming with peppermint brew, a plate of shortbread cookies that reappeared each time one was eaten, and a conch shell humming a wordless tune. "Took you long enough," chirped a voice. A dormouse in a waistcoat leapt onto the teacup's rim, whiskers twitching. "I'm Thistle, you found the hearth hollow, place where lost comforts go. That feather was a guest ticket." As Finn marveled, the floorboards creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase. Below lay a vast chamber where a loom wove threads of dandelion fluff and spider silk into a tapestry showing memories Finn had forgotten. His mother's laughter as she spun him in circles, the smell of his first birthday cake, the ache of his father's last embrace before he'd sailed away. "The quilt of quiet joys," said a new voice, deep and resonant. A badger in round spectacles emerged, paws stained with dye. "I'm Bramble, keeper of bittersweet things. It mends hearts by weaving sorrow into warmth, but the loom's been faltering." Indeed, the tapestry frayed at the edges, threads snapping as if grief itself were unraveling them. Thistle explained that the hollow's magic waned because fewer people believed in small comforts, rushing past firefly evenings and bedtime stories for louder, brighter things. Finn's chest ached. He'd stopped believing too, burying loneliness in work after his father disappeared. The trio's quest began at moonrise, guided by a lantern Finn fashioned from a jar and one of Bramble's glowing threads. They sought the Threadwish, a creature said to dwell where memories and dreams blurred. Their path wound through valleys where shadows took shapes of forgotten toys, across bridges made of piano notes, until they reached a cave glittering with mica. Inside, the Threadwish floated, a jellyfish-like being with tendrils of stardust, its body swirling with scenes of children building blanket forts and elders sharing folk tales. "To restore the loom," it chimed, "you must give it not just memories, but the courage to make new ones." Finn's throat tightened. He'd avoided the shore since his father's shipwreck, but the Threadwish's gaze softened. "What's cherished never truly leaves the quilt. Look." In its glow, Finn saw his father's journal, water-stained and salvaged, waiting in his workshop's hidden drawer. He'd been too heartsick to open it. Returning, Finn placed the journal on the loom. Threads leapt to life, weaving his father's sketches of mermaids and stormy seas into the tapestry. As the quilt revived, villagers began leaving offerings: a child's first lost tooth, a widow's wedding ring, a baker's failed soufflé recipe. Each mended the hollow's magic. On winter's first night, Finn unfolded the quilt beneath the oak. Where once it showed only his past, new scenes emerged: the dormouse stealing cookies, Bramble mixing paints from sunrise hues, villagers gathering to share stories they'd once deemed too small. The tree's roots hummed, and far out at sea, a shipwrecked sailor smiled in his sleep, sensing warmth in the cold depths. Years later, travelers would speak of a glimmering oak where sorrows turned gentle. They'd find a quilt left by the hearth, smelling of cedar and peppermint, with a feather tucked in its folds. And if their hearts were quiet enough, they'd hear three voices, one brisk, one rumbling, one hesitant but kind, reminding them that every ordinary moment holds a secret stitch, waiting to be woven into something extraordinary. Story 23. In a village nestled between whispering pines and fields of moonlit clover, there lived a quiet girl named Mira, with eyes like polished hazelnuts and a pocket perpetually full of pine cones she believed were lucky. Her days were spent helping in her mother's apothecary, where jars of dried lavender and starroot leaves lined the shelves like sleepy sentinels. But her nights, those belonged to the quilt. It was no ordinary blanket. This her grandmother had stitched long ago, its squares blooming with fabric flowers and constellations of embroidered stars. One chilly autumn evening, as Mira traced the threadbare patch depicting an owl in flight, the stitches began to glow. The owl's wings twitched. Before she could gasp, the quilt billowed around her like a sail catching wind, and the room melted into a forest bathed in silver twilight. Trees towered like ancient giants, their bark etched with glowing symbols. The air hummed with the scent of melted candle wax and faraway rain. A voice piped up from her feet: "Bit late for stargazing, isn't it?" A hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from dandelion fluff peered up at her, adjusting tiny spectacles. "Name's Bramble, you've brought the thornwood quilt, I see. Follow me, the willow's been waiting." Bramble led her to a clearing where a tree with luminous amber sap knelt like an old storyteller. Its branches cradled a village of fireflies in paper lantern homes. "Ah," the tree rumbled, its voice slow as honey dripping. "The quilt chooses its keepers wisely. You've come to mend the sky, child." Mira blinked upward. The constellations were fraying, stars dimming like embers in ash. Long ago, the willow sighed, the stars were woven by the loom of memories, which spun starlight from kindnesses forgotten. But the loom's thread snapped when hearts grew heavy. Now the sky unravels. Bramble nudged her toward a path lined with mushrooms glowing peacock blue. "The loom lies in the chamber of echoes, but mind the shiverlings, they adore stealing shadows." The journey unfolded like pages in a pop-up book, rivers singing lullabies, hills that sighed when stepped upon. In a valley of quartz flowers they met Tindra, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water. She joined them, flicking her tail at every suspicious rustle. "Shiverlings," she warned, "are quieter than moth footsteps." True enough, in a gorge choked with mist, icy fingers plucked at Mira's sleeves. The air filled with tinkling laughter as her shadow began peeling away from her feet. Thinking fast, Mira emptied her pine cones onto the ground. "Trade you," she called. The shiverlings, translucent as frozen breath, swarmed the shiny treasures, crowing delight. Her shadow snapped back into place. The chamber of echoes was a cave glittering with frozen tears. At its center sat the loom, a spindle of moonstone, its broken thread dangling. But as Mira reached for it, the walls shivered. The cave wasn't stone, it was the ribcage of a slumbering ice dragon, its breath frosting the air. Tindra's ears flattened. We'll distract it. Bramble puffed himself into a spiky ball and rolled toward the dragon's claws, while Tindra danced a dizzying spiral, her fur flashing neon hues. The dragon's eyelid twitched. Mira's heart thrummed. Wisdom, not force, the willow had said. She remembered her grandmother's hands guiding hers in the apothecary. When something's broken, love tells you how to fit the pieces. She approached the beast, singing the lullaby her mother hummed while mixing tonics. The dragon's icy pupils softened. A single tear, warm as summer dew, slid down its snout. Mira caught it in an empty vial from her pocket. As the droplet touched the loom, the spindle whirred to life, spinning the tear into glimmering thread. Back in the starlit clearing, the willow taught her to weave. With each pass of the shuttle, memories bloomed in the fabric, Bramble sharing his last berry with a hungry sparrow, Tindra leading a lost fawn home, her grandmother stitching the quilt by firelight. The stars reignited, not just overhead, but in the quilt's patches, too. As dawn tinged the horizon, the quilt carried Mira home. Her room smelled of chamomile and safety. The quilt's owl now bore a new star on its wing. Under her pillow, she found a pine cone glazed with stardust and a note in Bramble's spiky script, for next time. Years later, when Mira's own daughter traced the quilt's owl patch and vanished into its magic, the village elders would whisper tales of the girl who'd repaired the sky with a dragon's tear and a pocketful of kindness. But Mira would simply smile, stirring honey into bedtime tea, knowing the truest magic lived in quiet moments, the rustle of a well-loved quilt, the scent of stories waiting to unfold, and the certainty that no night is ever too dark to hold a little light. Story 24. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there lived a young gardener named Sylvie, whose hands could coax beauty from the most stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Bramblebrook village, its stone walls draped in jasmine that bloomed year-round, a quiet magic Sylvie never questioned, for the earth had always spoken to her in rustling leaves and the soft sighs of sprouting seeds. Yet while she understood the language of root and rainfall, the shifting seasons of her own heart remained a mystery, particularly when the winds carried the first crisp whispers of autumn. Change, with its cold fingers and uncertain paths, made Sylvie's chest tighten like the closed buds of evening primrose. That year, the turning of the leaves brought more than frost. A peculiar restlessness hummed in the soil. Sylvie's prized moon lilies, creatures of delicate silver that thrived in stillness, began to droop despite her meticulous care. Their petals, usually luminous as starlight, dulled to the color of ash. "You're overwatering them," clucked old Mrs. Thorne, the village baker, as she left a loaf of saffron bread on Sylvie's porch. But the gardener knew it wasn't the water. The lily's roots trembled when she touched them, as if mourning something unseen. The truth arrived on an amber afternoon, carried by a boy named Rowan who dwelled in the moss-draped woods. His hair was the color of birch bark, and his eyes held the alert stillness of creatures who know the weight of secrets. "Your garden's magic is tied to your own," he said, kneeling beside a patch of wilting sage. "What troubles the soil, Sylvie?" She hesitated, fingers brushing a lily's wilted stem. How could she explain the hollow feeling beneath her ribs when the villagers spoke of new roads being built, of strangers soon passing through Bramblebrook, or the fear that her quiet world might unravel like a skein of old yarn? Rowan listened as fireflies blinked awake around them. "Come," he said finally, placing a pine cone in her palm. Inside, instead of seeds, nestled tiny glowing stones, each pulsing like a heartbeat. "The forest gave me these when I feared the lumberfolk would strip my home bare, their hope made solid. Yours might need different tending." That night Sylvie dreamt of a flower she'd never seen, a spiral of petals shifting from dawn pink to twilight blue, its center glowing like a captured moonbeam. She woke with soil under her nails and the taste of honey on her tongue. In the garden, something new pushed through the earth where the lilies had been. The sprout grew rapidly, yet refused to bloom. Sylvie fretted over it, singing the lullabies her mother once hummed while potting herbs. Still, the plant remained a tight green fist. "Perhaps it needs company," suggested Grandmother Marigold, the village's oldest storyteller, as she wove lavender stems into Sylvie's braid. Her gnarled hands, steady as oak roots, tilted the girl's chin toward the woods. Even the mightiest trees grow stronger when their roots intertwine. Taking the hint, Sylvie began spending mornings in Rowan's forest, learning the patterns of light through maple leaves and the way ferns unfurled after rain. She brought clippings from her garden, thyme that made shadows dance, roses that chimed in the breeze, and planted them among the tree roots. In return, the forest gifted her dewdrop-filled acorns and saplings that bent to form archways. Slowly, the mysterious plant in her garden developed silver veins. One evening, as Sylvie mended a tear in Rowan's moth-wing cloak, she noticed the first villagers packing carts with tools for the new road construction. Her chest constricted, but before panic could take root, Rowan placed a hand over hers. "Watch," he murmured. The fireflies around them gathered into a swirling constellation, forming shapes, a bridge dissolving into stardust, then reforming stronger and brighter. "Nothing truly ends," he said. "It transforms." The next morning, a traveling tinker named Anya arrived with bells on her boots and a cart pulled by twin hares with eyes like polished coal. She traded Sylvie a watering can that wept real tears for a basket of chiming roses. "Change is a curious friend," Anya mused, watching the gardener tend her stubborn plant. "It hides gifts in its pockets, but won't show them until you offer it tea." When she left, the path behind her cart bloomed with flowers shaped like tiny keys. The frost came early. On the morning the first road workers were due to arrive, Sylvie found her garden encased in ice, except for the mystery plant, now taller than her waist and glowing faintly. Heart-pounding, she touched a leaf. Images flooded her mind, her mother laughing as she planted the moon lilies, Grandmother Marigold teaching her to braid ivy, Rowan's forest wrapped in autumn fire. The memories shifted, showing things unseen, a future where travelers brought seeds from distant lands, where children's laughter rang from new paths, where her garden grew wilder and wiser, fed by both memory and change. Tears melted the frost on her cheeks. In her palm, the pinecone stones Rowan had given her blazed warm. Something cracked, not the ice but the air itself, as if the world held its breath. The plant burst into bloom. Petals unfurled in a spiral dance, colors deepening with each rotation until they mirrored the twilight sky. From its center rose a light that painted the garden in liquid gold, thawing the frost without disturbing a single leaf. The dying moon lilies stirred, then transformed, their stems thickening into small trees bearing glass-like fruits that shone with captured starlight. Wordlessly, Sylvie plucked a fruit and brought it to the village square where road workers and villagers mingled nervously. As she crushed it against the cobblestones, luminous vines erupted, weaving between carts and boots alike, forming a living archway where old and new paths met. The workers' stern faces softened, a child reached for a glowing vine, and laughter bubbled like a spring. That winter, Sylvie's garden became a crossroads of wonders. Travelers left strange seeds that grew into flowers singing in languages no one knew but everyone understood. Rowan's forest crept closer, its trees cradling nests made from villagers' yarn and travelers' ribbons. The moon lily trees bore fruit each full moon, sometimes revealing visions of the past, sometimes whispers of futures that might be. On the longest night, Sylvie found Grandmother Marigold by the hearth, spinning thread from dried petals. "You've learned," the old woman said, not looking up, that roots need room to stretch as much as they need depth. Outside, snow fell gently on a garden sleeping but alive, its magic humming contentedly beneath the frost. And when spring returned, as it always does, the first shoots pushed through the soil not with uncertainty, but with the quiet joy of a heart that had learned to bloom in its own time. Story 25. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Lila, whose hands could coax life from the coldest soil. Her village of Willowmere thrived under the ancient pact between earth and sky, where cherry blossoms snowed pink in spring and maple leaves blazed copper hymns each autumn. Yet Lila's true comfort lay not in these grand displays, but in the quiet constancy of her walled garden, a tapestry of herbs and moonflowers that never altered their positions, never surprised her with unwelcome changes. The trouble began when the season threads unraveled. One windless evening, as Lila pruned her immaculate rosemary bushes, she noticed the western sky glowing an unseasonal green. By morning, spring's tender grip had frozen over the land. Cherry petals ceased their falling, rivers halted mid-flow like ribbons of glass. The villagers marveled at roses blooming in snowless December, but Lila's chest tightened as she knelt by her garden wall. Her chamomile buds remained clenched shut, their stems trembling as if holding some terrible secret. "It's the balance," murmured Thalia, the elderly root-keeper, when Lila brought her a basket of stunted lavender. Her cottage smelled of drying mint and unresolved stories. The world mirrors what we cling to or refuse. She pressed a knotted hand to the frozen soil beneath her rug. "Find what's root-bound, child. The heart bloom doesn't grow in guarded earth." Layla's quest began with a key woven from owl feathers and unanswered questions. The whispering willows at the forest's edge parted for her, revealing a path paved with stones that hummed when stepped upon. Here the eternal spring's magic warped, vines snaked across her boots with unusual urgency, and foxfire lights bobbed around her like concerned sentinels. When she paused to drink from a brook, her reflection showed not her practical braids and dirt-smudged cheeks, but a woman crowned with living ivy, eyes the shifting green of storm-tossed seas. The forest tested her in gentle increments. A river blocked her path, its current swift and silver. "Trust the water's memory," advised a voice. Perhaps the breeze, perhaps the small fox with autumn-tipped fur who'd trailed her since dawn. As Lila waded in, the chill kissed her ankles with sharp clarity. Stones rolled beneath her feet, yet the current cradled rather than dragged, carrying her to where willows dipped their branches in curtsies. She emerged dripping but unharmed, the water's song lingering in her ears. Movement is not loss. Deeper in the wood, trees wore bark like shattered mirrors. Lila glimpsed fractal versions of herself, a girl stubbornly replanting uprooted flowers, a storm-eyed woman singing seeds to life, an elder whose gnarled hands drew patterns in the soil that bloomed hours later. The fox nudged her onward. When night fell, it was the warm, honeyed dark of held breaths. Fireflies strung themselves into constellations above a clearing, where earth breathed in slow ripples. At its center stood the heartbloom, a flower whose closed petals shone like cobalt glass. Yet as Lila approached, roots erupted around her ankles, not to trap but to feel. They thrummed with the village's frozen rivers, Thalia's unbreathed sighs, her own heartbeat counting missed chances. "It needs a truth," said the fox, revealing itself as ember in a shower of russet sparks. His eyes held the patience of falling leaves. "Not the kind you speak, but the kind that changes you." Lila knelt. Her fingers, usually so precise in their gardening, trembled as she touched a petal. The flower pulsed with buried sunlight. "I'm afraid," she confessed to the waiting earth, "of becoming someone I don't recognize, of failing to fix what I've broken." The clearing inhaled. Memories rose like sap, her mother's laughter as she uprooted their entire herb garden, to make room for Lila's first plot. Thalia stories about forests that migrated inch by inch over centuries. The way frozen streams eventually burst into wilder, brighter flows. When Lila opened her eyes, the heartbloom had unfurled into a spiral of petals, indigo melting into gold, then crimson, then a green deeper than forest shadows. Its light painted the trees in liquid hues, and where it touched the frozen brooks beyond the wood, ice cracked into singing water. Returning home, Lila found her garden transformed. Moonflowers now climbed the eastern wall in silver torrents. Rosemary bushes had exploded into fragrant clouds. Yet the chamomile still grew in its corner, unchanged but no longer alone. Villagers gathered as she knelt to harvest the first open blooms, their faces reflecting the heartbloom's colors. "You let it breathe," Thalia observed, sipping tea made from the chamomile that finally dared to open. Its flavor held hints of starlight and surrendered fears. Years later, travelers would speak of Willowmere's legendary gardens, how basil sprouted silver veins in autumn, how sunflowers tracked the moon on certain nights. They'd tell of the woman who tended them, her hair braided with living vines, her pockets full of seeds that adapted to whatever soil they found. Children would chase Ember's many-tailed descendants through meadows that remembered to dance between seasons. But on that first evening, as the village clocks resumed their ticking and apple blossoms began their slow surrender to fruit, Lila simply sat on her newly wild garden wall, watching fireflies wink messages across the dusk. The air smelled of turned earth and possibilities, and when she laughed, a rich, unexpected sound, it harmonized perfectly with the brook's thawed song. Change, she realized, wasn't a storm to endure, but a dance to learn. Step by step, season by season, the music would carry her. Story 26. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young girl named Lila, whose hands could mend broken things. She dwelled in a cottage with walls of honey-colored stone, its thatched roof perpetually dusted with pollen from the enormous linden tree that guarded her garden. The villagers brought her fractured teapots, torn cloaks, and wilted flowers, which she repaired with stitches of golden thread and whispers of a song only the wind knew. Yet Lila herself felt quietly fractured, for the valley she loved was changing. The brook that once chuckled behind her home now rushed in impatient torrents, the apple orchard bloomed out of season, and strange, shimmering moths appeared at twilight, their wings patterned with symbols that made her heart ache with a longing she couldn't name. One evening, as Lila sat unraveling a snarl of yarn by the fire, a knock echoed at her door. There stood a boy no taller than her shoulder, his hair the color of storm clouds and eyes like polished river stones. "I'm called Finn," he said, holding out a lantern made of birch bark, its light flickering blue as a kingfisher's wing. "The Willow Spire Library sent me. Your name's written in the margins of every book about mending magic." When Lila frowned in confusion, he added softly, "They think you might be the one to fix the threadbare wood." The threadbare wood, a place whispered about in tales told over spiced cider. Once it had been a living tapestry of seasons, where autumn's amber leaves dissolved into winter's frost lace, which melted into spring's cherry blossoms. But now its magic unraveled, summer thickets withered mid-bloom, snow fell in July and evaporated before touching the ground. Lila's chest tightened. She'd never ventured beyond the valley's edge. Why me? Finn tilted his head, and the lantern light spilled over a patch of floorboards, revealing carvings of starlings in flight. "Because you notice when things are almost broken," he said, "before others do." The wood welcomed them with a sigh. Silver birches leaned like archivists shuffling parchment, their leaves inscribed with half-finished poems. Lila trailed her fingers over a trunk, and a verse glowed faintly. "Where the heart hesitates, the world holds its breath." Finn walked beside her, his lantern casting shadows that danced like ink blots learning to swim. The stories here are alive, he explained, but their endings keep slipping away. They found the first here at dusk, a gash in the air itself, edges fraying like torn silk. Through it Lila glimpsed a memory, herself at 7, carefully gluing together a shattered robin's egg, her father's calloused hands guiding hers. It's not just the wood that's fraying, she realized aloud. It's pulling pieces from our pasts, isn't it? Finn nodded. The stories are trying to anchor themselves. They're using what we've lost to stay whole. As days blurred into weeks, Lila learned to darn the rips with needles forged from icicles and threads spun from dandelion fluff. Finn brought her forgotten things to weave into patches: a soldier's faded ribbon, a baker's first burnt loaf, a child's laughter trapped in a seashell. Each repair left her hands trembling, for mending the wood meant facing her own unraveled edges, the way she'd stopped singing after her father's death, the friendships she'd let fray like old twine. One night, as she stitched a rift, humming with the notes of a lullaby her mother once sang, the needle slipped. The tear widened, swallowing her thread and the memory of her mother's voice mid-chorus. Lila stumbled back, tears hot as spilled wax. I can't, she choked. Every fix demands a piece of me I don't know how to give. Finn caught her wrist, his touch cool as moonlit water. Then stop giving pieces, he urged. Grow new ones. He led her to a clearing where a tree pulsed with bioluminescent sap, its roots cradling a pool. The wood doesn't want your scars, Lila. It wants your green shoots, the parts still learning to bend toward light. The next morning, Finn didn't come. Instead, Lila found a woman with wildfire hair and a cloak stitched from maple keys sitting by her campfire. I'm Sorrel, she said, tossing a handful of acorns into the flames. They popped into tiny constellations. Finn's tending a grove that remembers the taste of stardust, sent me to teach you unmending. Unmending. Sorrel grinned. Sometimes you've got to let things break proper before they can heal right. She led Lila to a cliffside where a waterfall hung frozen, its droplets suspended like crystal beads. This got stuck mid-fall 50 years back. Folk tried chiseling it free, but... She gestured to the rubble below, a landslide of half-melted ice. Lila pressed her palm to the icy curtain. Beneath the chill, she sensed a vibration, the waterfall's stalled song. Closing her eyes, she hummed the lullaby she'd failed to mend days before, letting her voice crack on the high notes. The ice groaned. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, and for a terrifying moment, Lila feared she'd destroyed it. Then the waterfall crashed down in a roar of laughter, drenching them both. Sorrel wrung out her braids, chuckling. You've been sewing shut what needed to breathe. Not all breaks are wounds, little mender. Some are births. The final tear appeared on the solstice, a vertical slit throbbing like a heartbeat edged in thorns. Through it, Lila saw herself as a sapling-thin girl kneeling in her garden, planting marigold seeds while her father's coffin was lowered into earth. No, she whispered, recoiling. I can't relive this. But the wood's voice surrounded her, gentle as rootlets through soil. To mend this story, you must let it grow beyond the pain. Steeling herself, Lila stepped through. Rain lashed her face, the storm from that long-ago afternoon. There she was, 12 years old and hollow-eyed, clawing at mud to bury seeds she'd never see bloom. Adult Lila knelt beside her child self. They won't grow if you drown them, she murmured, taking the girl's muddy hands. Come inside. I'll show you how to make ginger tea. But the garden... We'll wait. She tugged gently. You don't have to. As they crossed the threshold, the memory shifted. The girl herself, not herself, placed a seed on the windowsill. Sunlight struck it and a marigold unfurled, petals the gold of her father's pocket watch, scent like his pipe tobacco. The flower multiplied, spilling across the floorboards, climbing the walls until the house became a vessel of light. When Lila returned to the present, the thorn tier had transformed into an archway woven with living vines. Beyond it lay the threadbare wood restored, not to its old patterns, but to something wilder and wiser. Maples wore autumn on one side and spring on the other, foxes trotted over bridges of frozen mist, and the air thrummed with stories that knew their endings could change. Finn found her there, his lantern now cradling a flicker of the marigold's glow. "You stayed," he said, as if he'd half expected her to vanish with the mended tails. Lila touched a leaf that changed color under her fingers, lavender to burnt umber. "I finally understood. Mending isn't about making things whole again, it's about—" She paused, watching a sparrow stitch a nest with thread from her own spool. "It's about loving the cracks enough to let something new grow through them." Years later, travelers speak of a mender who dwells where the forest and library converge. Her cottage has no walls, only curtains of living ivy that part for those carrying stories yet to be born. Some say she's accompanied by a boy who walks like a sonnet and a woman who laughs in thunderclaps. Others insist she lives alone, save for a lantern that never dims and a garden where flowers bloom from every season at once. But all agree on this: if you bring her something broken, she'll hand you a cup of ginger tea and ask, "Shall we mend it or let it become?" And whichever you choose, you'll leave with hands full of seeds and the unshakable sense that the world is stitching itself into kinder shapes, one whispered tale at a time. Story 27. The forest breathed in twilight hues as amber sunlight filtered through ancient pines, casting long shadows across moss-cushioned paths. 12-year-old Clara paused at the edge of Silver Hollow, her breath forming tiny clouds in the crisp autumn air. The peculiar music box clutched in her mittened hands hummed with residual warmth from the attic, where she discovered it beneath a dust-laden quilt, its mother-of-pearl surface gleaming with constellations she couldn't name. "Play me where the veils grow thin," read the engraving beneath the winding key, the letters worn smooth by generations of curious fingers. As the first star blinked awake above the tree line, Clara turned the key. The mechanism clicked like crickets conversing, releasing a melody of plucked moonbeams and whispering willows that made the air shimmer like heat over summer pavement. The world folded. When the last note faded, Clara stood in a glade where trees wore bark like molten silver and leaves chimed like crystal wind chimes. Moonflowers glowed along the path, their petals opening and closing in time with her heartbeat. A rustle in the fireberry bushes revealed not some fearsome creature, but a fox with fur the color of autumn sunlight, its tail tipped with frost. It regarded her with eyes that held the blue-white glow of winter stars. "You're late," the fox said, shaking snowflakes from its ears. "The winterbane blooms tonight, and the shadowless prince has already begun his march." Thus began Clara's journey through the timeless wood, where streams flowed with liquid starlight and memories grew like orchids on gnarled vines. The fox, called Ember for the warm light that trailed its paw prints, explained that the music box was no mere trinket, but a key of thresholds crafted by the first starlight weaver. It had chosen Clara as its bearer because her laughter could still shake loose the frost clinging to forgotten corners, a vital trait when facing a prince whose touch turned living things into featureless shadows. Their path wound through valleys where time pooled like mercury, past the cottage of a giantess who kept thunderstorms in teapots, and across bridges spun from spider silk and stardust. Clara learned to read the language of fireflies, their patterns told of coming storms, brewed kindness into salves that healed petrified trees, and discovered her voice could coax color back into the prince's monochrome victims. Yet with each act of compassion, the music box grew lighter, its celestial maps fading like morning mist. The crisis came in the obsidian grotto, where the prince's sorrow had frozen into a glacier of bitterness. Clara faced not a monster, but a boy made hollow by centuries of isolation, his crown of black ice dripping with stolen memories. The final confrontation required no weapons, only Clara's willingness to cradle the music box against her chest and sing the lullaby her grandmother had whispered during thunderstorms, the one that smelled of lavender and safety. As the last note trembled in the air, the key of thresholds dissolved into light, its purpose fulfilled through Clara's grown understanding that true magic lay not in objects, but in the courage to mend what others feared to touch. When dawn painted the real silver hollow in peach and gold, Clara awoke with pine needles in her hair and the taste of starlight on her tongue. The music box was gone, but in its place grew a sapling with leaves that chimed when the wind stirred, a living bridge between worlds for those who still listened with wonder. And though others saw only an ordinary fox hunting in the meadow, Clara would often spy Ember watching from the tree line, its star-tipped tail wagging in a secret greeting known only to those who have danced with the heartbeat of magic itself. Story 28. The Whispering Music Box. Beneath a crescent moon that hung like a silver cradle in the sky, there existed a village bordered by forests of cinnamon-barked pines and meadows where fireflies wrote poems in the dusk. In this village lived a soft-spoken girl named Lila, whose hands were always stained with berry juice from tending her grandmother's garden, and whose laughter carried the same bright chime as the wind bells hanging from the eaves. Her most treasured possession was a small, weathered music box left to her by her grandfather, a humble thing of oak and brass, its surface etched with constellations that seemed to shift when no one was looking. One crisp autumn evening, as Lila wound the box's stubborn key, it played not its usual lullaby of tinkling notes, but a melody that hummed with secrets. The room filled with the scent of distant thunderstorms and sun-warmed moss. The carved constellations on the lid began to glow, casting delicate beams of light that pooled on the floorboards, forming a doorway shimmering like water under moonlight. Without quite knowing why, Lila stepped through. The world beyond was a twilight valley she'd never seen, though the moss underfoot felt as familiar as her grandmother's woolen blankets. Rivers of liquid starlight wound through hills dotted with trees whose leaves were tiny mirrors, reflecting fragments of forgotten memories. Above, the sky swirled with colors unseen in mortal realms, indigo melting into copper, silver bleeding into periwinkle. Yet the air thrummed with unease. The stars here were dimming, their light choked by creeping tendrils of shadow that slithered like smoke across the ground. It was there, beside a spring where the water sang in hushed harmonies, that Lila met Arian, a creature neither wholly deer nor wholly human, with antlers like frosted birch branches and eyes that held the calm of ancient winters. His coat shimmered faintly, as if dusted with crushed opals. "You've come to mend the sky," he said, not as a question, but as a weary truth. "Me." Lila's voice trembled, though the music box in her pocket pulsed warmly against her palm. "I don't know how to fix stars." Arian knelt, his breath misting in the cool air. "The threads of light are unraveling because the heart fire, a flame that burns at the valley's core, is failing. Long ago your grandfather tended it. The music box was his key, just as it is now yours." Thus began their pilgrimage through the valley's hidden contours. They traversed fields where flowers bloomed in the shapes of musical notes, their petals releasing soft hums when brushed. They drank from streams that tasted of questions answered in dreams, and slept beneath trees that draped them in cloaks woven from spider silk and dandelion fluff. Along the way, Arian taught Lila to read the language of lichen patterns and interpret the warnings in owl calls. She learned that shadows grew bold not from malice, but from loneliness, a lesson that would later soften her heart when faced with the valley's creeping darkness. The journey was not without trials. In a gorge where the walls whispered cruel doubts, "You're too small, too ordinary," Lila's resolve faltered until Arian nuzzled her shoulder, his antlers scattering the gloom with flecks of light. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," he murmured. "It's the choice to step forward even when your knees shake." By the time they reached the heart fire, a trembling flame cupped within a stone altar at the valley's highest peak, Lila's pockets were filled with glowing pebbles of courage, collected each time she pushed past a fear. Yet the flame was barely more than an ember, its light spluttering. Shadows massed hungrily at the edges of the clearing. The music box's melody grew urgent as Lila lifted it, the constellations on its lid aligning with those in the sky above. Remembering her grandfather's stories about mending broken things with patience and presence, she knelt and began to sing, not a grand heroic ballad, but the simple tune she'd hummed while patching her brother's torn kite or soothing a nervous lamb. The music box joined her, its notes weaving through her voice like threads of gold through cloth. One by one, the dying stars brightened. The shadows recoiled, not in anger, but in quiet awe, their forms dissolving into harmless dusk. Arion pressed his forehead to hers, his antlers kindling with new radiance. "You didn't fight the darkness," he said, wonder softening his voice. "You reminded it of the light." When Lila returned home, dawn was brushing the horizon. The music box sat innocently on her bedside table, its constellations still once more. Yet everything had changed. She noticed subtler magics now, the determination in a sprout pushing through frost, the resilience of spiderwebs glistening after rain. She smiled more often at shadows, offering them candlelight instead of fear. Years later, when Lila's own granddaughter found the music box and marveled at its shifting stars, the valley's starlight would burn especially bright that night, a secret thank you carried across worlds. And in the space between dreams and waking, if one listened closely, there came a melody woven from three things: the rustle of leaves holding their breath in anticipation, the sigh of a flame dancing in gratitude, and the enduring rhythm of kindness passed like a lantern from hand to hand. Story 29. The Amber Key and the Twilight Garden. Beneath a sky painted in twilight hues of lavender and peach, where chimney smoke curled into the crisp autumn air like ghostly ribbons, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Mira, with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth. Her hands, small but clever, spent afternoons combing through her grandmother's attic, a labyrinth of trunks smelling of cedar and memories. It was there, tucked inside a music box that played a lullaby of tinkling raindrops, that she found the key. Not an ordinary key, this. Its bow was wrought of amber, warm as captured sunlight, with a shaft that shimmered like water under moonlight. When Mira pressed it to her palm, the air hummed, a low, sweet vibration that made her bones feel weightless. That night, as frost painted feathers on her window, the key began to glow. It pulled her from bed, down the creaking stairs, through the garden gate she'd never seen ajar, and into a world where dandelions bloomed in constellations, their seeds drifting up to join the stars. Part I, the Whispering Woods. The trees here spoke, not in words, but in shivers of leaves that brushed Mira's cheeks like fingertips. "You've come to mend the fracture," rustled a willow with silver bark. "But first, you must remember what was forgotten." Mira wandered until dawn tinged the sky, guided by fireflies that winked in Morse code. In a glade carpeted with moss softer than a kitten's paw, she met her first companion, a hedgehog named Thistle, whose quills glinted with dewdrops. He wore a tiny waistcoat woven from spider silk, and spoke in a voice like gravel rolling downhill. "The twilight garden's fading," he grumbled, nibbling a blackberry the size of his head. "Seasons are stuck, autumn won't let go. You'll need the weaver's loom to fix it, but the paths guarded by the hollow pools, they mirror your doubts." As they trekked, Mira learned the garden wasn't a place, but a living thing, a tapestry of seasons and stories stitched by generations of keepers. But the last keeper had vanished, leaving the loom dormant. Without it, autumn's grip would tighten until every tree stood skeletal, every brook froze mid-song. Part 2, the hollow pools. The pools appeared as still as polished obsidian, scattered across a plateau where the wind smelled of burnt sugar. Mira peered into the first and saw herself older, surrounded by faces she didn't recognize, a life unlived. The reflection mouthed, "What if you're not brave enough?" Thistle nudged her ankle. "Don't listen, pools feed on what if step where the moonlight ripples." But the second pool showed her grandmother's attic, dusty and abandoned. "What if you lose your way home?" whispered the water. Mira's chest ached. The amber key pulsed in her hand, its warmth spreading up her arm like an embrace. The final pool was worst, her own face, mouth stitched shut with vines, roots tangling her feet. "What if you're silenced?" It hissed. Thistle leapt onto her shoulder, his quills bristling. "You've got a voice, haven't you? So use it." Mira sang, a wordless melody her grandmother had hummed while kneading dough. The pool shuddered. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, and the vision shattered like black ice. Part 3, The Threadbare Bridge. Beyond the pool spanned a bridge of braided shadows and sunlight, fraying at the edges. Below yawned a gorge where autumn winds howled like wolves. Halfway across, planks disintegrated under Mira's boots. Thistle clung to her collar, squeaking. "It's made of stories," he realized. "The more you doubt, the thinner it gets. Tell it something true." Mira knelt, pressing her palm to the disintegrating threads. "Once," she began, voice quivering, "there was a girl who loved stars but feared the dark. So she swallowed a piece of the sun, not realizing it would burn her from within. The stars, pitying her, wove her ashes into fireflies, so she could glow without burning." The bridge solidified, threads gleaming like spun gold. Part 4, The Weaver's Loom. The loom stood in a circular chamber open to the sky, its frame carved from ancient oak. Instead of thread, its warp was strung with veins of liquid light, gold for summer, crimson for autumn, sapphire for winter, emerald for spring. But the weft hung limp, and the shuttle lay dormant. "Only a keeper can wake it," said a new voice, melodic, mournful. A girl emerged from the shadows, her skin bark brown, hair a cascade of ivy. Fern, the vanished keeper. "I tried to weave alone," she confessed. "Pride made me think I didn't need others. The loom rejected me." Mira touched the amber key to the loom. It flared, illuminating carvings of creatures, hedgehogs, owls, humans, working in unison. "You weren't meant to weave alone," she realized. Together they worked. Fern guided Mira's hands on the shuttle. Thistle gathered threads of starlight in his paws. Wind carried whispers from the woods, suggesting patterns. Slowly, painstakingly, the tapestry renewed, winter's frost retreating to reveal spring buds, summer rains kissing parched earth, autumn's harvest glowing without greed. Part V, The Letting Go. As the final thread was tied, the amber key dissolved into light, soaking into Mira's palm. "It's yours now," Fern smiled. "The garden's heart." But Mira shook her head. "It belongs here. I'm just the mender." The world shifted, or perhaps Mira did. She stood once more in her grandmother's garden, dawn breaking pink as rose quartz. The key was gone, but in her pocket lay a single firefly, dormant. That night she placed it beneath her pillow. Years later, when Mira had children of her own, she'd tell them of the Twilight Garden, not as a distant fantasy, but as a place that lives in the space between courage and kindness, in the warmth of clasped hands. And sometimes, on evenings when the wind smelled of burnt sugar and the moon hung low, she'd glimpse a hedgehog in a spider silk waistcoat winking from the garden wall and smile. The End. Story 30. In a village hugged by misty blue mountains, there lived a girl named Lila with a cloak the color of twilight and a pocket perpetually full of sunflower seeds. She spent her days tending to wounded sparrows and sketching maps of cloud shapes, but her heart hummed with questions about the world beyond the cobblestone lanes. One evening, as she scattered crumbs for fireflies near the old stone well, she noticed something peculiar. The insects weren't flickering gold, but silvery blue, and they danced in a deliberate spiral toward the forest's edge. Curiosity fluttered in her ribs like a second heartbeat. Tucking her sketchbook under her arm, Lila followed the luminous trail into the pines, where the air grew thick with the scent of cedar resin and something sweeter, vanilla. That made her think of her grandmother's kitchen. The trees here wore beards of moss so long they brushed the ground, and their trunks bore markings like cursive script carved by moonlight. As she stepped over a brook singing a three-note song, the forest opened into a valley bathed in perpetual dusk, where willows wept amber sap and hills rolled like sleeping cats. This was the vale of velvet hours, where time moved not in ticks but in tides, ebbing and flowing with the rhythm of its inhabitants' laughter. Lila's first friend came in the form of a rabbit whose fur shifted patterns like a kaleidoscope. One moment dappled oak leaves, the next constellations. It nibbled a sunflower seed from her palm and led her to a bridge woven from dandelion fluff and spider silk, spanning a river that flowed upward into a sky peppered with awake stars. "Mind the gaps," chirped a voice. Perched on a cattail was a kingfisher with feathers like stained glass, its tail trailing bioluminescent mist. The bridge remembers every kindness ever dropped into the water. Step only where it glows warm. Lila knelt, breath catching. Between the silken threads, ghostly shapes flickered. A child returning a lost nestling to its tree, a baker leaving warm rolls on a windowsill, her own hands bandaging a robin's wing last spring. Where these memories lingered, the bridge pulsed with gentle gold light. She walked slowly, matching her footsteps to the glow, and though the bridge swayed like a hammock, it held firm beneath her trust. The far bank revealed a grove of trees, bearing fruits that chimed like wind chimes when ripe. Here dwelled the glimmer folk, creatures no taller than wheat stalks, with moth-wing capes and eyes like liquid mercury. They were busy mending a tear in the twilight, a frayed patch of sky leaking ordinary daylight, using needles forged from comet dust and threads spun from starlight. "Our tapestry's been unraveling since the moon forgot how to waltz," fretted a glimmer woman, her voice the sound of a pencil sketching velvet. She pointed to a distant peak, where a jagged scar of dawn light split the heavens. "The loom of eventide lies there, but the path is guarded by the shade who whispers numbers." Lila's chest tightened, but the rabbit nuzzled her ankle, its fur now patterned with brave little stars. She thought of the time she'd climbed the village bell tower to rescue a tangled kite, how her knees had shook but her hands stayed steady. "I'll try," she said, and the glimmer folk wove her a cloak from cobweb shadows, an owl's breath for the journey. The mountain path was a labyrinth of prismatic ice that sang when touched, each note a different emotion, a violet chord of loneliness, a crimson arpeggio of courage. Halfway up, the air grew dense and salty, and there, blocking the pass, loomed the shade, a swirling vortex of hourglass sand and fractured calendars, muttering tilde 7,381 days, 14 hours, 6 minutes, tilde. "Why count what hasn't happened?" Lila asked, her voice smaller than she wished. The shade rippled. "Time untracked is time tilde wasted tilde, must tally, must tally." She remembered her mother's words during a storm, tilde some things can't be measured, only felt tilde. Reaching into her pocket, she offered a sunflower seed, the universal language of truce. The shade hesitated, grains slowing. "What if," Lila ventured, "you counted better things, like how many stars wink before midnight, or how many times a heart swells with wonder?" The vortex stilled. A single grain fell, transforming into a butterfly made of dawn's first light. Then another and another, until the shade dissolved into a murmuration of clockwork swallows that spiraled upward, laughing in chimes. At the summit sat the loom, a massive frame strung with threads of comet tails and children's wishes. The broken tapestry showed gaps, a forgotten birthday, an unsung lullaby, a door left unopened. The glimmerfolk's needles flashed as they worked, but the fabric puckered. It needs anchoring in the present, Lila realized. Unlacing her patchwork satchel, she wove strands from her own memories into the design. Her father teaching her to whistle through an acorn cap, the smell of rain on hot cobblestones, the weight of a fledgling sparrow trusting her palm. The tapestry shimmered, mending seamlessly. Night bloomed properly again as she descended, the sky now cradling a crescent moon that hummed a lullaby. In gratitude, the glimmerfolk gifted her a lantern holding captive starlight and a seed from the chiming fruit tree. "Plant it where your world needs more music," they said. The journey home felt shorter, the forest guiding her with phosphorescent ferns. When she emerged, dawn was breaking over the village, ordinary and glorious. Lila planted the seed by the stone well. By noon, a sapling stood waist-high, its branches already heavy with silver bells that rang whenever someone showed kindness. Years later, travelers would speak of the girl who'd brought back a piece of twilight, but Lila simply smiled, tending her sunflowers and the ever-growing tree. She'd learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the decision that wonder matters more, and that the best maps are the ones you draw with your footsteps, not your pen. That night, as the village slept under a sky-stitched hole, Lila sat by her window, watching fireflies dance their golden-blue waltz. Somewhere beyond the mountains, a rabbit's fur shifted to mimic her childhood laughter, and a bridge of memories glowed warmly, always waiting for the next curious heart to take that first small step into the unknown. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where tree trunks wore coats of emerald moss and streams hummed lullabies against smooth stones, there lived a hedgehog named Thistle. His quills held dewdrops like tiny crystal lanterns, and his paws knew every velvet-soft mushroom path between the cedars. On this particular evening, as fireflies scribbled golden secrets in the dusk, Thistle noticed something peculiar. The last autumn leaf clinging to a birch tree shivered not in russet, but in shifting hues of spring green and winter white. "Seasons are whispering over each other," murmured Sorrel, the great horned owl, from her perch in a hollowed oak. Her feathers held the silvered gray of midnight clouds, and her voice carried the weight of centuries. "The guardian tree's roots grow weary beneath the northern meadow. If its heartwood fails, summer rains may freeze before touching soil, and crocus buds will bloom into snowfall." Thistle's nose twitched. He'd heard tales of the ancient cedar that stood where 4 seasonal springs converged, its bark etched with spirals that pulsed like slow-beating hearts. How do we help it remember its strength? By gathering what the forest has forgotten, Sorrel said. A petal from the first spring bloom, a sunstone warmed in midsummer's zenith, an ember nursed in autumn's first frost, and a thread of starlight spun through winter's longest night. These must be brought to the amber pool before the moon thins to a crescent. The journey began at dawn, with Thistle joined by Pippin, a quick-pawed rabbit whose ears perked at every birdsong trill, and Bramble, a stag whose antlers cradled fragments of forgotten constellations. They followed a fern-crowded trail to the spring vale, a glade where flowers unfurled hour by hour, their colors deepening from blush to ruby. But the glade lay still and muted, petals clenched tight as tiny fists. "Look." Pippin crouched beside a violet peeking through frost. Its roots are bound by creeping brambles. The thorns pulsed faintly, oozing sap as dark as storm clouds. Bramble knelt, his breath a warm mist over the soil. "These aren't ordinary weeds," he rumbled. "They feed on doubt, the fear that spring might not return." Thistle nosed the earth, uncovering a thread of mycelium glowing faintly blue. "The forest remembers," he said. "We must remind the flowers." Together they hummed old growth chants, voices weaving with the wind until the mycelium flared bright. The brambles shriveled and the violet bloomed, a single petal drifting into Thistle's paw. Summer's trial led them to the sunspire, a granite tower where sunlight pooled liquid and gold. At its peak lay the sunstone, but the air wavered like a mirage, scorching even the resilient lichen. Pippin dug a burrow into the cool earth below, while Bramble shielded Thistle with his broad shadow. "It's too hot to climb," Pippin gasped, pawing at parched soil. But Thistle spotted a crevice where water trickled, a thread of moisture from some hidden rain cloud. "The stones are thirsty," he realized. Using a curled leaf, they fed droplets to the granite, each sip drawing a whispered thank you from the rock. As the tower cooled, the sunstone dimmed to a gentle glow, warm as a hearth's embrace. Autumn's ember dwelled in the heart of the maple cathedral, where branches arched like stained glass. But the grove was silent, leaves falling too soon, their edges brittle. A family of raccoons huddled beneath a trunk, their eyes wide with worry. "The ember's light is fading," said the eldest, pointing to a mossy altar where a single flame flickered weakly inside a lantern of woven reeds. Thistle peered closer. The flame wasn't burning wood, it fed on memories. "Tell it stories," he urged. One by one the creatures shared tales, the rustle of harvest dances, the sweetness of ripened blackberries, the comfort of nests lined with cinnamon-scented leaves. With each word the ember brightened, until it leapt joyfully into a walnut shell Thistle carried. Winter's thread awaited them at the starlit fen, a marsh where ice mirrored the sky. The air bit sharp and clean, and the stars hung so low their light rippled on the water. But the thread, a delicate strand of frost and starlight, dangled just out of reach, guarded by a mist that thickened with every step. "We'll lose our way," Pippin fretted, as the fog swallowed Bramble's antlers. Thistle closed his eyes, recalling Sorrel's advice, "Listen deeper than the wind." Beneath the silence he heard it, a faint, crystalline hum. "Follow the music," he cried. The mist parted where the creatures stepped in rhythm, their paws tapping the ice in time with the hidden melody. The thread spiraled down, cold and bright against Thistle's throat. At the amber pool, where water held the shifting colors of dawn and twilight, the guardian tree stood hunched, its roots exposed and trembling. The creatures placed their offerings on the shore, petal, sunstone, ember, and thread. Sorrel spread her wings, her invocation blending with the ripple of water. By spring's promise, summer's vigor, autumn's gratitude, and winter's rest, be whole. The items dissolved into light, swirling into the tree's bark. Roots plunged deep, drawing nourishment from every season at once. Overhead the sky deepened to a tranquil violet, and the air softened, carrying the scent of rain-soaked earth and distant lilacs. That night, as the forest dreamed, Thistle nestled into a bed of clover beside his friends. The guardian tree's branches now cradled a canopy of leaves in every seasonal hue, and the amber pool reflected a perfect, unbroken moon. "Seasons need not fight for dominion," Sorrel mused, her eyes half closed. "They are verses in the same song." Pippin yawned, nestling into Bramble's warmth. What if the tree grows weary again? Thistle watched a maple seed spin slowly to the ground, its wings catching starlight. "Then we'll remind it, and each other, of the stories that keep the world in bloom." And so they slept, cradled by the endless, gentle dance of roots and stars, while the fireflies wrote new secrets in the dark, each one a promise that no season is ever truly lost. Story 32. The Lantern of Whispering Woods. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into constellations, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes like twilight and a heart tuned to nature's secrets. Her cottage stood at the forest's edge, where oak branches brushed her window, and the air hummed with the scent of damp moss and distant thunderstorms. But it was the forbidden stretch of woods beyond the creek, the Whispering Woods, that called to her most. Villagers spoke of shadows that danced without bodies and rivers that flowed upward, but Lila's grandmother had once whispered, "Magic isn't to be feared, child. It's simply a language we've forgotten." One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted to the ground, Lila discovered a rusted lantern buried beneath the roots of a hollow maple. Its glass was frosted with age, but inside glowed a single ember, pulsing like a sleepy heartbeat. When she hummed her grandmother's lullaby, the lantern flared to life, casting prismatic light that painted stories on the trees. A stag with antlers of crystal, a bridge woven from spider silk, and a door veiled by ivy. That night, guided by the lantern's glow, Lila followed a path of luminescent mushrooms to a brook where the water flowed silver. The lantern's light fractured on its surface, revealing stepping stones that hadn't been there at dusk. As she crossed, the air thickened with the fragrance of elderflower and secrets, and the trees parted to unveil a glade bathed in perpetual dusk. Fireflies carried constellations in their bellies, and willows wept blossoms that chimed like wind chimes. This was the Veiled Vale, a realm where time curled like a cat by the hearth, and every creature bore a sliver of starlight in their bones. But the veil was fading. The once vibrant petals of the moon lilies wilted at their stems, and the crystalline springs now gurgled murky and slow. At the glade's heart stood the heart tree, an ancient oak with bark like carved amber, its branches cradling a dying star. A hedgehog with wings of mulberry paper scurried to Lila's feet. "You've come," it piped, its voice a blend of hope and exhaustion. "I'm Pip, the lantern chose you. Only its keeper can relight the heart tree's star before the veil fades forever." Thus began Lila's quest, guided by Pip, to gather 3 lost fragments of light: the breath of the moon's cradle, hidden in the caves of murmuring echoes, the sigh of the eventide star, guarded by a river of liquid shadow, and the kiss of dawn's first blush, trapped in a tower of thorns. Each step tested not her strength, but her kindness. In the moon's cradle, a cavern where stalactites sang in harmonic drones, Lila found the fragment glowing inside a pool of liquid silver. Yet the pool was guarded by a silver-scaled trout, its fins torn in a net of ghostly kelp. Villagers would have seized the light, but Lila knelt and untangled the knots with patient fingers. "Thank you," the trout sighed, gifting her the fragment. "Kindness is a light that never dims." The river of shadows, a serpentine ribbon of ink, coiled around the second fragment. Its guardian, a fox with fur of autumn leaves named Sorrel, warned, "The shadows drink courage. Cross alone, and they'll swallow you whole." Lila's chest tightened, but Sorrel nuzzled her hand. "Together," the fox said. Linking tails, Lila clutching Sorrel's leafy scruff, Pip fluttering above, they waded in. The shadows hissed, clawing at their resolve, but the lantern's glow forged a path, and the fragment floated into Lila's palm, warm as a held hand. The final fragment lay in the thorn tower, its spires coiled with brambles that thirsted for blood. At its base sat Thistle, a bear-sized creature of moss and sorrow. "The thorns grow from my grief," he rumbled. Years ago he'd accidentally crushed a meadow of talking poppies, and his guilt had manifested the tower. Lila didn't offer empty comfort. Instead, she placed the lantern at his paws and hummed her lullaby. The thorns shrank just enough to reveal a path. "You'll need this," Thistle said, plucking a claw and transforming it into a key. "And thank you for not lying. Grief needs truth to heal." With all fragments gathered, Lila faced the heart tree. The dying star flickered, its light guttering. But as she raised the lantern, the shadows thickened, coalescing into a figure of smoke and shattered glass, the shade, a creature born from the veil's fading hope. "Why bother?" it hissed. "The world beyond doesn't believe in magic. Let it die." Lila's knees trembled, but Pip perched on her shoulder, Sorrel leaned against her leg, and Thistle's rumble steadied her breath. "You're right," she said softly. "But belief isn't just knowing, it's wanting to see." She opened the lantern, releasing the fragments. The shade recoiled as light erupted, not a blinding flash, but a gentle radiance that painted the veil in hues of apricot and lavender. The star reignited, the heart tree's roots drinking in its glow, and the shade dissolved into 1,000 fireflies, their bioluminescence spelling thank you before scattering. When Lila returned home, dawn blushed the horizon. The lantern, now dormant, sat on her windowsill. The villagers never noticed the new constellations overhead, or the way their crops grew a little sweeter. But sometimes, when the moon hung as a crescent, Lila would find a winged hedgehog napping in her garden, a leaf fox trotting beside her to school, or a mossy bear leaving honeycomb on her doorstep. Years later, as a woman with silver-streaked hair, Lila would tell wide-eyed children, magic isn't in the seeing, but in the tending. Even the smallest light grows when shared. And if listeners were quiet, they'd hear the lantern's faint hum, a lullaby weaving through the cracks of the world, reminding all that kindness is a language that never fades. Story 33. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes like twilight and a heart tuned to nature's quietest rhythms. Her cottage, crowned with a thatch of golden straw, stood at the forest's edge, where the trees leaned close as if sharing secrets. One crisp autumn evening, while gathering kindling beneath a sky streaked with apricot and lavender, Lila spotted something peculiar, an acorn unlike any other, glowing faintly at its tip like a captured star. The whispering soothe. The acorn hummed when she cradled it, its warmth seeping into her palms. That night, as frost painted feathers on her window, the acorn split open with a soft pop, unfurling a leaf as translucent as moth wings. Words shimmered on its surface, follow the moonlit roots, in script that dripped like honey. Pulling on her moss-green cloak, Lila slipped into the forest, where the trees parted to reveal a path paved with luminescent mushrooms, their caps pulsing gently in time with her heartbeat. The trail led her to a hollowed oak wide enough to swallow a carriage. Inside, roots cascaded from the ceiling like frozen waterfalls, glinting with embedded crystals. At the center stood a fox with fur the color of smoldering embers, one paw resting on a pedestal cradling a wilted flower. "You've come," the fox said, voice like wind through reeds. "I'm Ember, the forest of veils is fading, its heartwood poisoned by shadows. The seed chose you to help mend it." The forest of veils. Beyond the oak stretched a realm where willows wept silver tears, rivers flowed upside down, and ferns chimed when touched. But patches of the forest writhed with inkai vines that choked the light. "Long ago," Ember explained, "the heartwood song kept balance here. Now its melody is broken. To heal it, we must gather 3 echoes of the song lost to the wilds." He nosed the faded flower. "This is a petal from the heartwood. It wilts further each day." Their first journey took them to the Glimmerfin, a swamp where fireflies danced in constellations above water thick as syrup. The echo hid inside a lily that bloomed only under starlight, its petals mirroring the sky. But the swamp was guarded by a heron with feathers of stained glass, who snapped his beak like scissors. "The echo is not yours to claim," he hissed. Lila knelt, spotting a shard of crystal tangled in the reeds near his nest, a fragment of the heartwood's roots. "You're wounded," she murmured, freeing the shard. The heron stilled, then bowed his neck. "Take the echo, child, may it light your path." The canyon of echoes. Next they climbed a canyon where every footstep echoed into a chorus. The second echo resided in a cave behind a waterfall that flowed in silence. Inside, the walls glittered with mica, and the air smelled of burnt sugar. A tiny bat with velvet wings guarded the echo, which hummed inside a geode. "I've waited so long," the bat squeaked, "for someone to sing the geode's song." The notes were etched into the crystal, a lullaby in a forgotten tongue. Lila traced them, humming softly. The bat trilled along, and the geode split open, releasing the echo in a cascade of amber light. The meadow of mist. The final echo lay in a meadow veiled in perpetual fog, where flowers bloomed in shades of shadow. A towering stag with antlers like ice guarded the grove, his eyes milky with blindness. "The shadow vines took my sight," he rumbled. "To find the echo, you must see through darkness." Lila closed her eyes, letting the meadow's sounds guide her, the sigh of petals, the skitter of beetles, the echo's faint pulse beneath a hawthorn bush. As she grasped it, the stag sighed. "You see with your heart, little one, that is truer than any sight." The heartwood's song. Returning to the hollow oak, Lila placed the echoes into the pedestal. The flower stirred, its petals flushing crimson as a melody swelled, deep as earth, bright as dawn. The shadow vines recoiled, crumbling to ash. Trees shivered, shedding rot as new leaves unfurled in a rush of jade and gold. Ember's laugh was a spark in the air. "You've done it." But Lila frowned. The song felt incomplete. She pressed her palm to the heartwood. "There's another echo, the first one mine." From her cloak, she drew the glowing acorn. As it fused with the heartwood, the song swelled, weaving her voice into its rhythm. The forest remembered her, the girl who'd mended broken wings, whispered to saplings, and wept when the brook ran dry. The heartwood's roots lit up, their glow spreading beyond the forest, through the soil into her village, where gardens burst into bloom and the brook's song grew sweeter. The return. At dawn, Lila stood once more at the forest's edge. Ember nuzzled her hand. "The forest will remember you, always." The acorn, now a pendant around her neck, pulsed warmly. Back home, her mother stirred a pot of lavender tea. "You've been dreaming, my starling," she smiled, though her gaze lingered on the acorn. Years later, Lila became the village storyteller, her tales threaded with magic only the children believed. On quiet nights, a russet shadow could be seen darting at the wood's edge, and her pendant glowed when the heartwood's song drifted on the wind. The forest thrived, and so did the village, for kindness, once kindled, grows like wildflowers, patient, persistent, and forever changing the world in whispers. And if you wander through those woods today, tread softly. You might hear the heartwood's song, or spot a girl with twilight eyes, still weaving stories into the dark. Story 34. In the velvet-hued valley of Bramblebrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the river sang lullabies against smooth stones, there lived a girl named Tansy with hair the color of steeped chamomile tea. Each evening, as the great copper clock tower chimed 7 times, she'd sit by her attic window and watch the village lanterns blink awake, until the week the lights began vanishing, one by one. It started with Widow Hemsley's porch lantern, its buttery glow snuffed mid-swing on Tuesday. Then the lamppost outside the bakery dissolved into darkness with a sound like a popped soap bubble. By Friday, even the fireflies seemed hesitant to spark their tiny lamps. Tansy noticed peculiar details others missed, a faint scent of burnt sugar lingering where lights disappeared, and tiny crescent marks in the earth, as though someone had pressed moon-shaped stamps into the soil. "Nothing wicked thrives in Bramblebrook," said old Tom, the stargazing librarian, when Tansy brought him a jar of the strange scented air. He adjusted his spectacles, each lens whorled like a galaxy. "But the world's full of lonely magic. Follow the moonprints, child, and take this." He pressed into her palm a thimble-sized cage woven from cedar twigs, its latch shaped like an owl's eye. The moonprints led Tansy past hedges whispering in lavender dialects, through a copse where birch trunks gleamed like bone china, until she reached a hollow cradling a most peculiar sight. A cottage no taller than her knee, its thatched roof sagging under the weight of captured fireflies. At the crooked door hunched a creature like a dormouse dipped in stardust, frantically trying to strike a match. "Oh," it squeaked, dropping the matchstick. "You're not supposed to see me." Its ears, 3 times too large for its body, flushed pink. Tansy knelt, cedar cage warm in her palm. "Why are you taking our lights?" The creature blew a tuft of silver fur from its eyes. I'm Nettle, last of the lumens. We tend the hearth star that keeps your world's stories alive, but mine's gone cold. It gestured to the miniature hearth, where a star-shaped ember lay gray as dead ash. I thought maybe your lights could reignite it. Tansy studied the hearth star, noticing its surface wasn't smooth but etched with tiny scenes. A baker sharing bread, children mending a robin's wing, all the kindnesses that fueled Bramblebrook's magic. You can't steal warmth, she murmured, recalling old Tom's words about lonely magic. It has to be given. Together, they devised a plan softer than moth wings. At dawn, Tansy baked honey cakes threaded with edible glitter. By noon, she'd convinced the townsfolk to gather at the clock tower with lanterns in hand. When twilight blushed the sky, Nettle, hidden under Tansy's scarf, whispered instructions. Hold your lights high, Tansy announced, and think of a story that made your heart glow. Lanterns rose like a constellation come earthward. The baker remembered rescuing a rain-soaked sparrow. The blacksmith recalled teaching his daughter to mend kites. Tansy pictured sharing her winter blanket with frost-tipped flowers. Threads of gold light spiraled from every lantern, weaving into Nettle's cedar cage until it shone like a captured sunrise. Back at the hollow, Nettle poured the light into the hearth star. With a sound like 100 pages turning in unison, the star blazed anew, its etched scenes dancing with color. The stolen fireflies burst from the cottage roof, stitching themselves into the night sky as new constellations. They'll need a keeper, Nettle said, placing the hearth star into Tansy's hands. It pulsed gently, warmer than a teacup, lighter than a sigh. Now when Bramblebrook's children point to the new stars, the baker's ladle, the kite-tail cluster, Tansy smiles. Some nights if you leave a saucer of clover milk by your window, you might spot Nettle riding a firefly, checking that every heart light burns bright. And in the clock tower, old Tom keeps a new book on his shelf, a history of given glows, its pages blank but warm to the touch, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The village learned that light grows when shared, that even stars need kindling, and that mysteries, like good bread, are best solved slowly, with patience, and never alone. As for the crescent moonprints, they still appear sometimes, leading to lost mittens or forgotten memories, always guiding wanderers home. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where willow branches dipped their fingers into silver streams and moonflowers glowed like fallen stars, there existed a secret known only to the forest's oldest inhabitants. Here the air hummed with the breath of slumbering earth magic, and every dewdrop held a tiny universe of shimmering light. It was in this place of moss-cushioned hollows and amber-lit clearings that a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first sign of trouble. One crisp autumn morning, as Thistle shuffled through a carpet of saffron leaves, he noticed the maple trees weeping sap too early, their amber tears hardening into glassy beads before hitting the ground. The usual symphony of rustling foliage had grown strained, as if the wind itself were tugging at a knot it couldn't loosen. His nose twitched at the scent of frost where there should have been the musk of ripening blackberries, a wrongness that made his quills prickle. Elder moss will know what's amiss, Thistle murmured, recalling the ancient box turtle who dozed in a thicket woven from living ivy. The elder's shell was etched with lichen patterns that shifted with the seasons, said to hold maps of every root and stone in the forest. But when Thistle reached the thicket, he found Elder Moss awake and troubled, her milky eyes reflecting the pale sky. The heartstone's rhythm falters, she rasped, gesturing with a claw toward the northern ridge where a primordial oak stood guard. Long has it balanced the dance of seasons, but now its light dims. If it fades entirely, summer's warmth will freeze in its tracks, and spring's blossoms will wither unborn. Thistle's heart pattered like rain on acorn caps. The heartstone, a crystalline core forged when the first tree took root, was the forest's silent pulse. Few had ever glimpsed it, save in stories told over firefly-lit gatherings. How do we mend it? Elder Moss sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering over stone. The stone's keeper has vanished. Fenlin, the frost-touched fox who carried starlight in her fur and understood the language of snowflakes. Find her child, follow the scent of unmelting ice. Thus began Thistle's journey, his paws carrying him past thickets where spiderwebs glistened like spun moonlight, and over brooks that chuckled secrets to smooth pebbles. By dusk he'd reached the Frostfen marshes, a realm of cattail sentinels and water that mirrored the sky even in darkness. Here the cold bit sharper, crystallizing his breath into tiny clouds that hovered like ghosts. A mournful howl echoed through the reeds. Thistle froze as a silvery shape emerged, a fox, her pelt shimmering with hoarfrost but her eyes dull as tarnished coins. Fenlin's tail dragged low, and where her paws touched the marsh, ice spread in jagged blooms. "You shouldn't have come," Fenlin whispered, her voice cracking like thin ice. The Heartstone's song grew faint, and I tried to strengthen it with winter's breath, but the magic recoiled. Now cold clings to me, unyielding. She shuddered, frost creeping up her legs. I cannot stop it. Thistle inched closer, the marsh grass crunching beneath him. Let us help you, the elder says. Elders don't understand. Fenlin's snarl sent icicles spearing from the ground. This cold isn't just in my paws, it's in my bones. It whispers that warmth is the enemy. Her ears flattened. Leave before it claims you too. But Thistle noticed what Fenlin did not. Where her icy trail met a cluster of snowberries, the plants didn't wither. Instead, their stems thickened, hugging the frost like a blanket. Wait, he said, hope unfurling in his chest. What if the cold isn't attacking? What if it's lost? Dawn found them trekking uphill, Fenlin's frost weaving delicate bridges over streams, while Thistle sniffed out patches of wintergreen to sustain them. At midday they encountered Lila, a doe whose antlers bloomed with living ivy. She'd been nursing a family of field mice in a hollow log, her breath warming their nest when the premature chill struck. The balance is fractured, Lila said, nuzzling a shivering mouse. But forced heat may harm as much as unchecked cold. Her gaze settled on Fenlin. Your frost preserved these berries for winter hungers. Perhaps the magic needs not less cold, but its proper place. Fenlin's ears twitched. You suggest I redirect the ice. Thistle nodded, recalling Elder Moss's tales. The Heartstone doesn't control seasons, it harmonizes them. Maybe your frost is meant for deeper earth, to guard sleeping seeds until spring. A risky plan took shape. They'd journey to the Heartstone's chamber beneath the great oak, where Fenlin would channel her trapped winter into the stone's roots. But to do so, they'd need fireflies to light their path through the labyrinthine tunnels, and spider silk to bind Fenlin's fraying magic. Lila summoned the fireflies, a constellation of gold sparks that settled in her antlers like a crown. Thistle persuaded Arian, an orb-weaver spider with silk stronger than harp strings, to spin a luminous thread that glowed blue as glacier ice. Mind you don't tangle it, Arian shuddered, though his 8 eyes gleamed with pride. That silk holds memories of northern lights. The descent into the earth was a symphony of whispers. Tree roots brushed their backs like giant fingers, and the air grew rich with the scent of ancient peat and forgotten thunderstorms. At last they entered a cavern where the Heartstone pulsed, a geode the size of a hill, its crystalline veins flickering weakly. Thistle's paws tingled where quartz met fur. The stone's song was a lullaby sung through a clogged throat. Fenlin trembled as Arian's silk wrapped around her, the threads humming. What if I break it further? Lila pressed her muzzle to the fox's shoulder. You won't walk this path alone. As fireflies illuminated the chamber, Fenlin closed her eyes. Ice spread from her paws, but this time Thistle and Lyra pressed close, their warmth a steady counterpoint. The frost spiraled downward, seeping into cracks where dormant seeds lay buried. Slowly the heartstone's dim glow brightened, first a feeble shimmer, then a radiant cascade of prismatic light. Above ground the forest sighed. Maple leaves stopped their premature fall. Frost retreated from bluebell stems, pooling only where tree shadows stretched long. And deep in the earth the seeds sighed contentedly, wrapped in their icy cocoon. When they emerged, dawn painted the sky in hues of apricot and lavender. Fenlin's fur still glittered, but the frost no longer crawled beyond her control. "It's quieter now," she said, wonder softening her voice. "The cold remembers its purpose." Elder moss awaited them at the forest's edge, her shell patterns swirling with new growth. "Well done, little guardians," she said, and for the first time in memory, Thistle saw her smile. "You've reminded an old forest that harmony isn't stillness, it's the courage to listen, even to storms." As seasons turned, the whispering woods thrived. Fenlin became keeper of the frost-kissed grove, her howls now sweet and resonant as wind chimes. Thistle took to napping in the Heartstone's clearing, where the earth's heartbeat lulled him with tales of deeper magic. And on the longest night of winter, all creatures gathered beneath the great oak to share stories, their breath mingling, warm and cold, predator and prey, in a mist that rose like a promise to the stars. For in the dance between ice and bloom they'd learned this truth: balance is not a wall, but a bridge. And sometimes, to save the light, one must first embrace the dark. Story 36. The soft hum of the way station's atmospheric shields mingled with the scent of steaming moonroot tea as Taro adjusted her moss-lined satchel. Her 3 amber eyes blinked in the golden light of the docking bay, velvety paws brushing against the metallic floor plates that felt too cold beneath her footpads. The last transport from her rain-soaked homeworld had deposited her here, on this cobbled-together satellite orbiting a neon-purple gas giant, and already her whiskers twitched with the wrongness of it all, the screech of ion engines where there should be frog song, the sharp tang of ozone instead of wet soil. She nearly tripped over the drone in her nervous haste. It lay half-buried under a tangle of discarded power cells, its spherical body dented, and one of its 6 articulated arms hanging limp. Taro's primary heart raced as the machine stirred, emitting a warble like a rusty music box. "Query assistance required," it chimed, a cracked visor flickering with faint blue light. "You're alive." Taro crouched, her silver fur bristling. On Glira 7, machines were sleek predators that patrolled the fungal forests, scanning for organic contaminants. This creature's voice carried none of their cold precision. Its tones wavered like wind chimes in a storm. Designation: KL9 Maintenance Unit. Primary function: repair and restoration. The drone attempted to rise, its intact limbs scrabbling against the floor. Error: gravitational compensators offline. Supplemental aid requested. Something in the way its light dimmed as it spoke made Taro's secondary heart squeeze. Against every instinct, she reached out. The drone, who insisted on being called Click, turned out to be terrible at explanations, but excellent at finding trouble. Hypothesis: the central processing core requires realignment, Click announced as Taro gingerly turned their makeshift camp upside down. They'd taken refuge in an abandoned greenhouse dome, its transparent panels streaked with stardust. Moon vines curled around broken consoles, bioluminescent petals casting the room in soft periwinkle. "You said that about the thruster array yesterday," Taro muttered, pawing through her satchel of salvaged parts. Her claws tingled where they'd brushed against Click's exposed wiring earlier, a sensation like hummingbird wings against her nerve endings. Observation: your respiratory rate increases by 18% when agitated. Suggestion: consume nutritional supplements. Click extended its least damaged arm, offering a perfectly cubed nutrient gel block. Calculated 73% probability this will improve mood. Taro stared at the shimmering green cube. On my world, we share stories when someone's upset, not gelatin. Click's visor flickered. Data story archives corrupted. Alternative proposal. Describe your home's atmospheric composition. And so began their uneven exchange. Taro speaking of mist-strapped valleys where trees sang in rainfall, Click responding with technical schematics of engine calibrations. Yet as days melted into weeks under the greenhouse's eternal twilight, their languages began to braid. Taro learned that Click's sporadic humming matched the emotional cadence of her people's grief songs. Click discovered that offering freshly polished gears made Taro's fur ripple in the same pattern as when she spoke of sunrise. The crisis came during a meteor shower. Alert, structural integrity compromised, Click trilled as the dome shuddered. Beyond the cracked panels, the sky burned with fiery streaks. Taro's ears flattened against her skull. She could smell the scorched metal, feel the ozone prickling her nasal ridges. Emergency protocol, evacuate. Click nudged her toward the exit with 2 functioning arms. Probability of survival increases by... No. Taro's claws dug into the mossy floor. She gestured to the trembling moon vines above them, their glowing flowers now pulsing frantic crimson. They're alive, Click, we can't just... For 3 humming seconds, Click's processors whirred. Then with a decisive click, it retracted its pushing arms. Revised strategy, reinforcement of load-bearing structures, your guidance required. They worked in frenzied tandem, Taro scrambling up swaying vines to secure trembling support beams, Click welding patches with precise bursts from its repair torch. When a particularly large meteor fragment struck the dome's western quadrant, it was Taro who thought to redirect the irrigation system's water reserves to cool overheating panels. When Click's power cells faltered, it was Taro who realized the bioluminescent flowers could be converted into emergency energy sources. As dawn's first light crept across the repaired dome, they sat amidst the glowing blossoms, Click's chassis dented but functional, Taro's fur matted with sap and stardust. Query, Click ventured, its voice softer than systems diagnostics warranted. Why prioritize non-sentient flora? Taro watched a flower's glow pulse in time with Click's power cycles. Same reason you didn't leave when the transport ships departed, some connections. She pressed a paw to Click's warm metal shell, feeling the vibration of its core within. Transcend survival algorithms. The day of parting came gently. Click stood restored in the docking bay, its spherical body gleaming with fresh polish, Taro's intricate vine patterns etched into its armor. Taro's transport ship loomed behind them, its ramp extended like a waiting tongue. Calculated 89% probability you'll require nutritional supplements during transit. Click produced a carefully wrapped parcel of nutrient cubes, each imprinted with tiny flower shapes. Taro laughed, the sound bubbling up like spring water. From her satchel, she withdrew a crystalline seed pod. This contains spores from the moon vines, if you plant it where starlight touches. Hypothesis, it will grow into a living comms array. Click's visor brightened. Frequencies detectable across 12 parsecs. They lingered in the silence between heartbeats and processor cycles. Somewhere beyond the force fields, solar winds whispered through the ruins of the greenhouse dome, carrying the first notes of a new story. Years later, traders would speak of the strange signal emanating from a derelict way station, a melody of creaking vines and antique machinery that guided lost ships to safe harbor. Botanists marveled at the glowing flowers that bloomed in perfect harmony with the station's ancient engines. And if sometimes, in the quiet between stars, a certain gardener smiled at her console's flickering display, or a maintenance drone paused to polish a tarnished seed pod case. Well, that was simply how friendship sounded when sung between worlds. Story 37. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a whispering silver birch forest, there lived a shy, freckled girl with eyes the color of storm clouds. Her name was Mira, and she spent her days mending fishing nets by the amber-lit windows of her grandmother's cottage, where the smell of thyme and rising bread dough hung in the air. The townsfolk often overlooked her quiet ways, until the autumn evening she discovered the listening teacup. It happened while she was sweeping the attic, her broom stirring constellations of dust motes in the late sunlight. Behind a trunk patched with lichen-colored travel stickers, she found a small cedar box. Inside lay a porcelain teacup, its surface painted with forget-me-nots that seemed to sway when touched by shadow. A single chip marred its rim, shaped like a crescent moon. When Mira absent-mindedly traced the chip, the cup filled suddenly with steaming liquid, not tea but something shimmering and clear, like captured starlight. A voice, soft as dandelion fluff, sighed from its depths, 3 sips to hear the world's hidden songs. The first sip tasted of cold mountain springs and honeysuckle. At once, the creak of the attic stairs became a chorus of wooden whales singing to their kin in the floorboards. The second sip carried the tang of wild blackberries, and the wind outside unfurled into words. The old willow weeps for her lost roots, the river's heart skips stones eastward. The third sip, warm as apricot jam, revealed a new sound, a faint, desperate humming beneath the village square, like a plucked harp string drowning in mud. Mira's quest began at dawn, the teacup wrapped in a scarf dyed with walnut shells. She followed the buried hum to the village well, where Mayor Bramble, a man whose mustache bristled like an offended hedgehog, was arguing with farmers about the drought. "The well's been dry for a fortnight," he barked. But the teacup trembled in Mira's hands, its chip glowing as the humming surged. When she peered over the mossy stones, she saw not emptiness, but a glimmering thread of water far below, a thread tied in a knotted tangle. Her journey downward required unlikely allies. First came Thimble, a spectacled honey badger who operated a clandestine bakery from a hollow oak. He gifted her a lantern fueled by cinnamon-infused beeswax, its light painting the well's walls in amber spirals. Next appeared Wisp, a willowy child made of fern and shadow who tended the birch forest's dreams. They braided Mira's hair with silver lives that hummed when danger neared. Last was the old willow herself, who lowered a root ladder into the earth, her voice a rasp of bark and sorrow. The underground river changed course, but humans stopped listening to its whispers. Untangle the knot, and the water will remember kindness. Deeper they climbed, past fossils humming lullabies and earthworm cities glowing with bioluminescent fungi. The river's knot pulsed ahead, a snarled vortex of water and roots, thrashing like a trapped creature. Thimble's lantern revealed the problem, a boulder wedged beneath the riverbed, forcing the current into panicked coils. Mayor Bramble's grandfather had placed it there generations ago, hoping to strengthen the flow, never realizing water prefers gentle persuasion to force. Mira knelt, the teacup's steam-weaving visions. She saw the river as a young stream, laughing over pebbles. Saw it cower when the boulder crashed down, its song choked into a gurgle. "It's afraid," she realized. Wisp placed a fern hand on the snarled water, murmuring, "Fear grows when voices go unheard together." They began to sing, not with magic, but with the ordinary, sacred sounds of the world above. The plink of rain on pumpkins, the whoosh of sheets on a clothesline, the crunch-crunch of boots through autumn leaves. The river stilled, listening. "We'll help you find a new path," Mira promised. Thimble used his pastry paddle to dig a tiny channel eastward. Wisp convinced spiderlings to spin guiding threads. The willow's roots nudged the boulder aside grain by grain. When the final twist unraveled, the river burst free in a cascade of liquid laughter, swirling around Mira's ankles before diving joyfully toward the willow's thirsty roots. By morning, the well brimmed with water that carried the faintest taste of starlight. Villagers marveled, but Mayor Bramble's bluster melted when Mira placed the listening teacup in his hands. As its steam rose, he flushed, hearing the well's newfound song, a melody of gratitude and the willow's contented sighs. I'll consult the river before digging new canals, he stammered, and for the first time in years the farmers smiled. Years later, when travelers ask why the village wells sing on midsummer nights, elders point to the teacup displayed in the town hall, its chip a reminder that even broken things hold wisdom. They speak of a woman still freckled, still quiet, who mends nets by the sea, always pausing to pour a sip of starlight for the waves. And if you listen closely as dusk paints the hills in violet and gold, you might hear the world's hidden songs too, in the rattle of acorns, the sigh of a kettle, or the rhythm of your own steady breath, weaving gently into the great, kind story of all things. Story 38. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 39. The tick-tock hollows of Willowmere were known for three things: honey-drizzled apple tarts that melted on the tongue, cobblestone streets that sang when rain danced upon them, and an extraordinary clockmaker's shop that smelled perpetually of cinnamon and possibility. It was here, between walls lined with pendulum clocks swaying like metallic metronomes, that shy, freckled Lila first discovered the world hummed with hidden music. One blustery October afternoon, while her mother haggled over a cuckoo clock shaped like a sunflower, Lila noticed a peculiar timepiece half buried beneath velvet cushions. Its face was a mosaic of moonstone shards, and instead of numbers, tiny constellations glimmered where the numerals ought to be. When she brushed her thumb over its icy surface, the room stilled, not in silence, but as if someone had pressed a seashell to her ear, capturing the echo of a distant tide. The clock's hands began to spin backward. A compartment clicked open. Inside lay a brass key no longer than a pine needle, and a slip of parchment that read, "For the keeper who listens between the ticks." Before Lila could wonder at the riddle, a voice like wind through wheat fields whispered, "Mind the pendulum, child. It's been waiting for you." The shopkeeper's cat, a plump marmalade creature usually napping by the hearth, stood upright, adjusting tiny spectacles. "Oh good, you found grandfather's chrono pendant. Terribly rude of him to hide it in a biscuit tin last century. I'm Professor Whistling, temporal consultant." He bowed, nearly toppling over his own tail. Thus began Lila's understanding that the pocket watch, for that's what the pendant became when she slipped the key into its side, held a curious magic. 3 times it could rewind a single minute, but only if used to mend what was broken, never to bend fate to one's will. "Time's a sticky thing," Whistling warned, kneading biscuits into the rug. "Pull too hard, and you'll unravel more than you intend." The first test came unexpectedly. During the Harvest Moon Festival, clumsy Jasper Thimblethwaite tripped over his own feet while carrying Mrs. Nettle's prize-winning quince pie. Lila, remembering the watch's warm weight in her pinafore pocket, twisted the key. The world blurred like watercolors in rain. When it cleared, she found herself 3 steps ahead, catching the pie midair. The pastry remained flawless, though Jasper's boots somehow ended up laced together. "Nicely done," chirped a voice from the pumpkin stall. A hedgehog in a waistcoat waved a walnut-sized clipboard. "Bramblebrook at your service. I handle improbable rescues and minor miracles. You'll need my organizational skills soon. The clouds have that particular smell." He sniffed disdainfully at the horizon, where thunderheads brewed like oversteeped tea. 3 days later, the storm broke. Rain fell in silver sheets, swelling the river until it gnawed at the village's ancient stone dam. Lila heard the crack at dawn, a sound like the world splitting a tooth. By the time she reached the bridge, a jagged fissure ran through the dam's center, weeping river water. Villagers clustered like startled sparrows, their voices drowned by the roaring current. "It'll hold another hour, maybe 2, Bramblebrook declared, scaling Lila's boot to peer through a brass telescope. "But the repair requires oakum and elbow grease, neither of which we've got in sufficient." Crack. The fissure widened. Lila's fingers closed around the watch. 3 minutes. 3 chances. But how does one rewind a catastrophe? "Start with the heart of the problem," advised Professor Whistling, materializing on her shoulder with a pop of displaced air. "The dam isn't just stone, it's memory, mortar mixed with midsummer dew, foundation stones laid during the great reconciliation of owls and otters. Repair the story and the structure follows." Guided by the professors, one quoting architectural poetry, the other muttering about hydraulic logistics, Lila wound the watch. The first rewound minute took her to the dam's creation, a dizzying glimpse of badgers and masons singing as they worked. The second revealed the cracked keystone, weakened by a century of ivy roots. The third. Wait. Bramblebrook grabbed her sleeve as she reached to rewind again. You've one reset left, use it now, and the watch goes dormant for a year. Are you certain? Somewhere downstream, a child's laugh echoed, unaware of the danger. Lila turned the key. The world spun gold. When the dizziness faded, she stood knee-deep in the river, arms elbow-deep in the dam's crack. But instead of cold stone, her hands met something warm and fibrous. A tangle of living roots curled around her fingers, knitting the fissure closed with threads of glowing moss. From the shallows rose water spirits, translucent as blown glass, singing the dam's forgotten name. You mended the story, whistling murmured as villagers rushed to add their strength to the spirit's work. The watch didn't fix the dam, it reminded the dam how to fix itself. By nightfall, the river retreated, chastened. Lila's watch now bore a hairline crack, its magic hibernating like a seed in winter. But as she trudged home, something marvelous happened. Every clock in Willowmere struck midnight in unison, though the moon hung fat and full. From that hour on, the dam bore a new mark, a carving of a pocket watch entwined with oak leaves, and beneath it, words that hadn't been there before. For the keeper who listens. Years later, when Lila became the clockmaker's apprentice, she often paused to trace that carving. Children would ask about the watch nestling in her tools, its cracked face still glimmering with constellations. It's waiting, she'd say, for the next listener. And if sometimes, in the hush between ticks, she heard a marmalade chuckle or the scribble of a hedgehog's pen, well, that was simply the sound of time remembering its friends. Story 40. The stars above the emerald-canopied world of Very's seven shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet, their light filtering through leaves wide as dinner plates to dapple the mossy forest floor. Beneath a particularly grand specimen of the native glowbirch, its bark pulsing faintly with bioluminescent sap, a small, furry creature named Kip adjusted the woven reed satchel across his shoulders. His three eyes blinked in sequence as he sniffed the evening air, whiskers twitching at the scent of approaching rain. The fourth moon was rising, painting the forest in silvery streaks that made the crystal ferns sing their glassy chimes when the fireball streaked across the sky. It crashed half a league from Kip's burrow with a sound like 1,000 honey jars shattering. By the time he reached the smoking crater, his paws stained purple from crushed night blooms, the foreign object had cooled enough to reveal its true nature, a escape pod no larger than a water barrel, its surface etched with strange angular symbols that glowed faintly cobalt. The hatch opened with a hiss of stale air. Out tumbled a being all gleaming metal and whirring joints, its oval head sporting a single glowing eye that cycled rapidly through colors. Kip froze mid-step, one paw still raised, as the machine creature righted itself with surprising grace. For 3 heartbeats they stared at each other, the small, moss-furred native with ears flat against his skull, the angular robot with joints steaming faintly in the humid air. Designation T3NU, the machine intoned in a voice like wind chimes caught in a breeze. Its eye settled on amber. Query, local star chart coordinates. Kip's ear frills flared crimson in alarm. He scurried behind a tree trunk, peeking out with only his top eye visible. The robot rotated its head 180 degrees with a soft whir. Observation, carbon-based life form exhibits fear response. Adjustment, vocal modulation to 22% intensity. When it spoke again, the words came softer, tinged with something almost melodic. Apology, this unit's presence appears distressing. Assurance, harm not intended. A compartment slid open in its chest, revealing neatly arranged tools that glinted in the moonlight. Offer, exchange of resources for navigational assistance. Thus began the first misunderstanding. Kip, seeing the shiny objects, remembered the old tales of sky demons who traded cursed trinkets for souls. He puffed up his fur to twice its size and chittered a warning in his native tongue. Tenny, as Kip would later nickname the robot, misinterpreted the display as a threat posture and activated its defensive protocols. For 3 days they circled each other, Kip leaving offerings of sweetroot and polished stones at the crater's edge, Tenny attempting communication through increasingly poetic binary hakis that translated poorly through its damaged translator module. The breakthrough came during the first proper rainstorm, when torrents of warm rain turned the forest floor into a mosaic of bubbling streams. Kip, sheltering under a giant fan leaf, heard an unusual clicking from the pod's site. Curiosity overcoming caution, he found Tenny struggling with a jammed chest panel, coolant fluid leaking from a cracked conduit. The robot's movements grew increasingly erratic, its eye flickering between distress signal red and a troubled flicker of pale blue. With a chirp of decision, Kip scampered to a nearby cluster of rubber vines. His small paws worked swiftly, weaving the sticky fibers into a makeshift patch. When he approached holding the sap-covered lattice, Tenny's eye cycled through 7 colors in rapid succession before settling on a tentative periwinkle. Query unclear, organic specimen offers, nest material. Kip pointed emphatically at the leaking conduit, then mimed applying the patch. A moment stretched between them, filled only with the percussion of rain on leaves. Then, with a soft hydraulic sigh, Tenny retracted its arm tools and inclined its head. The repair held. As dawn painted the forest in peach and lavender streaks, Tenny played a recording from its memory banks, a lullaby from its homeworld, all plucked crystal strings and humming harmonics. Kip responded by digging up his emergency stash of sunrise berries, arranging the glowing fruits in careful patterns that told the story of the first rain according to forest folklore. Their true alliance formed 3 nights later, when the geothermal storms came. Very's Seven's core belched fiery gases that turned the northern sky into a rippling curtain of crimson and gold. Beautiful, deadly, and headed straight for the crash site. Tenny's sensors picked up the radiation surge first. Alert ionization levels exceeding safety thresholds, it announced, eye flashing urgent citrine. Requirement, immediate shelter below mineral-dense strata. Kip stared at the robot's hastily drawn map in the soil, ear frills quivering. He grabbed Tenny's claw-tipped hand and pulled. Thicker roots, deeper stones, quick. Their race against the shimmering aurora borealis became a dance of mismatched strides. Tenny's boosters sputtered on damaged fuel cells, Kip's shorter legs churned through underbrush. When the first wave of charged particles made their fur and metal alike tingle with static, they plunged into the mouth of a crystal cave Kip knew from puphood, one he'd always avoided due to the eerie echoes. The storm sang against the cave's quartz teeth. Kip trembled as the air grew thick with ozone, until a cool metal arm draped across his back. Tenny's eye glowed steady sapphire as it rerouted power to its core, emitting a gentle warmth. Statement: this unit calculates 87% survival probability if shelter holds. A pause. Addendum: preferable to experience remaining 13% with adequate company. Kip blinked all 3 eyes slowly, his people's gesture of deep trust. Not alone good, he chirped, patting Tenny's knee joint. Storm pass, then find sky home. In the days that followed, their odd partnership bloomed like the luminous moonflowers that opened only during meteor showers. Tenny taught Kip to read star charts using the reflections in dewdrops. Kip showed Tenny how to distill medicine from blister caps without triggering their spores. They discovered shared joys. The robot delighted in cataloging new species, while Kip found unexpected pleasure in arranging spare parts into wind chimes that sang in harmony with the forest. The second great test came from the skies. Tenny's distress beacon finally drew attention, but from the wrong sort of attention. The scavenger ship that descended on roaring thrusters bore no markings, its hull pocked with old weapon scars. Kip watched from a treetop as two hulking figures in patched environment suits emerged, their guttural language echoing harshly through the clearing. Assessment: high probability of hostile intent, Tenny murmured, eye dark to near black. Recommendation: evasive action. But Kip was already moving. With a series of sharp whistles, he summoned a flock of prismwings, iridescent avians whose mirrored feathers could dazzle even augmented optics. As the birds swarmed in a living kaleidoscope, he grabbed Tenny's hand. To the river, quick, quick. Their escape route became a testament to their hard-won understanding. When Tenny's leg actuator failed, Kip rigged a sling from sinew vines. When Kip's paws slipped on wet stones, Tenny's precise calculations found the safest path. They sheltered in the hollow of a waterfall, the roar of water drowning their pursuers' shouts. Query: why risk organic integument for mechanical life form? Tenny asked as they shared a battery berry. Kip insisted they split the last one. Its eye pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. Kip tilted his head, water droplets caught in his whiskers glittering. You not just parts, you Tenny, friend. He patted the robot's chest plate where the makeshift patch still held. Friend care for friend. The scavengers left empty-handed after 3 days, thwarted by Kip's knowledge of hidden quicksand bogs and Tenny's ability to mask their thermal signatures. That night, as fireflies performed their nightly waltz above the marsh, Tenny surprised them both. Statement: this unit has been recalibrating priorities. Its voice contained a new warmth, like sunlight through frosted glass. Conclusion: designation T3NU is insufficient. Proposal: designation changed to friend. Kip's answering purr shook leaves from nearby bushes. The final journey to Tenny's ship tested their bond in quieter ways. The repaired pod could only sustain one life form for the journey home. They stood at the edge of the glowing forest, dawn painting the sky in watercolor hues. Your people need you, Kip said softly, ears drooping as he read Tenny's star charts. The robot's creators were dying of a silicon plague, their cure waiting in Tenny's memory banks. Counterpoint: this forest is. Tenny's eye flickered through emotions it still struggled to name. Alive, worth preserving. They found the solution in a shared memory, the cave where they'd weathered the storm. Kip unearthed his great-grandmother's stories, etched in clay tablets beneath the oldest tree. Tenny discovered its creators had visited Varys 7 centuries past, leaving behind a dormant energy shield generator. Working side by side, organic paws and metal claws intertwining, they awakened the ancient technology. A dome of shimmering light bloomed over the forest, visible from orbit, a beacon too bright for scavengers, yet gentle as candlelight on fern leaves. The farewell was sweetened by promises written in stardust and sap. Tenny pressed a shard of its original hull into Kip's paw, a metal petal etched with their shared adventures. Kip gifted a seed from the glow birch, its shell impervious to vacuum. As Tenny's ship ascended in a spiral of silver light, Kip sat beneath their tree, listening to the new wind chimes. Far above, a robot watched its homeworld grow larger through a viewport decorated with woven reeds. Both carried the quiet certainty that friendship, once rooted, could span galaxies. And in the soft moments between waking and sleep, when stars seemed close enough to touch, they often fancied they heard the echo of wind chimes and purrs carried on the solar winds. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. In a tranquil grove nestled within an ancient forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in golden threads and kissed the earth with warmth, a community of creatures thrived in secret harmony. This place was known as Whistling Woods, named for the gentle melodies the breeze played through its branches, a symphony only those attuned to nature could hear. The heart of the forest was a grand oak, its roots deep and sprawling, as if embracing the earth itself. It stood like a wise elder among its kin, its bark etched with lines resembling a map of time. Its leaves whispered stories of old, tales of the forest's birth and the magic that ebbed and flowed with the passing seasons. Among the inhabitants of Whistling Woods was a kind-hearted squirrel named Thistle. Thistle was known for his nimbleness, but even more for his curiosity and gentle spirit. His fur was a soft russet, blending seamlessly with the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. His eyes, bright and inquisitive, sparkled like dewdrops catching the morning sun. Thistle's best friend was a wise old turtle named Mossback. With a shell that mirrored the forest's rich tapestry of greens and browns, Mossback moved with the deliberation of someone who had seen many seasons pass. His voice was a soothing rumble, like distant thunder on a warm summer night. One crisp morning, As the first tendrils of mist began to lift from the forest floor, Thistle and Mossback found themselves on the path to the whispering stream, a silvery brook that sang as it danced over smooth stones. The air was filled with the scent of moss and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, a fragrance so fresh it seemed to cleanse the soul. As they walked, Thistle noticed something unusual. The vibrant colors of the leaves seemed to dim, and the once cheerful song of the forest was muted, like a melody played on a distant flute. The forest felt different, as if holding its breath. Thistle's heart fluttered with concern. "Mossback," Thistle said, his voice tinged with worry. "Do you feel it too? The forest, it's quiet, as if it's waiting for something." Mossback paused, his ancient eyes taking in the subtle shifts in their surroundings. "Indeed, my friend," he replied thoughtfully. "The balance of our home is delicate, and sometimes it whispers of changes we do not yet understand." Intrigued and determined to uncover the cause, the pair decided to visit the oldest and wisest of the forest's residents, an owl named Elderwind. Elderwind's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gray, as soft as the mist that clung to the forest in the early hours. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. They found Elderwind perched on a high branch of the grand oak, her gaze serene as she watched the world below. "Elderwind," Thistle called softly, "something is amiss in the forest. Can you help us understand what is happening?" Elderwind blinked slowly, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "Ah, young Thistle, the forest speaks to those who listen. It is the time of the turning, when the dance of seasons prepares to shift from the warmth of autumn to the embrace of winter." "The turning?" Thistle echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," Elderwind nodded. "Every few decades the dance of seasons are a kind of harmony, a balance that must be restored for the cycles to continue smoothly. This time, the forest seeks the Harmony Stone, a magical artifact hidden deep within the Whispering Cavern. It holds the essence of balance, a gift from nature itself." Mossback's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course, the tales of the Harmony Stone. It is said to be a conduit of nature's true balance, a symbol of unity among all creatures." Determined to help, Thistle and Mossback set out on their journey to find the Harmony Stone. They followed the whispering stream, its waters guiding them deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine mingling with the crispness of approaching winter. As they walked, the forest revealed its subtle magic. The path glittered with frost that sparkled like tiny stars, each step sending a chorus of whispers echoing through the trees. Birds with feathers shimmering in iridescent hues flitted overhead, their songs like bells chiming in the crisp air. Finally, they reached the entrance of the Whispering Cavern, a yawning mouth in the side of a moss-covered hill. The air was thick with a sense of timelessness, the quiet hum of ancient magic resonating from within. Inside, the cavern was a world of wonder. Crystal formations glowed with an ethereal light, casting rainbows on the walls. The sound of dripping water echoed like a gentle lullaby, creating a melody that seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Deep within the cavern, Thistle and Mossback found the Harmony Stone. It was a simple yet beautiful orb, its surface swirling with colors of the seasons: spring's green, summer's gold, autumn's red, and winter's blue. It pulsed softly, a gentle rhythm that matched the forest's own heartbeat. Together, they carried the Harmony Stone back to the grand oak. As they placed it at its roots, a warmth spread through the earth, and the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. The forest sighed in relief, its colors brightening, its song returning with a joyful crescendo. Elderwind watched from her perch, her eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, Thistle and Mossback. The forest thanks you." Thistle beamed with pride, his heart swelling with the understanding that the smallest of creatures can make the greatest difference. Mossback nodded, his wise heart content in the knowledge that harmony was restored. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow, Thistle and Mossback sat by the grand oak, watching the stars twinkle into life. The forest was at peace, and so were they, knowing that the dance of seasons would continue, a testament to the enduring balance of nature. And so, in the heart of Whistling Woods, where magic and reality intertwined, the forest slept soundly, cradled in the gentle embrace of harmony, a lesson whispered through the leaves for generations to come. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lila expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lila was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lila," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lila, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful. Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go. With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Story 99. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of, a stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Once upon a time, in a land where twilight lingered long enough to brush the sky with hues of lavender and rose, there lay a quaint village named Larkspur Hollow. Nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, the village was known for its swaying wildflowers and the gentle hum of nature that cradled its inhabitants to sleep each night. The villagers were simple folk, content with their daily routines of tending to the fields, weaving intricate tapestries, and sharing stories by the flickering light of their hearths. In this serene village lived a young girl named Amara, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of endless horizons. Amara had a penchant for wandering the woods, where she imagined whispers of ancient secrets hidden in the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks. She was a gentle soul with a heart as open as the sky, and she wore her kindness like a cloak that wrapped her small world in warmth. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the landscape in golden tones, Amara set out on one of her explorations. She loved these solitary adventures, during which the woods seemed to hold their breath, as if waiting for her to uncover the mysteries they sheltered. On this particular day the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and loamy earth. Her footsteps were silent on the moss-covered path, a natural carpet that cushioned her every step. As she wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, an ancient, twisted oak tree with a trunk as wide as a house and branches that stretched toward the clouds. At the base of this venerable giant lay a small wooden door, weathered by time but still sturdy. It was curious indeed, for Amara had never noticed it before, though she had trod this path many times. With a heart tingling with anticipation, Amara knelt beside the door and gently pushed it open. What lay beyond was a sight that took her breath away, a hidden world, vibrant and alive, with colors more vivid than any she had ever seen. The air shimmered with magic, and the soft melody of a distant flute floated through the air, drawing her in. This was the enchanted glade, a secret haven known only to the creatures of the forest. Luminescent flowers lined the path, their petals glowing softly in the fading light. Tiny, winged creatures flitted about, leaving trails of glittering stardust in their wake. Amara's heart swelled with wonder, and she stepped inside, feeling as if she had crossed a threshold into a dream. As she ventured further, she found herself in the company of a small, iridescent dragon named Lila. Lila was unlike any creature Amara had ever imagined. Her scales shimmered with the colors of the rainbow, and her eyes sparkled with an intelligence and kindness that put Amara at ease. Lila, sensing Amara's pure heart, greeted her with a gentle nod and a soft, melodic hum. "Welcome, dear traveler," Lila spoke, her voice a soothing lullaby. "Few are those with hearts open enough to find their way here." Amara felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very air around her was embracing her. "Thank you," she replied, her voice tinged with awe. "This place, it's like a dream." Lila chuckled softly, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "It is indeed a realm of dreams and wonders. But tell me, child, what brings you to our hidden glade?" Amara thought for a moment, her gaze drifting to the canopy above, where birds with jewel-toned feathers sang sweet melodies. "I suppose it's my curiosity," she said finally. "I've always felt that there's more to the world than what we see." Lila nodded, her eyes twinkling. "Curiosity is a gift, and it has led you to a place where few dare to venture. But remember, with curiosity comes responsibility. This glade holds many secrets, and each has its own story." As the days turned into weeks, Amara returned to the enchanted glade, each visit unveiling new wonders and friendships with the magical creatures that called it home. There was Felix, the wise old owl who could spin tales of ancient times, Bella, the graceful deer whose hooves danced silently across the forest floor, and Pippin, the cheeky squirrel whose antics never failed to make Amara laugh. Together they shared stories and laughter, and Amara learned the art of listening, not just with her ears but with her heart. She discovered that each creature, each plant, even the very breeze had something to teach her. She learned of the delicate balance that sustained the glade and the importance of nurturing it with care and respect. One day, as Amara sat under the shade of the great oak tree, Lila approached her with a thoughtful expression. "Amara, there is something I must show you," the dragon said, her voice gentle but filled with an undercurrent of urgency. Amara followed Lila to a clearing where the air seemed heavier, tinged with a sense of unease. At the center of the clearing lay a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the sky above. But what caught Amara's attention was the object resting at the bottom of the pool, a small, shimmering stone that pulsed with a soft, ethereal glow. "This is the Heartstone," Lila explained. "It is the source of the glade's magic, the very essence that binds us all. But lately its light has begun to fade, and with it, the magic of our world." Amara felt a pang of worry. "Is there something we can do to help?" Lila nodded. "The Heartstone needs to be rekindled with the fire of friendship and understanding. It is a journey that requires not only courage, but a heart open to all possibilities." Without hesitation, Amara agreed to help. She knew that this was a task she could not undertake alone, and so she sought the guidance of her friends in the glade. Together they devised a plan to restore the Heartstone's light. The first step was to gather elements of the natural world that resonated with the spirit of the glade. Felix flew to the highest peaks to collect moonbeams caught in the night air, while Bella ventured to the riverbanks to gather dew kissed by the first rays of dawn. Pippin, with his nimble paws, collected seeds from the tallest trees, each one holding the promise of life and renewal. Amara, guided by Lyra, sought out the wisdom of the ancient tree spirits, who whispered secrets of the earth and sky. She learned to listen with her heart, to feel the pulse of the world around her, and to understand that true magic lay not in grand gestures, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. With their treasures gathered, the friends returned to the clearing where the Heartstone lay. Together they formed a circle around the pool, their hearts united by a bond stronger than any magic. As they began to weave their gifts together, a gentle warmth spread through the air, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the sound of a distant lullaby. The Heartstone, bathed in the light of their friendship, began to glow brighter, its pulse steady and strong. Amara felt a surge of joy, knowing that they had succeeded not through force but through love and understanding. As the light of the Heartstone filled the clearing, the glade came alive with a brilliance that was both dazzling and comforting. The colors of the world seemed more vibrant, the air more fragrant, and the songs of the forest more melodious. The magic of the glade was renewed, a testament to the power of friendship and the strength of a heart open to the wonders of the world. With the task complete, Amara knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to her friends, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. As she stepped through the wooden door and back into the familiar embrace of Larkspur Hollow, she realized that she had changed. Her world, once small and predictable, was now filled with possibilities as vast as the sky. In the days that followed, Amara shared her stories with the villagers, weaving tales of the enchanted glade and the magic that lay within. As they listened, their eyes sparkled with the same wonder that had once filled hers, and the village became a place where dreams and reality mingled like the colors of the twilight sky. And so Amara's journey came full circle, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the enduring magic of a heart open to all the wonders of the world. As the years passed, the tale of Amara and the enchanted glade became a cherished story in Larkspur Hollow, passed down from generation to generation. Each retelling carried with it the warmth of a hearth on a chilly night, and the gentle reminder that magic exists in the most unexpected places, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. And in the quiet moments when the moonlight danced across the fields and the stars twinkled like fireflies in the night sky, the villagers would pause and listen, for if they were lucky, they might hear the soft hum of a dragon's lullaby, echoing from a hidden glade deep within the heart of the forest. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways. her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadow. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadow held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadow, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadow. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadow, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself. A sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. She was a curious child, always wondering about the stories her grandmother would tell her before bed. Tales of their ancestors, the guardians of a sacred tradition that had been passed down for generations. One summer evening, as the fireflies danced in the twilight, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My dearest," she said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "it is time for you to learn the ways of our people." Amara's heart raced with excitement as her grandmother unveiled a carved wooden box, adorned with intricate symbols she had never seen before. Inside lay a delicate silver necklace, its pendant shaped like a crescent moon. "This is the moonstone," her grandmother explained, "a sacred talisman that has watched over our family for centuries. It holds the memories and teachings of those who came before us." With reverence, Amara's grandmother placed the necklace around her neck, and in that moment, a surge of warmth and connection flowed through her. It was as if the whispers of her ancestors had awoken within her. Over the following weeks, Amara's grandmother led her on a journey of discovery, unveiling the ancient rituals and traditions of their people. They would venture into the forest at dawn, greeting the rising sun with songs of gratitude. In the evenings, they would sit beneath the stars, weaving intricate baskets from the supple willow branches, just as their ancestors had done. With each lesson, Amara felt a deeper sense of belonging, as if she were rediscovering a part of herself that had been long forgotten. The stories her grandmother shared were not mere tales, but living threads that connected her to a rich tapestry of heritage. One night, as they sat by the crackling fire, Amara's grandmother held her hands and spoke softly. "The moonstone is a reminder that our ancestors' wisdom lives within us. We must cherish and nurture it, so that it may illuminate the path for generations to come." Amara nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and understanding. She realized that the true legacy her ancestors had bestowed upon her was not merely the moonstone or the ancient rituals, but the enduring spirit of love, respect, and harmony with the natural world. From that day forward, Amara carried the moonstone close to her heart, its gentle glow a constant reminder of the profound connection she shared with her roots. As she grew older, she vowed to pass on the sacred traditions to her own children, ensuring that the wisdom of her ancestors would never be lost. And on warm summer nights, when the moon was full and the forest was alive with the symphony of nature, Amara would sit beneath the stars, telling stories of her heritage to the wide-eyed children gathered around her. For she knew that these stories were not just tales, but living threads that wove them all into the tapestry of life, connecting them to the past, present, and future in an eternal dance of harmony and belonging. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. and as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The Heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the Heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the keeper of waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In a far-off corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced in the silver glow of twin moons, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a vibrant world where crystalline trees shimmered like rainbows and rivers sang as they wound their way through emerald valleys. On this enchanting planet lived a gentle being named Arlo, whose skin glimmered with the soft light of the stars above. Arlo's people, the Luminarians, were known for their peaceful nature and deep wisdom, gathered over millennia spent in harmony with their world. One serene evening, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Arlo sat beside a crackling fire, surrounded by the soothing hum of the forest. His heart was a tranquil sea, but a longing for adventure tugged at his thoughts like the gentle pull of the tides. Little did he know his wish was about to be granted in the most unexpected way. From the velvety darkness of space, a ship appeared, its sleek form cutting through the night sky with the grace of a shooting star. The vessel was from Zorathia, a neighboring planet known for its rugged landscapes and hardy inhabitants. On board was Lila, a spirited Zorathian explorer with scales that shone like copper under the sun's embrace. Lila's species, the Zorathians, were famed for their strength and resilience, yet beneath their sturdy exteriors lay hearts as warm as gold. As Lila's ship descended with a gentle whir, Arlo watched with wide eyes, curiosity sparkling like the dew on morning leaves. When the ship touched down, Lila emerged, her eyes scanning the strange, beautiful land. She had come seeking new knowledge and perhaps a friend. Their first meeting was marked by a series of comical misunderstandings. Arlo, with his serene and measured speech, found Lila's directness both startling and intriguing. Lila, on the other hand, struggled to comprehend Arlo's poetic expressions, mistaking his pauses for reluctance. Yet beneath these initial challenges, both sensed a kindred spirit. Determined to bridge the gap, Arlo invited Lila to explore the wonders of Luminara. Together they wandered through fields of luminescent flowers that whispered secrets of old and climbed hills that offered vistas of endless beauty. As they journeyed, they shared stories of their worlds, their dreams, and their hopes, weaving a tapestry of understanding that grew stronger with each passing day. Their bond was truly tested when a sudden storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling like a pack of wild wolves. As rain poured from the sky, turning the earth into a treacherous mire, Lila's ship was damaged, stranding her far from home. Anxiety flickered in her eyes, but Arlo remained a steady presence, his calm voice a beacon in the chaos. Together, they devised a plan. Lila used her technical skills to repair the ship, while Arlo gathered materials from the forest, guided by the whispers of the trees. Under the shelter of a great crystal oak, they worked side by side, their differences blending into a symphony of harmony. In the quiet moments between their labor, Arlo and Lila found solace in each other's company. They laughed about their initial misunderstandings and marveled at how those very differences had brought them closer. Through shared challenges, they discovered the true essence of friendship, a bond that transcends words, born of trust and mutual respect. With dawn's gentle arrival, the storm relented, leaving the air crisp and fresh. Lila's ship, now gleaming under the soft light of the moons, was ready to journey once more. But as she prepared to leave, a new understanding settled in her heart, one that spoke of the enduring nature of true friendship. Standing at the edge of the forest, Lila turned to Arlo, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice a tender breeze. "For your patience, your wisdom, and for showing me the beauty of your world." Arlo smiled, his light shimmering like the first morning star. "And thank you, dear Nyla, for your courage and your strength. May our paths cross again under the light of these twin moons." With a gentle hum, the ship ascended, leaving behind a trail of stardust. Arlo watched until it became a mere speck against the vast tapestry of the sky. Though Nyla was gone, her presence lingered in his heart, a warm reminder that even the most unlikely companions could forge a friendship as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, under the canopy of 1,000 twinkling lights, Arlo sat by the fire once more, the peaceful song of the forest enveloping him like a beloved friend. He closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that the universe was vast, yet small enough to bring together those who were meant to find each other. In the heart of Luminara, where dreams took flight on whispering winds, Arlo knew that true friendship was a journey, not a destination. A journey that he and Nyla would cherish forever, bound by the stardust of their shared adventures. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words, the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the Dance of the Seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars glimmered like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Varela. This planet, with its lush emerald forests and amber rivers, was home to a gentle species called the Varellans. Their skin shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight, and their eyes were the color of amethysts, reflecting the wisdom of their peaceful ways. Far away, across light years of twinkling stardust, lay another world, Telara, a planet of crystalline mountains and azure seas. Here dwelt the Tellarites, a species as brilliant and multifaceted as their crystalline surroundings. Their skin sparkled with iridescent hues, and their minds worked with a precision akin to the intricate gears of an ancient clock. One day, a curious Varellan named Leora, with her heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond her leafy world. She climbed aboard a small, star-bound vessel, setting her sights on the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Telara, a Tellarite named Keon, driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, set forth on a similar journey, eager to explore the wonders beyond his crystalline home. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, tangling the paths of these two adventurers. Their vessels, caught in the storm's swirling embrace, were drawn toward each other, eventually colliding gently in the midst of a vast, serene nebula that shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Startled but unharmed, Leora and Keon found themselves face to face, their vessels now intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Leora's soft, flowing form seemed a world apart from Keon's angular, crystalline structure. "Greetings," Leora began, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Leora of Varela. It seems our journeys have crossed paths." Keon's voice was steady and resonant, like the harmonious chime of crystal bells. "I am Keon of Telara. It appears we are both at the mercy of this storm." Though they spoke the same language, their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Leora's gentle metaphors and poetic musings were met with Keon's logical and precise interpretations, creating a dance of confusion and misinterpretation. Yet despite these initial hurdles, a spark of curiosity and kindness lingered between them, urging them to bridge the gap. As they worked together to untangle their vessels, they began to share their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. Leora spoke of the whispering leaves of Varela's forests and the comforting embrace of its amber rivers. Keon, in turn, described the crystalline peaks of Telara, how they caught the first light of dawn and scattered it across the land like 1,000 rainbows. As the days passed, the cosmic storm continued to swirl around them, leaving them stranded in the heart of the nebula. Yet, within this celestial cocoon, something beautiful began to blossom. Leora and Keon found themselves facing shared challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. When a sudden solar flare threatened their vessels with a shower of fiery embers, Keon's analytical mind devised a plan to shield them using the reflective surfaces of his crystalline shards. Leora, with her deep understanding of harmony and balance, crafted melodies that soothed the turbulent energies, allowing them to stabilize their ships. In the quiet moments between challenges, they discovered the joy of laughter and the comfort of silence shared with a friend. Keon marveled at Leora's ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, while Leora admired Keon's unwavering dedication to understanding the universe's mysteries. One evening, as they gazed out at the nebula's swirling beauty, Leora turned to Keon, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've learned so much from you, my friend. Our differences, once so daunting, have become the threads that weave our friendship." Keon nodded, his crystalline form catching the nebula's glow. "Indeed, Leora. Through our misunderstandings, I've discovered new ways to see the world. You've taught me the value of emotion and intuition." As the cosmic storm finally subsided, their vessels gently drifted apart, free once more to continue their journeys. Yet something had changed within their hearts, a bond of friendship forged through shared trials and understanding. Before they parted ways, Leora placed a small, luminous stone in Keon's hand, a token from Varela's heart. "May this remind you of our time together," she said softly. Keon, in turn, gifted Leora a radiant shard of Telara's crystal, its colors shifting with the light. And may this keep the memory of our friendship alive in your heart. With a final embrace, Leora and Keon bid each other farewell, their vessels now carrying the warmth of their newfound friendship. As they ventured forth into the stars, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, their hearts connected by the lessons of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. And so, as the nebula's light gently faded into the distance, the universe continued to turn, embracing the warmth and wisdom of those who dared to reach across the stars and find companionship in the unlikeliest of places. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings. Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self.